Right.
Anyway, let me see. Somebody in the chat said something. It was somebody in the chat. Let me find that person. Somebody would know. Ohio said New York ended slavery on July 4th, 1827. So I think so. So I think he's talking about. Yeah. So I think some of that's true. They're talking about chattel slavery, right? Bringing Africans over here from West Africa. So he might be right. So that was ended. That ended in the early 1800s, but it was ending chattel slavery, right? Not slave work in America. They were ending the transportation of Africans to America.
Right. Right.
Anyway, let me see. Somebody in the chat said something. It was somebody in the chat. Let me find that person. Somebody would know. Ohio said New York ended slavery on July 4th, 1827. So I think so. So I think he's talking about. Yeah. So I think some of that's true. They're talking about chattel slavery, right? Bringing Africans over here from West Africa. So he might be right. So that was ended. That ended in the early 1800s, but it was ending chattel slavery, right? Not slave work in America. They were ending the transportation of Africans to America. So that's what Ohio was speaking about, I believe. He's talking about they ended that form of slavery, transportation slavery. You get me, brother?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so yeah. So that does anybody want the number to pull up? So Kwame is still running his mouth. Kwame said, what are you talking about? Yo, now this guy right here, I invited him on here, brother, like 7 times. And he kind of did what you did. Like, he will say something, I will challenge it. He will pretend I didn't challenge it, and he'll just talk about something else as though I never challenged what he last said. So I'm like, hey, bro, I challenged what you said. I said it was false, and I gave you what actually happened. Do you agree with what I said, or do you disagree? Like, let's talk about that. And he'll just change the topic over and over and over and over. He will not deal with what I said. He have no questions for me, and he just go on and just change the topic.
Gaslight you.
Huh?
Gaslight you.
Oh, that's all he does. And then he'll keep changing. And guess what? I'll ask him something directly. I'll say, like I asked you, I say, brother, in Jamaica, so and so, so forth. You know what he'll do? Yeah, well, instead of answering that question, he'll bring up what the Chinese people did, or what the Japanese did, or the Jewish people, or the FBA. It's like he won't even answer the question about Jamaicans.
Right.
He will answer it in what the Chinese did.
Right. And is there a larger point that he's trying to make or that people try to make when they do that? Like and compare because that's like a comparison. Well, the whites did it, the Chinese did it, the this did it,
Yeah,
you
but
know.
I'm not even asked about a comparison, brother. If I'm asking you this,
Now
if
you
I
want the answer, you want the answer straight up. Answer deal with
right,
my question first and answer me straight up, and then we're going to something else.
yeah, like yeah, I have a question about something, right? Like you said, direct question. Hey, did the Jamaicans do this or not? Well, the Chinese did it
Yeah,
too.
that's not answering the question.
No. Let that go. So he said, yeah, I'm like, okay, brother, I understand they did it too, but what they got to do with my question? I want to know about Jamaicans, or I might want to know about Americans, right? The
Right.
Moorish people.
Question
I'm
is,
I'm only asking about what I'm asking about. And bro, he has a history of bringing up somebody else, bro.
I
And I'm
think
like,
people do that. They gaslight you. They go off into the, but I think it's for a bigger purpose. So they're trying to make another argument or point, but it's not. You're not satisfying the first point, the first argument.
yeah. So it turned out, yeah. I don't know if y'all will agree, or I don't know if he would disagree with you. I don't know. But do you want to invite him more?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Uh, but
That's up to you.
he might see some wild stuff. All right, look,
Yeah, I ain't no problem.
Kwame, click the link. I'm not debating you, bro. I have no energy for you. So if damn,
Black
okay,
man is
yeah. So if Black Man is fair want to challenge you, that's on him. Okay, I got nothing to do with that. So Kwame, click the link, man. It's your show. You could talk all this garbage you want. I'm exhausted. I don't have much fight in me, my boy. I'm not gaslighting Black Man is fair to debate you either. We'll just have a natural conversation. So go ahead and click the link, man. You out there trolling in the chat. Click the link and hop on. And all of the stuff you're talking about in the chat, just tell us in real time, bro. It'll save you time. It takes much more effort to type this stuff, right? Okay, he's in. Now he will pull up. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. He ain't afraid to pull up. He ain't like American Dream and these other clowns that's in this other chat I was in. This clown named Pan can move something like that. Straight clown. That's why I said I give Kwame. I even give American Dream some respect because they called in. Right. So I gotta respect people who actually call in over people who don't. Like there's a level of respect I gotta give to them. Right?
absolutely.
Because there's so many people who talk trash who would never call in, and I just hate that.
Yeah,
So the fact,
that's weak. Like, be a man, come up, represent yourself.
yeah, so the fact that Kwame, American Dream, and other folks are actually call in, I got a different level of respect for them
Right,
that I would have for people who never call in.
right. Trolling and all that other crap.
So Kwame, brother, listen, I'm telling you, bro, I'm gonna be less belligerent or combative with you than I ever will be tonight. Tonight, you got it. You win. Go in, bro. Go in. Say what you got to say. Ask what you got to say, but go in.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yeah, I don't have no fight in me, bro. So you're gonna win. Go ahead.
What's going on? Peace
Yeah.
and black power.
Now,
Peace and
Everybody
black.
on the panel.
hold on. Before you start, let me say this, man. I'm from Jersey. I got a lot of love for my Jamaican friends in Jersey, my Caribbean friends, period, and my Hispanic friends, and even my Indian friends, right? So I don't want to paint the narrative that I don't get along with people who are not FBA. I do. And I got tight friendships with people who are not FBA and even from the Caribbean. I don't have any good, I met one cool guy from Africa. That's it. But I don't have that same experience with Africans. But I will say I got a good friendship with Spanish people, not really white people, not really white or African, but Spanish people and Caribbean people, right? I actually got legitimate good friendships with people from those areas. So I don't want the chat to misunderstand me, to believe like there's no friendship or alliances there. I do have legitimate, genuine, sincere good friendships with Hispanic people and Caribbean people. So with that being said, go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
What exactly did you say that I lied about? Because I'm watching your channel from the chat. You keep like repeatedly saying, "Oh, he was lying," or
All right. So maybe
or
tomorrow I'll tell you, but I don't want to
representing the facts.
All right. I'm sorry I said that tonight. All right, because I don't feel like debating you tonight. Like I said, you're gonna win. I'm a cower out. So ask me that tomorrow. I'll tell you, and we can get there then where I have more energy to do that with you. But tonight, bro, I'm all cried out. I'm on some Whitney Houston shit. I'm all cried out.
All right. The brother has some questions for me or something.
Well, say something, and maybe he will, but we don't know. He don't know what you want. So talk about what you want. Talk about, and maybe he will have questions.
Hey, Peace King, do you disagree with pan-Africanism?
Peace, King. Nah, I don't necessarily agree. I mean, disagree. I just think it's been, I think it's been going on a long time. It tends to be a lot to do about nothing, or just maybe a romanticism or a fantasy type of thing, or a feel good type of thing itself. So, I would like to see Pan-Africanism do more.
So, where would you say Pan-Africanism started?
With Marcus Garvey.
Okay, so you started with Marcus Garvey. Cool. So would you say what so I would say Pan-Africanism started roughly about 100 years ago, give or take, right?
Okay, right.
So in those 100 years, would you say it's a failure? Like what exactly is your contentions of Pan-Africanism?
Okay, so it's like, when Marcus Garvey talks about getting the boats and things, and doing all these big production moves and things like that, I totally agree. You know what I mean? But after a point where things aren't moving, it becomes a feel good, or something that, blacks unite with, and their ideologies and things like that. Just like almost like religions.
Okay, so would you say Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba are Pan-Africanists?
I'm not too familiar.
Okay, both of those brothers are Pan-African, and they both led their countries to independence under the guise of Pan-Africanism.
And this is before Garvey?
No, this is after Garvey.
Okay.
This is the 1960s, like around the civil rights movement.
Got you.
Would you say that's an accomplishment?
How did Kwame Ture? Wait, what happened? What country?
Kwame Nkrumah.
What country he's from?
Ghana.
And Ghana had its independence when?
The 1960s.
Okay, so before you give an opinion on that, Brain, is that just know that almost every black country in the world got their independence around the same time. Okay, now, brother, I find that interesting, and that's not a coincidence. They all got their independence around 1960. Chat. I find that interesting how all of these African countries.
You said all of them?
Almost all of them.
Almost is okay. Almost.
Yeah. So hear my words.
So what's the point? What's the point of saying that?
Okay. Do you believe that's a coincidence, or do you believe that was something that was just part of the plan?
It's ambiguous unless you have some type of conspiracy with evidence or something like. We're just speculating at that point.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you, Brain. Do you believe that's a coincidence that almost all of the African countries got the independence at the same time from the white man?
Nah, I mean, it seems like a coincidence or influence of civil rights.
Anyway, let me go back on mute. All right, so I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish with your questions, brother.
Would you say that that's an accomplishment for Pan-Africanism that two black leaders led their countries to independence under the guise of Pan-Africanism?
Absolutely.
Wait, who's the other leader? You said Kwame. Who's the other leader?
Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba.
Okay, all right. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, I would. I agree. Yes.
So what else would I say? There's different aspects of Pan-African that even the African Union, would you say that's a success too? That was inspired by Pan-Africanism?
That's a success, right? No, it's a success.
So I wonder what other black organization has accomplished some of the feat that I just named?
It's a good question. You have the Muslims. You have
that I'm talking about like specific for black people. I'm not talking like Muslim. You know, they have an ummah for everybody. Could be an Arab Muslim. You could be a white Muslim, a Chinese Muslim. But you can't be a white man and be a Pan-Africanist. You can't be an Arab man from Syria and be a Pan-African. You can't be a Chinese man from Asia and be a Pan-Africanist.
I got you. So it's an exclusive. It's an exclusive people.
Yeah, for black people.
Right. Got you. And they have made progressions, and you asked, okay, what other organizations? I mean, maybe not to those levels because of what they were dealing with, but here within, we know we have the Black Panther Party and different organizations who have done things for blacks.
Let me get some pushback. Wait, the Marcus Garvey met with the Klan, right? To with this Pan-Africanist bullshit. So it looks like the Klan were supporters of Pan-Africanism.
I mean, if you have a separate ideology, of course you're gonna agree on certain things.
Right. So, but they were Pan-Africanists because they agreed that blacks should. They supported it. They said, "Hey, yeah, good idea. Yeah, let's send these Negroes back to Africa."
I mean, you know the history, so you know that was one of the biggest contentions between Marcus Garvey and a lot of the leaders, because most of the leaders were.
Why do you believe a white man can't?
Huh?
Okay, let me ask you more directly. Why do you believe white people can't be Pan-Africanists? Because it's more of an ideology. It's not like you got to be part of the race. It's more of like a concept, an idea. So why can't they believe Africa's for the Africans? Because that's what the Klan believe. They believe They believe black folks should go back to Africa.
A white person could definitely support Pan-Africanism. A Jewish person, they just can't join it. You could definitely support it from the moral and financial support. That's
yeah, but that's a different claim. Okay, so you didn't say that earlier. You didn't say they can't join. You said they cannot be Pan-Africanists. I'm like, they can be Pan-Africanists, but if you say they can't join, I might agree with that.
I mean, moral support, financial support, but as far as joining ranks, and that's not an option.
Yeah, so Pan-African people have paperwork and certain identification saying I'm Pan-African.
No, it's not a nationality. It's an ideology.
It's a religion.
Okay. Because when you say sign up or go through the ranks, it's just it's like how popular you become.
What you mean?
Okay, so the most popular Pan-African that we know right now is the King of Consciousness, Umar, right?
Yeah, I would say Umar is probably the most popular right now.
Right, that you can see out there. So
yeah,
within the ranks, I mean, if somebody else comes up and becomes as popular or more, now he's high in the ranks.
Are you talking about as far as public's perception?
Right. As far as yeah, I'm Pan African because there's nothing that Umar says that makes him Pan African. It's what he says, how charismatic he is, who he aligns with, and how visible that is to everybody else. He says he's Pan African, but you just said there's nothing on paper that says yeah, I'm Pan African or it's an ideology.
Yes, ideology. It's not a constructive religion. It's not a sorority or some type of society or something like that. It's ideology
It
that
comes off.
form
It comes off as a nothing burger.
that form that form that formulate businesses around the ideology, economic business, trading, even nation building. The countries that I name, most of these countries, they got RBG and they flag. They got red, black, and green, and they adhere to the tenets of Pan Africanism. So it's an ideology. So yeah, it's no one leader of Pan African. It's no Pope or no Tariq Nasheed or
But there
like a
is.
figurehead.
There's a Marcus Garvey and there's a Umar. So there is.
And none of these people are African, right?
Who?
Marcus Garvey's not African. Umar's not African. All the people who represent it, maybe
He's not African.
When you say African, like what do you mean by they're not African?
Okay, are you African or Jamaican?
Technically speaking, I'm West African descent.
No,
I
I'm
descend from
asking.
people from West Africa.
No, okay, I'm okay. So let me help you out. So the West Indies Confederation, the West Indies Federation, you're familiar with that, right? I told you about it before, correct?
I'm familiar with CARICOM, yeah.
Okay, no, not CARICOM, the West Indies Federation. That's before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so now that was about different islands coming together, correct?
Yeah.
Which one of the islands we call Africa?
Okay, your nation don't determine your ethnic group.
No, I'm trying to help you answer his question. So y'all came together as Trinidadians, Bahamians, Barbados. None of y'all came together as an African. That's what he was asking. All you guys identify as the island you came from.
As the nation that we the
right,
sovereign nation that we represent. Yeah,
right. So that was his question about none of y'all were African. So none of y'all politically y'all don't come to the table as Africans. You come to the table as the nation that you're from. Jamaican, Trinidad.
No. We come to the table under the shared history, under the shared descendancy, not just because we in the Caribbean. Because we could do that with Puerto Ricans. We could do that with other Spanish-speaking islands, but that's not necessarily true.
I tell you, he does that. Brother. Let's not go to Puerto Ricans or Germans. I'm just speaking about the Caribbean, okay? Just you guys. So what I'm saying is, when you guys come to the table politically, even under CARICOM, do you guys come under as African, or do you come under as Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Barbadians? Is that right?
We come to the table because we're African first.
Okay, brother. Listen to me carefully. When you represent yourselves to CARICOM, right? Do you come to CARICOM in Jamaica as
No, you're
African?
gonna represent your sovereign nation first, yeah.
Okay, see the confusion? Okay, cool. Now, cool. So that's what he's saying. He's saying when you identify yourselves globally, you identify yourselves as Jamaican, not African. The Trinidadians identify themselves as Trinidadians. The Barbadians, the Guyanese people that's how they identify themselves. They don't say I'm African. They say I'm Guyanese. That's all he's saying, bro. Or anyway, right. I got okay. Can I establish that, brother? Brain, ask him whatever else you need. But I answered that for him. Cool. I got him to do it. Cool.
Yeah. So would you disagree with anything I said so far?
No. I got you. I follow him.
So when I say I don't really understand when people say they disagree with Pan-African, especially the plight that we live under now. Like it's good it's good to represent each individual nation and your background where you come from. But in the plight that we live in, under, it's better to unite than to be a separate delineation group where people could isolate us off and pick us off one by one, like how they did in Africa.
I totally agree. Or we have so many denominations, from pan-Africanism to Moors to Aboriginals, so everybody kind of sticks to their sect. And it's the group mentality, it's the unite mentality, but it's still all separate. You know what I mean? So
the reason why I would say Pan-African is probably the top dog out of everything you name, because Pan-African, that's all inclusive. You could be a Christian and be a Pan-African. You could be a Muslim and be a Pan-African. You could be a person that practice voodoo, a person that practice whatever. As long as you're a black person and you adhere and you're with doing group economics and things of that nature, then
I'm thinking he want to know some of y'all Pan-Africanist accomplishments. I think that's what he asked. Like you name Kwame Ture, you name Patrice Lumumba, but he's asking, like, what have you guys accomplished as a Pan-Africanist body? Y'all was around here for 100 years. What can y'all hang your hat on, basically, and look back and say, hey man, we made our mark in this world? Go ahead.
I could go off a few things that we accomplished. We accomplished a national holiday for all black people, which is Kwanzaa. We established the Association for Africa for Studies at Classical Africanist Civilization, which was started by John Henry Clark and a bunch of the scholars from America. The UNIA, of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which was influenced by Pan-African Parliament, that's in Africa. Another thing, Pan-African organization of African unity. Another thing Pan-African started. So I could, these are some of the things that I could say, hey, we hang our hat on. We started countries. We started different African unions for the continent to develop trade and social grouping building. So I can hang my hat on that.
okay.
Kwanzaa celebrated by over 100 million black people annually.
Okay, so you said John Henry Clark, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's from what country?
From America.
Right. Okay. So that's okay. And you said that he did what? What would he do?
He started the Association for Classical African Civilization.
Okay, so what have you guys done, like, tangibly, like something, like what laws that you guys were responsible for? What, something more tangible.
So is a country not tangible?
What country?
I just named two.
Who?
I just named two. I gave you two leaders that started countries under the guise of Pan-African.
They didn't start a country. They were, okay, brother. What country did Patrice Lumumba start?
He's the first president of the Congo.
Yeah, but he didn't start it. Okay, he's a president of the Congo, right? But now, what did
the Congo wasn't a nation prior to Patrice Lumumba. It wasn't no country called the Congo prior to that.
Okay. So what did they accomplish? Okay, yeah.
So what was the Congo established for? Were they? Because there's a lot of resources that come off the Congo, right?
Yeah, would you agree that's an accomplishment, starting a country?
Huh?
Would you agree that's an accomplishment, starting a country?
It could be seen like that.
All right, so the nuance is irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's like, what did you do? Okay.
You asked me what you asked me the accomplishment. I gave you one. Now you asking for the nuances, which is irrelevant. You asked me the accomplishment.
No. Okay, you can't do that. See what I'm saying? You can't do that. Hey, brother, it's like, for example, if I start a charity, that seems like a good thing. But if my charity is responsible for kidnapping and trafficking kids, that's a bad thing. So So I'm asking you, as a result of the country starting, don't do that. What impact globally did they provide? Like what impact did they?
He didn't get a
Wasn't
chance
Patrice
to really.
Lumumba corrupt?
He didn't really get a chance to really put a foothold in the country because the American government sent CIA agents to the Congo to have him assassinated.
Okay, so now, so
Which
here's
is
the
documented. It's not no conspiracy.
okay,
That's documented.
no problem. So, brother, here's the problem with these Jesus figures, because once they get assassinated or they get dethroned, it should the brain works, the infrastructure, the intelligence should just keep going. Like you shouldn't be able to stop something. Like Dr. King got assassinated, and the Civil Rights March still went. Okay, so just because somebody get assassinated, or that doesn't mean the movement stops. And that happens a lot with amongst us, because we have these authoritarian figures that they're the brains, like Dr. Umar. He's the president. He's a gym teacher, the plumber. He's everything, right? So if he gets assassinated, no more school. It's gone. So, and that's the problem. We have these leaders, these Jesus figures, that once they get assassinated, it's over. That's why we're smart over here. Tyreek's like, hey, don't make me the leader, because if something happened to me, then the movement ends, because you guys put all your faith in me. There's a leader. So if something happens to me, this thing keeps rolling as it is right now. So you just confessed that Patrice was assassinated, and all of a sudden Congo ain't been shit ever since. So like that should not be the case. The case should be it goes on even though the leadership is that individual is no longer here. The idea, the concept is supposed to still carry on to the people. The people still, the next person, next man up. Y'all heard the slogan, next man up. What happened with that?
Right. I mean, the country went through economic turmoil for a little while, but Patrice Lumumba left his legacy on the country, so that his name is forever
I'm past him.
cemented in history.
I'm past
So
him.
so regardless if there's not like a recent uprising that's pulling the tenets of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo right now, that don't wash away that the man started a country.
We're on different pages. I'm past the man. I'm focused on the country the man created, that you said. So I'm saying, okay, the man is gone. But if the man had a plan, it should hold up in his absence. Okay, Elijah Muhammad passed away or whatever. Matt Farrakhan took the torch. Okay, Microsoft and all these other companies, the guys, they died and they kept going. But when it comes to certain Black organizations where it's led by one man personality, like a Umar Johnson, when they go, and Marcus Garvey, when they go, typically the organization goes along right with them, because the infrastructure, how it's set up, is set up for that one man to rule and no predecessor. So Patrice Lumumba get assassinated. What I'm saying, brother, is that what happened to the fundamental beliefs, the wants and beliefs, and the aims and goals and the purposes, those things should be carried with the next man up. Why did it fail? Because he is no longer here. So I'm saying, if the model was based on his personality and his charisma, it was a failure from the beginning.
I mean, if that's how you look at it, then I could acquiesce to your position, but I don't necessarily look at it like that.
Okay, so why did it? Okay, so when he got assassinated, did it overachieve or underachieve?
I would say underachieve.
Right.
So he didn't meet all his goals that he set out to meet. But
no, of course
he still achieved his initial goal to free Congo from out of Belgium.
Brother, listen to me if I may. I'm not blaming him, brother. He's no longer here. He was assassinated by some beast, some pink hand beast, right? I'm not blaming him for being assassinated. I think he was a good man, okay, with great intentions. I'm not blaming him for devils to take him out, okay?
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. I actually rock with him. I'm saying next man up? Why wasn't there a next man up attitude? If what he did, if the people value what he did.
I mean, it just haven't happened. Economic turmoil, it happened. Political strife. When he got assassinated, it turned the country upside down, and they you know the U.S. government, they put in a puppet. They puppet.
Okay, so do you see how brilliant the white man is? Okay, do you see how wickedly brilliant the white man is? The white man is aware of these guys with great personalities. Malcolm X, Tariq Nasheed, Patrice Lumumba. And they know once these guys take upon leadership, all I gotta do is eliminate him, and so goes the movement. So clever people like Tariq Nasheed says, listen, family, I'm not gonna put y'all in the same position that Patrice Lumumba left the Congolese people in. I'm gonna remove myself from a target, okay? Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna try to assassinate my character, maybe R. Kelly me, maybe Diddy me, maybe Patrice Lumumba me, right? And they're gonna eliminate me either way. And now you guys are left to defend the smear campaign that was placed on me, and it undermines the entire project. So FBA family, what I'm gonna do is remove myself from any thoughts of leadership. So therefore, they can't target me as a result to undermine what we got going on. Very clever. So now there's no head. There's all of us signal boosting, representing, and speaking up on behalf of the same core concepts that Tariq Nasheed had and Yvette and everybody else. So now, if they assassinate Tariq Nasheed or do a smear campaign, nothing changes. It still goes on. That's clever. But to take a role, hey, I'm the leader, it's my ideology, every fight out to me, all that gotta happen is a smear campaign or assassination, and everything goes down the drain like the Congo. So, brother, we are over here in America, we're hip to that. That's why we don't like the leader represents everybody. It's monolith bullshit, because all they gotta do is remove that person, everything falls. If you gotta admit, all y'all on the phone right now gotta admit, if something happens, unfortunately, to Dr. Umar, can we all agree that school concept in his mind is done? Kwame?
I would disagree, because there's a host of other people that's starting grassroots on school.
Hey, Kwame, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying Dr. Umar dreams, right? The dream he has for his school, that 14-year-old dream, right? I'm saying if something happens to him, unfortunately, God forbid, if something happens to him, can you agree that his dream is done? It goes with him.
Not necessarily. So people could pick up another person's dream and manifest it too.
Brother, I'm talking about the FD. What do you want? Okay, yeah, I'm getting you more. I'm talking about the FDMG.
Black people would dream about freedom during slavery, and they didn't accomplish it.
Kwame, I'm being very specific. I'm saying the FDMG dream. Because he has no predecessor, he has nobody in line next to him. No, he's the prince. He don't have a.
How do you know that though?
Okay,
are you a part of his organization? So, like, do you know the ranks and files?
Okay, so how about this? I'll play your game. So what's made publicly, because he's a public figure, he talks about things publicly. Okay, so for what he made public, is there a predecessor in case something happens to him? Publicly. Did he publicly name somebody to take over if something happens to him?
No, not overtly.
Okay, I mean just not period. Okay, no problem. So
not overtly.
Okay, so like you said, I don't know what he got under closed doors. Behind. I don't know what he got behind closed doors, but publicly, he has not acknowledged a predecessor or somebody take over his dream after him. So I'm saying, so based on that, so based on what we can see and what's disclosed to us and what's made public, so based on what's made public to our knowledge, it appears that if he goes, so does the dream, right?
Yeah, you could acquiesce to that position. Yeah.
Okay, right. Got it. Okay. Anyway, you guys can continue.
Yeah. So as I named off the different aspects pan-Africanism influence and accomplish, what exactly would you say is a failure then?
What exactly would I say is a failure? I
Yeah.
think the movement, I think, accomplishments have been made. Everybody has made some type of steps and accomplishments and organizations and things like that, if just a little bit. But I think things get stagnant, you know what I mean? Like Mom was saying, like, it's just one person or it's never a group movement. And, we can all see publicly things are moving and this movement is moving and we're getting things done. So I just think it's more about stagnation, or maybe it just hopes at a talk and a feel good.
Not. I would disagree. Not necessarily. If you go down the timeline of Pan Africanism, then you would have to say that it's been
Moving things have been done, right? We acknowledge that.
big I wouldn't say little, I would say big advancements. Marcus Garvey hit the ground running in the 1910s. I'd say, but between the 1920s and 1950s, the movement has made great progress up until the 1960s when I talked about Kwame Nkrumah and the different people. Then after that, you had the Afrocentric scholars that came after those people, the John Henry Clark, the Yosef Benjo Cannon, the Asa Hilliards, all of the great Afrocentric scholars that came out in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. That influenced the African Union, the Pan African parliaments, and the different organizations on the continent that I just discussed.
All right, so brother, so when you say movement, are you talking about?
Yeah, can I finish my point? Let me just finish my point real quick.
Yeah.
So from 1920 to the 1960s, the proto stages of Pan Africanism influenced different leaders to gain their independence in their African countries. Then it influenced the scholarly world, the different scholars, the John Henry Clarks, the Yosef Benjo Cannons, the Steve Coakleys, the Tony Martins, and the different scholars that are arise, and they started their own scholarly research society, which is ASCAC, which is the 1980s.
Yeah, I will credit those people for opening a lot of people's eyes to Africa.
That's all symbolic, bro. We want to know tangibly, like what hospitals, what chain restaurants, like what things they did that could make Black people independent of somebody else. What
so
job
education is not tangible?
Wait, I'm not done. Education, bro, you got to be more specific. You say education. Okay, so now what I'm saying is, I'm being more specific. I'm saying you named a bunch of people who get on the microphone and just talk.
I named scholars.
Right, who get on the microphone and just talk.
I named scholars at some at prestigious universities.
Right, that get on the microphone and just talk. We want to know about builders. We want to know about people who actually created things, created industries, so Black people can be employed to counter unemployment. We want to know about institutions. You talk about education. What colleges, what schools, what hospitals are being built as a result of this pan-Africanist movement? Right? We want to know tangibly, what can we look at and say, wow, that wouldn't be here. We want to say, We want to say, what can we look at and say, wow, that thing we need today, wouldn't be here without these pan-Africanists. But again, tangible institutions, nothing symbolic about this guy inspired that guy. We want to know all these inspirations, what was built from these inspirations, what institutions, what hospitals, what chain laundromats, what go.
I don't really understand the question because I named 2 countries and I forgot a third one. I named 3 countries.
Yeah, exactly.
I named
good. You
an
said
organization for free trade. I named another organization on the African Union. I named another organization, the Pan-African Parliament. So I don't understand what you mean tangible when I name the countries that's being built off the guidance of Pan-Africanism. I named scholars. I named scholars in university that influenced and basically started Africana studies.
Allow me to be more specific because you didn't get it.
All right.
Okay. You're saying countries. I'm saying cool. And you said you named 1 country, 2 country, and the third one you didn't remember. But I like the word third, because all you mentioned was third world countries that are failing. Okay, they got nothing popping, right? So, brother, we don't need another third world country. That's what we don't need. What you want? Yeah, let me get you spaghetti. So we don't need another third world. So there's no bragging rights about third world countries, bro. We want to know about what first world country that these guys produce. Now,
Ghana.
Huh?
I said Ghana is about to become a first world country.
About to be. Okay. Are you familiar with Japan's history that I went over the other day?
Nah, I probably wasn't on when you was talking about Japan.
Black man's are you familiar with Japan's history?
I think just a little bit.
Okay.
What you know.
Yeah, so brother, you're bragging about goofy shit and nothing is being done. Japan became a super world power in 40 years. Okay, right. so they went from a nothing burger to a superpower, and they defeated China. So their feats was this: they defeated China, they defeated Russia, all in that span, that 40-year span. And bro, they're also responsible for Mitsubishi and some other Japanese companies that we know today. That's what I mean by what are you producing? So they have produced an economy for Japanese people to work and be successful and have some money. So Mitsubishi came out of that 40-year span of them tapping into the world's wave at that time. That's what I mean. So you're mentioning that they became a first world country for 40 years. You're mentioning Ghana, who's been in existence for 1 million years, and they still about to be something, right? We don't want to hear about the about to be stuff. We want to know, where are they now? Japan was not about to become country. 40 years, bro. They just worked hard, stuck together, and they got on code, and they produced a superpower country where white folks respected them and even aligned with them. So like they joined, hey brothers, they joined Great Britain in World War I, and they joined Hitler in World War II. So like they joined one country, World War I. They joined the op in World War II. You dig? So like they were that respected for what they accomplished. So they're light years far from any country you're talking about. You're talking about third world countries who are just saying, hey, we're a country, but they're not being respected because they had no real goods, import, export. They don't contribute to the world at all. That's right. What I'm saying. So I want to know, like, what? So now Japan is known for Mitsubishi in that 40-year span, right? They're known for a large army that defeated China, that defeated Russia. They're known for their imports and their trade. What are these third world countries you're bragging about known for in comparison to Japan in that 40-year span? And these guys had light years to beat that.
Okay, you were talking about economics, right?
Brother, economics, warfare, industrialization. I said they produce Mitsubishi, a car company. They got Honda. They got a whole bunch of shit over there. Okay, in 40 years. So I just want to know, in 1,000 years, what have these African countries produced that you're bragging about?
Okay, the African Continental Free Trade Free Trade Area is a free trade area encompassing most of Africa. It was established in 2018 by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which has 43 parties and another 11 signatories, making it the largest free trade area by number of member states after the World Trade Organization. And it's the largest population and geographic size, spanning 1.3 billion people across the world's second largest continent. Hold on January 13th, 2022, AFCFTA take a major step forward in its objective with the establishment of pan-African payment and settlement system, which allows payment among companies operating in Africa to be done in any local currency.
Okay, brother. And in my mind, you said absolutely nothing. I want to know what has they manufactured, what jobs they produce, what army they have that's respectable, and what type of real independence they have. And they're still already a first.
Wait. You went from asking me what's tangible. I gave you countries. I gave you different scholars that.
But that didn't respond. I got it. But that didn't respond.
And then you asked me about economics. I just gave you.
Listen. I said Japan produced Mitsubishi. Okay,
right.
This is one country. You're naming 1,000, right? You're naming 1,000 countries, and you're in the meaning more between them, brother.
But you said Africa. You said Africa and pan-Africanism. So you asked me what had pan-Africanism did influence.
I need you to do this. Give me one country out of the million that's in that Pan-African bullshit. Give me one country that produced something like Mitsubishi, equivalent to Mitsubishi today. Give us one thing, one company that's equivalent to Mitsubishi. Go ahead.
Okay. Burkina Faso just started producing their own cars in Africa. They just started producing their own electric cars.
Oh my god, bro! Who's buying that bullshit? But like, where's this car?
You changing the goalpost. You asked me to name what African leaders producing something on the continent under I just named you a car manufacturer company.
Okay.
So how much? Like what you want a diamond mine, a gold mine, or something?
Look, I'm not trying to be boggled down and argue about that. You made some bullshit up. Okay. Brother, so as a result, are they a first world country or still a third world country? As a result of this car shit,
they just kicked France out of Africa. Bro, they just kicked France out of Sahel country.
That did not answer my question. Are they, as a result, kicking France out in this new car bullshit? First of all, what country is this, by the way, that got this car?
Burkina Faso.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me look this shit up because you be lying. Hold on, 1 second. One second. I know you. That boy will lie if you don't fact check him. Hold on.
Okay, it's called Either Way.
Wait, hold on. Oh, shit.
ITAOUA.
Wait. I'm not ready. Wait. I said wait. Let me get to my computer.
All right.
Damn, man. Put the drugs down. Wait. I made a mistake and I clicked off one of my search engines. So let me get that back. That's what I'm saying. Wait, let me get my search engine back. I clicked it off by mistake and I'm mad as hell. Let me find what I did with it. Annoying. I hate to start a new search engine. Oh, here we go. Okay, I got it. All right. Damn, this is annoying. Okay, I got it. Okay, here we are. All right. Spell it.
ITAOUA.
ITAOUN. And this is the country.
No, ITAOUA.
ITAOUN, right?
OUA.
Wait, OUA?
Yeah. ITAOUA.
Right. Oh, so there's no end. There's no end.
Nah, no end.
And this is the country.
Yeah, Burkina Faso.
Oh my God. And who's the president?
Ibrahim Traoré.
Okay, got it. What is okay? And what is it known for? And what has they produced? What is their GDP? And what?
Wait, did you look up the car brand?
Huh?
Did you look up the car manufacturer? Huh?
I don't need to because I'm asking AI what do they produce. AI is gonna tell me. So if they produce the car, AI will mention it. All right. So hold on. So what I don't do as a good researcher, I don't lead the research. I just ask what do they produce, and I let the research be honest and tell me. I don't lead the research. I don't do what you do. So what is their GDP and what
Daddy,
kind of
Daddy, give me. Give me.
So what is their GDP? Oh, hold on. What is their GDP? And what is their unemployment? What is their unemployment rate? And what?
Yo, you see, it went from what did the country name one thing the country produce?
Bro,
I named your car manufacturer.
Brother,
Now you asking about unemployment rate.
Kwame. When you research on AI, you get a limited of searches, my boy. So what I'm clever is I just get it all in one time. If I was
all right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a smart man. That's why, my boy. So I'd rather get it all in now because I probably won't have too many chances to do something else. I'll be stuck on it. So now I'm smart to just get it. I might even ask about dinosaurs. I get it all in this one search. Okay, so relax, be secure. And what is their unemployment rate? And how strong is their army? Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Damn, this boy insecure as hell. All right, let me press play. All right. Okay, I got it. Wait. Hold on. Is this in Brazil?
Burkina Faso? No.
All right, brother. Listen. You said, hold on. I know I asked you like 10 times how to spell it. Brother, spell it slow.
Daddy, here.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna put the name of the other in the chat.
Yeah, let me look at the chat because you said some crazy shit just now. Okay. All right. Shit. Hey, bro, that's exactly what I typed in there. Okay, now do me a favor, just put a link for this shit, bro. That's exactly what I typed in there, and research didn't acknowledge that shit at all. It respelled it ITAQUA, and it acknowledged it in a place. It acknowledged. No, what are you doing with the water? Because I know you ain't drinking. What are you doing with this? Here. No. Where you going? No, drink it. Where you going with it?
It's I don't know what you use because it's popping up on my AI.
Hey, brother, just do me a favor. Right. My mom just paid for it. You guys want to shit. Hey, yo, put the link in the chat, this shit. Because my AI, I just paid for it, by the way. It's a monthly fee. I typed it in there. It don't have any idea what the hell this is. No. I'm not going to sit down. Where you going with that water? So the AI has no idea what this shit is. So do me a favor. You said your AI did, right? So put the link of your research. Matter of fact, let me give you a wrench because I don't believe you at all. Goofy shit that yo. Let me give you a wrench again. All right, go ahead, bro. Put the link in the chat of your research. I'll read your research and then I'll modify where I'm at. This is the first time, chat. This is the first time I ever put something in AI and nothing came back. This from his make-believe country. All right. It's the first time I ever put something in the AI and no information came back. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to like justify that. So put the link in the chat of your research on this make-believe place. Because earlier he talked about Ghana, the Congo, and now he got a fake ass acronym. Yeah, I'm not closing that door. No, Con, you wasting this water. I don't know what you're doing with that water. Because I'm giving this guy Poland spring water, whatever he's doing. I could use some faucet water if you're wasting it. You pour it in a dog bowl. Yeah, don't waste my dance. You know what I mean? My Poland spring water. Get some faucet water. He coming back too fast. I know you're not drinking this. Okay, brother. You got it in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Hold on. All right, brother.
You should actually pull up the second article.
Hey, okay. You gave me a pseudo ass goddamn website, and I'm not gonna click off. I see your first website ain't worth the damn. That shit pseudo as hell. So I'm gonna click this other, brother. The thing about research, my boy, is that if it's real, I'm using AI, bro. If this shit existed, AI would have pulled it up. My AI came back, no results found.
My AI, I literally quoted AI verbatim and put it in the chat.
Okay. So now, dude, what are you talking? What AI are you using? What AI?
I'm on Google.
Bro, I'm using ChatGPT, a paid version. What are you talking about, man? Like, yo, whatever you got, I'm gonna have it and more. I'm paying for my shit, and so it does deeper research. That's the point of paying for it. All right, so now here it says fact check: did Burkini fossil military ruler, brother? What does this have got to do with the name you gave me? I'm trying to type in the country name. You said IT. All right.
You said the country name?
Brother, listen. Okay. Why did you tell me about ITAOUIA or whatever OUA? What was that about?
That's the name of the starter company. The country is called Burkina Faso. You don't know Burkina Faso?
Listen, bro. Okay, chat. See what just happened right here? He gave me this name. Okay, so why did you give me this name?
That's the name of the startup company, the electric car company.
Brother, there are no results found for that shit. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is this, and I'm gonna share my screen to let you guys know that when I typed that bullshit in, it redirected me to Brazil. Okay, I'm gonna show my thing in a second. So now, brother,
so how about you type in Ibrahim Torre car manufacturer? Just type that in.
Okay, cool. No, I'm gonna type it back in. I'm gonna type it back to AI. All right. Okay, so watch this. Hold on. Wait. So I want to spell it correctly. Spell this for me. What's the new shit? Go ahead.
I put it in the chat.
Because I'm not clicking any of your links. I'm gonna trust my AI. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Because I believe I got you. You know, we got a slogan. Pseudos die at their source. Okay. So now. It's AI, like AI beef with itself. Okay, explain manufacturer. Okay, so this is what I typed in my AI. I said, explain Ibrahim Traore car manufacturer, the truth from the myths. All right, so I'm gonna get straight into what's true and what's fake. Okay, I'm gonna say, explain both. Explain the truth and the myths. Okay, here we are. So now I'm gonna share my chat. I'm gonna share my screen. No, I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna share my screen from the original search. Okay. Oh, my boy, you're done. R.I.P. to your boy on the phone. Let me share my screen. My God, yeah, y'all not my level at all, man. This is research shit. Yeah, you guys do feel good research, man. Okay, so before I share my information, let me make sure you know. Let me make sure your claims match up. So, what is your claim that you're saying about this car company?
That Ibrahim Traore started a electric car company.
Okay. Okay, damn, this boy insecure as hell. All right, let me press play. All right. Okay. Is this in Brazil? Said some crazy shit just now. Okay. All right. Shit. Hey, bro, that's exactly what I typed in there. Okay, now do me a favor, just put a link for this shit, bro. It went shit. Because yeah, so the AI has no idea what this do to like justify that. So put the link in the chat because you know I'm giving this guy. You know you're not drinking this.
You pull up the second article. I'm on Google.
Bro, I'm using ChatGPT, a paid version. What are you talking about, man? Like, yo, whatever you got, I'm gonna have it and more. I'm paying for my shit, and yeah. So it does deeper research. That's the point.
The name of the startup company, the electric car company.
Brother, there are no results found for that shit. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is this, and I'm gonna share my screen to let you guys know that when I typed that bullshit in, it redirected me to Brazil. Here we are. So now I'm gonna share my chat.
That Ibrahim Traore started a electric car company.
Okay. All right. Okay. Got it. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And you agree? Would you consider yourself a good researcher?
I'd say I'm a decent researcher.
All right, okay. So, chat. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. And I'm pissed off. I'm trying to cook, and I want you to just listen to you and brain go at it, but have a decent conversation. But okay, but you got me researching.
The topic of Ibrahim Traore, the young military leader and transitional president of Burkina Faso, allegedly launching or supporting a car manufacturing initiative, has been circulating online, but it contains a mix of truth, exaggeration, and myth, especially on social media. Let's break it down carefully. Who is Ibrahim Traore? Born in 1988, Traoré became president of Burkina Faso in September 2022 after leading a military coup. He is known for his pan-Africanist rhetoric, strong anti-imperialist stance, and pushing for economic independence from France and the West. He has received strong support from youth movements and anti-colonial activists, including online across Africa.
Online warrior.
The claim: Ibrahim Traoré launches a Burkinabe car brand. The truth: 1. There is a Burkinabe car manufacturing initiative called LIMO, short for Limousine Ouaga, which has been promoted in Burkina Faso. The company is not owned or founded by Traoré, but he and his government have shown interest in promoting local industry and manufacturing, including automotive projects.
You're done.
The cars are assembled locally using a combination of imported and local parts, often in collaboration with engineers trained abroad, especially in Tunisia or Germany.
You're done.
There are also local innovation initiatives, including prototypes of electric vehicles and utility cars, tied to Burkina Faso's goal of economic self-sufficiency. 2. Ibrahim Traoré supports national industries, and the promotion of a homegrown auto industry fits with his pan-Africanist and sovereignty-focused agenda.
Bullshit.
He has highlighted national innovation, particularly among youth and engineers, which fuels the narrative of Burkina builds its own cars.
Here we go.
The myths and exaggerations. One myth: Burkina Faso is mass-producing cars under Traoré's leadership. False. There is no large-scale car manufacturing plant in Burkina Faso currently producing vehicles at scale like Toyota, Hyundai, or even Nigeria's Innoson Motors. Most vehicles are assembled in small numbers, more as symbolic or pilot projects than a true car industry.
Oh my God.
2. Myth: Ibrahim Traoré personally created a car company.
Myth.
False.
Bullshit.
He did not invent or personally launch a car brand. The narrative is mostly symbolic, used to emphasize his focus on national pride, anti-colonialism, and African potential. 3. Social media amplification. TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube videos often exaggerate claims like Burkina builds its own Tesla or Traoré's electric car industry will rival the West. These are clickbait and often misinformation. Images and videos used to support the claim are often misattributed from other African or Asian projects.
Oh my God.
Burkina Faso's economic context. GDP 2023 est $20 billion USD. GDP per capita 800 with 1,000 USD.
That's for the whole year.
Unemployment rate officially low, 6 to 7%, but with very high informal employment. Most people work in agriculture or informal trade. Military strength. Burkina Faso has a medium-sized army, 15,000 to 20,000 active personnel, focused mainly on counterinsurgency against jihadist groups.
Oh my God.
Not considered regionally dominant like Nigeria, Algeria, or Egypt.
Weak as hell.
Conclusion: claim, true, or myth. Explanation against jihadist groups. Burkina Faso has a car project. True. Small local assembly initiatives exist. Ibrahim Traoré founded a car brand. Myth: he supports industry, but did not launch it. Traoré's government promotes industrial self-reliance. In line with his Pan-African and sovereignty agenda.
All talk.
Burkina Faso is mass-producing vehicles. Myth: no large-scale auto manufacturing currently. Would you like a comparison between Burkina Faso's car initiative?
No. Okay, brother. So go ahead, bro. It's on you now. Yeah, this is why I say, yo, these guys not ready. This guy's watching TikTok and goddamn YouTube and Instagram, and that's showing like prototypes of your Asian cars. And he think it's some yo, listen, these folks are known for scamming, bro. Your leader's a scammer.
I was misinformed. Can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
What in the conception of FBA, what has they produced so far?
Okay, before you ask that question, let me make sure my man Black Manosphere. You still there, Black Manosphere?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Didn't I say every time he get in trouble, he'll mention something else?
I literally admitted. I said I was misinformed.
Yeah, no, I get it. But hold on. My point was, I told you Black Manosphere earlier. I said, bro, every time you get in trouble, he'll redirect the conversation to something else. Okay, brother. Listen, we all heard it. I knew it was bullshit as soon as you said it. And I was more confident. No, I'm not gonna sit down because you're doing something to water. I gotta watch it. And yeah, I was more confident. Black Manosphere, when the first research was a nothing burger, I knew. I said, this is AI. Look, I'm paying for mine. Yo, listen, my supporters are donating, and I'm paying for AI and other things as a result, right? Because they're supporting, right? So now I know that my research is going to be more extensive than his because I'm actually paying for ChatGPT. I'm not doing free searches. Yeah, no, I'm not. Stop. I'm not doing that. You're putting the water somewhere. I'm gonna find out where you're putting it. Okay. So anyway, bro. So now. Right. But I give him credit. He owned up to, so I'm not gonna rag on him. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna leave it at that, right? Because he owned up. Now, had he not owned up to, I would have carried on, but he did, so I'm gonna leave it at that. But when I'm saying what he does is, he does that. Hey, but what about he? And I said that to you earlier. He just did. Okay. So now, brother, listen.
But after I named countries, I named political leaders, I named scholars. Okay.
Which is all great.
You moved the goalposts. You said, "What? No. Give me some manufacturing. Give me this. Give me that."
Right.
I said,
now listen,
which is cool.
Got it.
I make a claim. You change the position. Okay. Well, name this then. Well, name this then. What's the poverty rate? Right, what's the GDP? What's this?
No. Relax, brother. I just said Black Manosphere. I did that because each search is counted as a search. So I got smart with ChatGPT, brother. I will ask everything I can. I will even ask about Christmas if I need to, but I will put it all in that one search because that counts. Because brother, I don't have ChatGPT comes with 3 levels: free, $20, and $200. I don't have $200 for the unlimited searches. The chat ain't supporting like that. So I got the limited search thing. And brother, I didn't want to waste a lot of searches on something I don't really care about too much. Right. But let me just say this. I don't hope Africa fails, by the way. I don't hope the Caribbean fail. I hope they be great. Why would I want Black people to fail but want white people to do great? No. I would rather Black people do great and white people fail. Okay, so I don't hope Africa fails. I don't hope the Caribbean fails or Haiti. I hope you guys garbage. Hope you guys do great. You dig? That's not my position. But what I'm not going to allow us to do is over exaggerate and romanticize and get too carried away. It's one thing to have now. I don't mind his idea, as good because everything starts from an idea. So I'm not like getting on him. He has an idea, great. It starts from there. He got people rallying behind him, great. And I don't expect him to change the world today, right? Hopefully people can stay with the ideology and, who knows, 20, 30 years later, stuff get popping, like a car manufacturing thing. I hope that happens. That's bragging rights. Even though they don't see themselves great, even though they don't see themselves as us, in some degree, maybe they do, but we don't see it like that. But they're still Black. Okay. So I would rather brag because whatever they do is pretty much a precursor to what we can do, and vice versa. Whatever we do, they can do, right? So if they can start car companies, electricity, that's great. That's showing us what we can do. That's motivation. The Haitian rebellion, right? That showed us what we can do. So at your greatness shows us our greatness. Our greatness show you your greatness, your possibility. So we don't hope Black people fail. We hope they be successful in what they got to do. Okay, but so I just want to say that. So, but also I want to be correct, right, with history. Now, again, I understand everything starts from the idea. He has the idea, great. And look, and he's not the one lying. He's not lying. It's people misrepresenting him. He's official. Okay, so he's not lying about what he's doing. He has aims, goals, and purposes, and he's trying to carry them out to the best of his ability. It's people misrepresenting him lying on his behalf. So he's not a scammer. He's not none of that stuff. It's people misrepresenting his goals and accomplishments, right? He's going to do what he got to do in a given time, and maybe the next person behind him, whatever it takes, basically. So I support his what he got going on, basically. Right. I hope it's successful. And so that's what I'm trying to say. I hope he's successful. I'm not rooting against him. I'm not laughing at him because again, he didn't make these false claims. It's other people like yourself making these false claims on his behalf. He didn't do that, so I'm not gonna blame him for you. So I support him and his goals and ambitions. Is what I'm saying in the longest way possible. And I want you to do better research than TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube videos. Okay. He on his website, he does not say he owns this shit or have. No, I'm not sitting down. I don't know what you're doing with that water. I'm gonna watch you. Okay, yeah, I'm not sitting down. You're 3. I'm not 3. I'm not falling for that. All right. Yeah. So I'm saying, brother, the reason why you believe that because you want to believe it, which is not wrong with that, but a lot of our wants and desires can lead us into a false sense of reality, right? Same thing with a woman. The guy shows all the negative, red flags possible, but because he look a certain way and talk a certain way, she wants to believe that he's this real, genuine, guy, and now she's caught up in some type of domestic, abuse relationship because she ignored all the signs.
I don't mean to cut you. I wouldn't say I did faulty research. It's coming from good sources. So I wouldn't say I just did faulty. Like I'm just taking things off TikTok. I actually tried to do some proper research. I wouldn't say I went to. This is not something serious where you got to do extensive. You need extensive search.
Brother, my rule is if you do it in practice, you do it in the game. So always do it the right way. I don't know about half-ass research. I only try my best to do thorough research. Okay, so what I'm saying is something like that. So I'm saying, so I promote that. And that's why we say no pseudo, right? We say no pseudo because we believe anything less than thorough. No, don't close that. Anything less than thorough is pseudo. It's going to be half-ass research, and we're going to call it pseudo. So yeah. So check in with me from now on. Before you come up with some crazy shit conclusion, unbiased. What you think about this? All right. I would like for you to do that. And I will be honest. I will be honest with your ass. I'm gonna be honest and unbiased. Like, bro, that's bullshit. Drop it.
All right. Can you answer my question now?
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Since the inception of the FBA organization, what have they produced so far? Okay,
so I don't know what an FBI organization is. I do know FBA lineage. I do know 43 million Black people, and we have created and produced more than collectively. This one country, we did more than any Black people across the world collectively.
Is FBA LLC?
No, it's a lineage.
So Tariq don't own the name FBA under FBA LLC.
Okay, so now you said something different. So now let me answer it this way. ADOS is an acronym for American Descendants of Slaves. That's the lineage, right? The website. FBA is an acronym for a lineage. Okay, it represents a bunch of people in America that went through something unique. That's what it is. It's a lineage. Now, it's also words. So words, my boy, can be trademarked. Okay? And other things can be patented. Now, ADOS got the ADOS advocacy. And some people, as I explained earlier, some people, especially FBAs do too, they're guilty of this. Some people erroneously say ADOS is a organization. Right. And you got a lot of FBAs that make that mistake. I say, no, it's not. It's a lineage. And so I'm gonna explain the same way. So basically, I'm gonna do it all together. I'm gonna do one rock and knock off all birds, right? So ADOS created an advocacy to help promote awareness for the reparations for that specific lineage of people. FBA, what Tariq did, Tariq kind of did something similar. Tariq took the name FBA because he created it, he founded it, just like ADOS was Yvette shit. So you best believe it's trademark because it's their intellectual property, right? If you don't trademark it and it's there to be trademarked, then guess who's going to do it? Somebody else. And by the way, we got word that the some Black organization had copyrighted or trademarked the Proud Boys and sued the Proud Boys and got $1.5 million. Because I'm thinking they came behind and tried to use that themselves and they use it illegitimately because it was already owned. So yes, you have to protect your intellectual properties. Okay. The thing about us, bro, that we learned from, and Brain Manosphere can testify, is that in this country, we were bamboozled out of a lot of our patents because we had some great ideas, but we didn't know about patent. And the white man said, okay, let me listen. And he patented our ideas. Okay. So we were unprotected. Now we're smart enough today, right, to patent our ideas, to get our masters, right? A lot of artists today know how to negotiate for their masters and publishing deals. So, brother, we're not going to apologize for protecting our intellectual properties. We're smart enough now that shit don't work anymore. We're not going to be left to be taking advantage of the predators. So yes, Tariq protected the name FBA, just like everybody protect. Well, first of all, Puerto Rico. I heard Puerto Rico is patent or trademark. So all these names, my boy, and there are people named Puerto Rican, right? There are people called that. It's a country. But I didn't fact check it, but I heard that Puerto Rico is also trademarked. So, bro, it's common sense to protect it because culture vultures will come behind and trademark it and undermine it. They will now, since I trademarked it, I own the usage of merchandise and sales. I can now sell headphones and call it FBAs. So I could undermine your entire movement because you left it unprotected. So, brother, what you're saying is nothing. It's a nothing burger. They came by and they protected their intellectual properties so nobody can use that in a way to undermine or disrespect what we got going on. Because that would be a huge setback. Let's say if FBA is now used as the new identifier for Black Americans. Now, but we didn't trademark it. So now some white rednecks can come by and say they can name a burning cross, FBA. Right? Hey, look, they could burn a new cross and say, hey, that's the FBA cross. It's the foundational Black American cross and it's burning. Disrespectful. They can do that. So now our name, when you Google it, what will come up is a burning cross from some white supremacist or whatever, or a burning of whatever they want to do. Yes, bro, we're smart, bro. No, we're not gonna be unprotected. We on game. Tariq, Yvette, and other Black people smart. What are you doing, man? Get in there.
Is FBA a race or ethnic group? And is it recognized by the federal government or any of the classification? Like,
get in there. Okay.
But for example, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander or white.
Get in there. Okay. So Black Manosphere. This is what we got to do with, brother. The civil rights movement was not acknowledged by the FBI. Everybody you're saying, the civil rights movement was not acknowledged by those same people until 1964. Okay, so brother, for something to be acknowledged in this country, because no Black people fight like us in the world. Nobody fight like us. We know how to fight, and we know some fights takes 100 years, like the civil rights movement. Okay. So for it to get your respect on the name. So, bro, right now, currently, no, nothing. Everything is a fight. Okay, we are the only Black minority in the country. All the other cowards. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm not done answering. All the other Black cowards are the majority, and they can't get shit done. We are the minority, and we get shit cooking. So no. So right. FBA, because it's fairly new, only like 3 years old. No, but it's gaining wide steam, wide momentum. And guess what, brother? This might not be the actual term when the smoke clears. It could easily be ADOS. It can easily be American Freedmen. It could be some shit I come up with or something Black Manosphere come up with, or the other brother, Greg Phillips. It could be Moorish American. Okay, so that's not the point. The point is for all of us, because even in chat, brother, some of us remixed it. Not everybody agreed with the acronym. Some of us said freemen black Americans. That bro, the chat remixed it so many times. Everybody got their we like it for now, but some of us like better terms that we think is more fitting for us, bro. So let me just put you on that. But for right now, we respect the concept. The concept is that we need a self-identifier. It could be pancakes. Okay, it's the fact that we're all getting on court, and Raymond Simone, a celebrity, also put that out there. Hey, we need our own name. So, bro, it's gaining momentum and it's gaining steam. So it don't have to be FBA. It could be pancakes, right? It could be. Oh wait! I gotta be exhausted. I'm done in 2 seconds. So it's the fact that we agree that we need to be called something exclusive from everybody else in the world. That is what we on code on. Go ahead.
All right, so you're basically associating a term that other people may or may not even agree to. Like
Okay.
for instance, I could say Farrakhan is a pan-Africanist. I could say that Martin Luther King is a pan-African, even though they never identified themselves as, even though they probably disagree and say I'm not a pan-African.
I got it.
Oh, hold on. Just like, for example,
I got the example. You don't gotta keep going on. I got the example. So, brother, when the term African American was introduced by Jesse Jackson, did we all agree to it? Did 43 million people agree to African American when it was introduced, or was it forced on us?
The majority did.
Now you a fucking piece of shit liar. Okay, this is a tether. Now, this is a Jamaican piece of shit, filthy tether. To sit here now, bro, what stats you got? What poll you got? You can show us that the majority of us agree, bro. We were calling ourselves black, you stupid banana boat nigga. We were saying we were black.
So show me the stats then.
Okay, yeah, dude, you're stupid. And you're Jamaican, bro. I don't need to. You're a Jamaican filthy tether, man. Your country is a piece of shit. That's why you over here asking dumbass questions. Now let me ask you a question. What's the GDP per capita in Jamaica?
We went through that already.
No, I'm asking you right now.
I don't know off the top of my head.
$6,000. Are you proud of that?
Nah, we could do better.
All right, so chat. When y'all say I'm patient, I agree. I am patient, but I am patient, but I can only take but so much tether, bad boy. You did before I explode. So as you can see, trying to have an honest conversation with dishonest people. Tethers are not honest. Tethers don't make up they don't represent all of immigrants, right? Tethers are immigrants for sure, and they are particular immigrants. Okay, you have they are the filthy class of immigrants, right? You have good immigrants that make an honest living. You know, they handle their business and they're legal. You got the filthy immigrants who are mostly illegal and are liars. Okay, so again, like the dude was trying to rebound from that electric car bullshit that I knew was garbage. And why did we even get there? Most of y'all don't even know why we end up getting to that. Why did we end up getting to the electric car mumble jumble? And I'm going to show you how we got there. Okay, so he was trying to justify why pan-Africanism has done nothing since its existence. And pan-Africanism is a white man's ideology in the first place. It was American colonization. Okay, cool. What the S stands for? American colonization. What services or? Let me see. I always forget the S. American society. American Colonization Society. Pan-Africanism was their idea, and they designated Liberia. So that's not something we did or these booty scratchers. They didn't come up with the designated location in Liberia. They didn't even have a location. It was a white man who established Liberia. So he was talking about these countries, and Derek made a good point. Like what they do is these tethers, and it's mainly tethers, but you might have some FBA Pan-Africanists that borrow tether talking points. So what they do is they cherry pick certain African nations who got some momentum, might be doing well. And what they would do is they would give that country the red, black, and green flag when the country don't represent the red, black, and green flag. Yeah, that's kind of what white supremacists do. That's why I say our tethers team white supremacy, because they borrow their playbook. So what they'll do is they'll tag Pan-Africanism to one of these foreign black countries that's up to good, right? And they're not Pan-African at all. Like Derek said, every black leader, every black foreign leader isn't Pan-Africanist. Which I didn't think to ask that clown yesterday was okay, Ghana and Kwame, how come we're now getting citizenship? And it's not just us, it's the entire world's open to the citizenship from Ghana. But if they were all Pan-Africanists, how come they didn't set up something exclusively for us, right? Aren't we all Pan-Africanists? The white man, the first Pan-Africanist was a white man. And he set up something for us. He said, hey, black folks, black Americans, you get citizenship he said you get full citizenship in Liberia. So even the white man knew, the first Pan-Africanist, the white man knew to give a citizenship somewhere in Africa. All right. So they got one up on these tethers and their new Pan-Africanist model. Because I recall Marcus Garvey piggybacking on the ACS ideology as far as back to Liberia. You see, Marcus Garvey ain't say back to somewhere else. So that's why, you got people, you got tethers in the chat who would talk trash. But I'm like, hey man, let's just, or even just maybe they're not tethers. Maybe they just people disagree. It's like, hey, well, let's have a conversation on it. An honest one, not where you just can randomly talk about anything you want. Let's talk about this Pan-Africanist stuff. All right. Okay. So I'm going to cover some things real fast. So I want to tackle this first. Shit. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, I want to tackle this right fast. So I came across, Tariq put out so many videos that it'd be some stuff you never seen before. So I seen like a title from 3 months ago. So I'm like, hey, when did this come out? So I clicked it and it was very interesting. So I said, all right, I watched it and I'm going to play a couple parts of it. I'm not going to play the whole thing. All right, so give me a second. So it was a Nigerian lady saying she's not black, which is like funny because Tethers would say, hey, you guys say we're not black and we don't say that. And sometimes we will say it, right? So, okay. Sometimes we'll say it and sometimes we don't say it. But some of us don't say it, some of us say it because we have our own connotative meaning when we say they're not black, right? And I get it. It can be confusing. But what about when Tethers say they're not black? Does that hold any weight? So when they say it's one-sided because they got they got one eye, right? They're cyclops. They're not using both their eyes. They're not looking at it from a tether position. So I'm gonna show you Tethers saying they're not black. And this is what I did not catch when I watched Tariq on this video Tariq dropped. All right, so here we are. Hold on, let me throw this over here. Let me extend this right here. Okay, now we're here. Okay, damn. So it's some questions in the chat. So I missed a Tether actually asked a question and I missed it. Okay, here we are. We're here now.
I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black.
Okay, so Tethers, do you consider this? So like I said, sometimes we do say it, but we have like our own, just like I'm sure she got her own definition. Why she's saying she's not black, because the look test, she failed that. You know, she looked black to me, right? Right. But in her mind, obviously, she has a different definition of what she would consider black. So we want to just see if I'm gonna give her a chance to try to explain why she says she's not black. All right. So let's do this. Let's do this. I'm gonna give her a chance to explain herself. I'm not gonna do like a tether and just hear catch words and be like, hey.
Okay, hear me out.
My fault. Okay. Okay, we're gonna hear you out.
Let me say that again.
So again, remember, the claim from Tethers is that only we say they're not black, right? They don't say they're not black as well. Only we say it. And it's one-sided. This looked like a two-sided coin to me right here.
I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black, okay? Hear me out.
Okay.
Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't, but just curb racism in a small way. Stop referring to yourself as black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh and like, this is black. I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where I come from. So I understand when you say black British or black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously.
All right. So we're waiting on it because almost all of us watching knew it was going to be a shot at us over Jamaicans, you know, the Caribbean or Haiti. It was going to be us, right? We knew that because she said black British, right? And then she said black American. So we already knew this filthy Nigerian was going. I would love for her to speak to those floating slums in her country. But no problem. Let's keep hearing her out.
You're just a person, American, but so I understand when you say black British or black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously.
Now keep in mind at her face is cake soaked up. A person saying somebody don't know where they come from,
She says she's brown. Ma'am, you look brown because you mixed the cake soap with your black skin, so you look brown now. That's how you water down something. You mix it with light stuff, white stuff. So I'm sure if you take that cake soap off, you're gonna look like the black spots in your shirts. But let's keep going.
You say black British or black American because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color because it further, pushes the racism narrative and further.
Okay.
Drowning.
Okay. All right. My fault. I'm on the wrong channel. So I'm not on Unbiased Ron. I'm on, as you can see, FB Defense Unit. Only a biased Ron got the ad blockers. My fault. So let me mute this and get rid of this. And in fact, let me switch over so we ain't got to worry about another commercial. Okay, so let's not worry about another commercial.
Yeah, that's where I come from. But just to curb racism in a small way, stop referring to yourself as black. If you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh and like, this is black. I'm brown. When I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh.
Yeah, look how she said black.
When I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh.
Hey, look how she made it sound hard. Look at how she say black. Look at her face. Look at her lips. She's the one making it sound so hard. Look at this bad witch. Look.
When I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so.
Hey, she made black sound like black. Hey, the self-hatred and the wig and everything she got going on is amazing. Look how she say black. Like black. Yeah, this is what comical.
I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so.
Look how she did her. Well, I got to slow motion this. Look how she did her tongue when she said black. Yeah, she made it sound like throw up. Oh, this is hilarious.
It just sounds black.
Oh my God. And I'm supposed to unite with this? Nah.
Refer to me as black. It just sounds.
Oh, no. No, not me.
Sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color because it further, pushes the racism narrative and further.
Here we go. All right, let's get it in.
Okay, so this is how they truly feel. So with us, listen, family, with us, they're playing chess. If we call them black, they hate it because they feel like you're saying that they don't know where they're coming from. In their mind, black is a term. Black is like X, like Malcolm X, right? He don't know his last name. That's how they view being called black as an ethnic identifier. Okay. But then when we say they're not black, when we agree with her and say, yeah, you're not black, you're actually Nigerian, black is exclusive to us, they get mad again. Oh, no, you said we're not black. So this is what they're doing to us. This is a white supremacist trick 200 years ago. Okay, so now let's go into. So now we heard her say why she's not black. right? She feels like black is like X. It's like X, like Malcolm X. It represents the unknown. Okay, I hear you. Okay, so this is why we say you're not black. Listen to the reasons why we say you're not black, and we are. Right. So we kind of agree to some extent there with the word black. We say you're not sometimes. Okay. And you pick and choose when you want to be included in that blackness. Okay. All right. So let me do this.
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed. Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed.
Oh, my fault. It's not playing the whole thing. Let me get to it.
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in
So you see, this is 2007. This is many years before the Tariq and Yvette speaking on this.
Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed.
All right, I don't know why it's doing that, but let's just get to the video.
Obama will announce his candidacy. Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. House Divided speech. Freed the slaves. Obama isn't the descendant of slaves.
Obama isn't a descendant of slaves. Okay, so far, the white man is agreeing in 2007, Obama is not black like us. And I think this is going on his second term. I think he's trying to do a double term. All right.
His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Divided speech.
Okay, so anyway, let's get out of there.
Summary. Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not.
Okay, you see? So we do sometimes say you tethers are not black. Okay? And sometimes you tethers say you're not black as well. So it's like we're even. It's like, okay, so what's the argument? You're saying you're not black. We're saying you're not black. What's good? Okay. All right. Now, again, the Nigerian lady, she explained why she's not black. She said she looked at black as an X. It means the unknown. You're not sure where you come from. Okay. Okay. And that's why she don't believe she's black. And it's like black. Don't call me black. It's just so hard. You know, she see it as like throw up. Okay. So now we're going to explain how you're not black as well, but in a different way. Shit.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
Okay, so that's what that means. Okay, so now, Tethers, we understand when you say you're not black, we understand it. We don't have to agree. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we understand when you say you're not black. Okay, so now you understand when we say you're not black, what we mean is that you are not a descendant of slaves. You're not Das. So you see, both of us are using the same word, but we have different ways to express it, different ways to define it. And as you can see, it can cause a little bit confusion if you're non-FBA or non-tether, right? So, but the white man even agreed. So people are selective confused to it. People actually get it when they hear it. So when she said he's not black, and she explained, the white man got it because even he said earlier that Obama was at something where Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but it wasn't something that Obama could anchor to because he wasn't a descendant of slaves. So even the white man understand that these tethers, they're not black in a sense of DOS, DOS. And you see at some degree tethers will even admit and say they're not black as well. So look, we just saved y'all the headache. FBA, ADOS, American Freedmen. Is he? Cool. So we don't gotta argue who's black and who's not any further. Okay. All right. So now so Tariq had an interesting back and forth with a tether on that same video. Okay, so I'm going to go there. Hold on. So let me pull that video back up. All right, let me pull that video back up. Shoot. I gotta change my account back so it can be in my history again. So that's what we mean by a lot of tethers are team white supremacy. They're basically taking notes from the playbook, and the playbook is called A Birth of a Nation.
Let's get it.
That is the talking points that they're borrowing. They're borrowing the talking points from the folks who came up with A Birth of a Nation.
So
Yeah, that.
hold you on.
Thank you so much. I agree with you. Yeah, there's like an entitlement there. Well, love Gore. What's up, man?
What's good, Tyreek?
What's on your mind?
So I'm what you would call a non-FBA. So since you wanted somebody to come up here to talk, I just had a couple questions.
Go and where are you from, by the way?
I'm Haitian.
Haitian, there you go. So what's on your mind?
So I learned about this FBA thing about like 3 months ago.
Okay.
When the whole Haitian thing happened. And to be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you, I kind of got a little pissed off.
Why so?
Because with the Haitian eating cats thing happened, but now I'm a little bit more calm about it. I've read a lot about it. Even with the there's a lot of videos on Twitter. You can just look it up and you'll find a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds dope. Sounds like a good thing, honestly. I don't see if any other people are getting mad at it. They're honestly stupid.
Yeah.
But with the whole FBA against immigrants thingy, it kind of seemed one-sided, to be honest.
Really?
Like, yeah, but I don't really see a lot of like Haitians or Jamaicans or even Africans. I'm not saying there's none, but with the amount of shit I've read on Twitter about the FBA thing, I don't see a lot of immigrants just talking shit. I don't really see it. Or even saying that they deserve reparation. And that, if they say that, that's a stupid thing to say, especially in America.
Man, dude, there's been a whole bunch of them. Now here's the thing. We've shut a lot of them down, so they're not doing it as much because there's pushback now, and we're shutting it down.
And that's what FBA Defensive Unit actually is. That's how I came up with that title. I felt like it was going on too much on the low level. So you got the high level people with, influence, right? Like the academics tethering the math half. And I felt like Tariq could address them. But I felt like there are the low level tethers like Kwame, like American Dream, AD, that Tariq Nasheed will never ever speak to. But but these folks with their rhetoric, as puny as they are right now, if they go unchecked, they can become a DJ Academics, right? And now all of a sudden, Tariq got to face this new DJ Academics. So what I said was, let me kill them on the cockroach level before they become, these Godzillas, these monster rats. Let me kill them on a cockroach level before they even get to that point. And that's how I got the idea FBA defensive unit. It was to get low, like Lil Jon and the East Side Boys on these damn cockroaches, you know. So I stop them out before they even grow to a big, filthy, exotic rat like Godzilla. And I'm doing that. I'm making them look dumb. So when they ever try to grow, you guys can refer back to these videos when they already got stomped out. So they'll never grow. They'll never become that toxic rat like Godzilla. They'll stay a crushed cockroach.
But let's be very clear. A lot of Black immigrants or Caribbean and African immigrants, they would be in our mix doing a lot of stuff to undermine us for a long time, brother. For a long time. That's one of the reasons why we said, hey, who the hell are these people? We had to stop and ask questions and say, hey, man, where's this cat from? Where's this girl from? Why are they talking against certain things that are progressive? And then,
So let me ask you this: are you taking an example of this one delusional person on Twitter and extrapolating?
No. See, that's the thing. It ain't just one or two delusional people.
Right.
It was a number of people, and for a while we kind of ignored them. But the problem was,
and Chaotic Truth was one of
some
these
of these
folks
people
trying to
started
grow.
to be elevated into political positions. That's when it really became a problem.
Like who?
Barack Obama.
Oh my God.
Kamala Harris.
Jesus Christ. Wait, isn't she Indian? Why is she don't even matter.
Yes. And what's she running around here doing?
Cosplaying is what?
Well,
huh?
Saying that she's black.
Right.
Exactly.
You see what where I'm going? You see where I'm going with it? Right.
But are they really targeting Black American and talking trash about them?
Dude,
or maybe they're just trying to fit in a little, which is kind of weird.
Barack Obama didn't do a damn thing to help us. He ran as the so-called first Black president and didn't do a damn thing to help us. We sat out here getting slaughtered in the damn streets. He sat up here giving resources to the police as they slaughtered us and didn't do a damn thing. Eric Holder, another tether, who is his DOJ, they didn't punish nobody. So we start looking like, okay, why are these people who are supposed to be Black
our team white
in these
supremacy
positions and they ain't doing nothing for us? And then we start looking at their backgrounds and we're like, hey, too many of these people got these foreign backgrounds, so this can't be a coincidence. This seems very intentional. So we started looking at everybody's background.
Wait, so I'm a little young, right? I'm 18. Maybe I don't know much about them, but do you really think that these people run shit, or there's other people in the background pulling the shit?
But the thing is, they are being the
face,
Black faces of white supremacy,
which is enough.
That's a problem. You understand what I'm saying? Because even if we get certain positions, foundational Black Americans, we're going to do something for most of us. If we get in certain positions, we try to look out. We pull people in and try to help out as many of the masses as we can. That's part of the culture. Even if we have to do it on the low. For example, our great brother Booker T. Washington, he would play the game in the mainstream media for the white supremacists, and he would get money from them. He'd be, oh, yes, we ain't trying to cause no trouble, cast down your buckets where you are. We're not trying to impede on the white people. We're just trying to work hard as Black folks, He played that game and the white people gave him millions of dollars, but behind the scenes, he was funding radical groups. He couldn't stand them damn white supremacists. So he was looking out on the back end. Marion Barry is another one. He was looking out for the people of D.C. He was a great mayor. He was on the pipe, but he was a great mayor nonetheless. So a lot of us will bring folks in as foundational Black Americans. We'll look.
All right, so why don't you think that why don't you think that FBAs don't get put in those type of positions like where Barack Obama is right now? Why is it that it's just only immigrants?
Because they understand that these immigrants from different ethnicities, they're not going to be on code with us. So it's easy for them to neglect us without.
So when he says 18 years old, that's a good observation, Muck Muck. He's talking about his United States identification, his new identification, because when we don't know how old they are, we just look at them and we give them the January 1st birthday and be like, hey, man, how old you want to be, bro? Dude, be 45 like a mug. Yeah, I'm 18. Okay, whatever. You 18. All right, cool. That's immigration for you. All right, you're 18. And they're allowed to cosplay as an 18-year-old.
Without it messing with their conscience. That's what I'm
I don't believe a tether 18-year-old is really interested like that in this environment.
saying. We instinctively, if we're from a lineage, we see other people from our lineage, we have somewhat of a camaraderie with them. So we will generally look out for people from our lineage. And they know this, but they also understand that a foreigner who really has no lineage connection with us, but they have the aesthetics of blackness, that's a perfect tool for the white supremacists.
Right.
I'll give you an example, like Candace Owens.
Like they're like the new blackface.
A lot of white right-wing think tanks like to use Candace Owens as their attack dog on black people.
Right.
She says a lot.
Larry Elder.
A lot of things specifically denigrating about foundational Black Americans, but she identifies as Caribbean. She just did an interview recently saying that she has Caribbean bias and there's certain Caribbean women she won't talk bad about.
Mm-hmm.
The white people know this. They know that kind of mindset. And they understand us as foundational Black Americans. If we get in certain positions of power, we're going to open the door for a whole bunch of other people. That's just how we do. Just like in the Hollywood system, our good brother Eddie Murphy, foundational Black American, Eddie put a bunch of people on. Eddie to put a bunch of people on. A lot of these foreigners, they ain't about to put on nobody. In fact, some of these foreign actors, they'll get money here and then say, well, we're going to open up a school for actors in Nigeria. We're going to open up a movie studio over here in this other country somewhere to help British and West African people. You know what I'm saying? So they know that they're going to have more of a camaraderie with their own people. Let me get Professor Allen in here. Professor Allen, hop in, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? What's going on, family? I just wanted to kind of hop on. You said Booker T. Washington, and man, I just had to back that up. That's true. Booker T. I want to tell y'all, Booker T. met.
Yeah, so he made me look this up, but I wasn't sure if this was true or not. I said, let me look this up.
Had got a meeting with the rulership class of the United States, the Carnegies and the Rockefellers. And he told them in public venue, hey, I'm gonna build a school because I'm paraphrasing our brother, but he was like, the Negro can't do nothing. I'm gonna make a school for janitors and for so we can work with our hands. We good at working with our hands. I'm gonna make a school for maids and for carpenters. Give me money to make a school for the carpenters and the maids and the janitors. And they're like, oh, I like that boy. He's a good boy. They gave him millions of dollars, and Booker T made the greatest engineering school in the history of the United States called Tuskegee. Y'all need to check out Tuskegee. It's gorgeous. The United States military uses Tuskegee to create weapons projects. So, but he tricked them, and there's some speculation that cost him his life. Yeah,
my man. Thank you for putting that in context. Yes, indeed. Yeah, he finessed them. Booker T.
Yeah, so when they're done building that, I was doing my research behind that because I said, let me look into that because sometimes it's important to make sure. Not sometimes. It's always important to make sure the information that feels good is also actual factual.
Because I was having a little debate with Jesse Lee Peterson one time, and he was like, well, how come y'all can't be like Booker T. Washington? Booker T. was like, yeah, there's a lot of black folks out here who use race as a crutch. I said, man, Booker T. Washington was conning these white supremacists. He couldn't stand these people. He was hustling them out of money. just like Professor Allen said. It's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna build a little old country school, and we're just gonna train the Negroes to pick cotton. Man, he brought down super genius George Washington Carver, who changed the game. You understand? Who created Chemurgy, which was another form of biochemistry that changed science and agriculture. George Washington Carver's techniques really saved the agrarian South. They were messing up the soil by overproducing cotton in the South. White people, they'll just plant something is working, they'll just keep planting it over and over. But if you just keep planting the same shit over and over, you mess up the soil. So, and I talked about this the other day. George Washington Carver said, hey, we need to put them peanuts and
George Bush
sweet potatoes and
ducking
things
the
like that
shoe.
in the soil to put that nitro and nutrients in there and get the soil back. And that turned it around. So yeah, we had geniuses down there in Tuskegee, man. But go ahead.
Yeah. Let me speak to those blacks, those FBAs, Jaquan. A lot of these FBAs blacks that you're speaking about, who think Candace Owens are speaking to their talking points. Some of them came on this show actually. I'm gonna call them out by name. So you got Focus and you got IBM. They watch a lot of Candace Owens and they really think that she speaks to their talking points. Yes, I agree. She's not speaking in your favor. Like, dude, like that girl is a complete buffoon. Yo, we can't be as desperate to go find somebody who says something we say and then champion them, right? Or they might agree with something that you agree with, and then you champion them as like, hey, this is no. If I play a white supremacist, right? If I play a white supremacist and they're saying something that we said, it's just for that reason only. I'm not going to champion them afterwards like they're just so brilliant. So yeah, Candace Owens is a fool, right? Nothing about her brilliant. She can even pretend to be smart correctly. Like nothing about her it convinced me that she's brilliant, educated, or not. She's a fool behind a large podcast. Okay. Her ignorance shows in all of her debates. She's a horrible debater.
Love.
So yeah, one more question before I leave. What do you think of an FBA reproducing with a black immigrant?
That happens all the time.
Should that be happening?
Yeah, people, if you listen, if a foundational black American man meets a Haitian woman and y'all click, yeah, y'all do what you do. That's human nature. There's nothing wrong with getting with people from different ethnicities. Why would that be a problem?
So we shouldn't get these niggas out of here back to their country. Isn't that the
No. We don't have a problem with Haitians or anybody. You got
It's you
I
damn
did a movie
Tethers.
about the Haitian Revolution. I love the history of Haiti. They did some phenomenal things in the 17 and early 1800s. That was some bullshit they were doing. Yeah, the Sambo class ended up undermining everybody. That happened later, but just militarily, the way they put the smack down on the British and the French and the Spanish, that's very commendable. And I did a movie breaking that down. We don't have a problem with immigrants. We're cool with immigrants. The problem we have when y'all start sending the Cynthia Rivos and the Myron Gaines and all of these people over here, the Vivex, when y'all send them over here, that's a problem. That's a
that guy's a problem.
You know what I'm saying? And another part of the problem is y'all don't be telling us about them. You understand? Y'all don't warn us about these niggas. Y'all don't be saying shit, and that's a problem. We'll tell you about our Sambos. When Jesse Lee Peterson walk in the room, we'll pull everybody to the side, like, oh, okay, listen, let me explain who this nigga is. This is Jesse Lee Peterson. He's a Sambo. He's gonna say something stupid, so just ignore him. We'll let you know who the Sambos are.
Yeah.
Hey, those women, that's Diamond and Silk. So hey, that dude over there.
Right, like IBM and Focus. I mean, they are pseudo as hell, and I'm doing right now. I warn y'all. Y'all can do what y'all want, but it's my job to warn y'all. And y'all, I'm gonna follow after them and borrow their talking points. That's on you. But I did my job. I did my job.
That's Larry Elder. He gonna say some stupid ass shit, so don't even trip. So we give people a heads up. We get on our Sambos. We get on them. Dude, we had a Sambo award. We had the plantation.
Hey, yo, I keep forgetting to look up Larry Elder talking points.
Celebration awards out here where we're giving trophies out to Sambos. So yeah, we take care of it. We let people know about the Sambo class. Y'all don't let us know about the Myron gangs. They just show up and just wreck shit. And y'all don't say nothing. Nobody warns us. Nobody gives us a heads up or nothing. So then we start dealing with these cats. Other people start catching strays, unfortunately. That's why y'all need to start saying something.
So you're saying that like we don't hold those type of people?
No, y'all don't. Y'all don't be telling us nothing. And in fact, y'all start really getting on us for checking people. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't say nothing to y'all Sambo class. Y'all don't say nothing. And
what if I
go ahead?
What if I tell you that most immigrants wouldn't agree with what they're saying? And to be fair, the reason why they got demonetized on YouTube was because of Abba and Preach. And those guys, you would classify them as...
Oh, man, this dude, Larry Elder's a failure. 3K views, 8, 9. Oh, man. And only when he talks about Trump or, he gets the big views. Oh, I'm thinking this guy was like he's like chaotic truth. Oh, man. This guy no big deal. What's his talking points about foundation? Let me try to see if he talks about foundational. Let me type in FBA. Okay, nothing comes up. All right, he a clown. Ain't nothing really here. Yeah. Yeah, he don't really talk about nothing. Okay. So maybe this one shuts down racism. All right, so let me type in racist. Let me see his views on racism. Oh shit, I spelled reparations wrong. Why reparations will actually hurt. Okay, so that's something to listen. See his dumbass talking point. Okay, so these some videos we can play. He's saying Democrats. Let me hear this dumbass. Okay. What else? What else? Oh, racism. Let me see the dumbass. Okay. Okay. Now this is what I want. That one right there. Okay. Where's the proof of systemic racism? Okay. Now that's what I want to see. All right. Let's finish this out.
As immigrants as well. One Haitian and the other one Ethiopian.
Okay.
I mean, we check them all the time, but to be honest, Myron Gaines, whatever his name is.
Oh, let me go over. Okay, so fatherless homes. I mean, well, some of the stuff is true, but there's a reason for these things. Like racism is true, but there's a reason for them. So when you say fatherless homes, just I want to hear his because just because he says it and address it doesn't mean it's not true. Okay, but so because it's what Myron goes on and Focus and people like that. But just because they said it doesn't mean it's not true. But I would like to hear their point, because their fatherless homes are a problem, obviously. But there's a reason for that, and it goes back to systemic racism. So for him to deny systemic racism, but acknowledge fatherless homes being a problem, it's like, dude, like you're trying to rig the game.
Most of his followers are not black people or immigrants. They're just a bunch of white kids.
No, there are some Sudanese and East African immigrants who follow.
Yeah, but I stomped out Chaotic Truth over here, so we ain't got to worry about him anymore. So that's what I mean. Like, this channel was set up to stop these cockroaches before they grow to these big, exotic Godzilla rats, and I'm doing a good job.
Follow him because they've called here. We've had them.
Really?
Yeah, they've called up here, and they're like, "Yeah, we're from the Sudan, we're from Ethiopia, we're from Somalia," and then they start talking, and I'm like, "Wait a minute." They say some real off the wall stuff, and I'm like, "Are you a fan of Myron Gaines?" Yeah, I love Myron Gaines. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. Y'all sound just like this guy. So he's not an anomaly. There's a lot of people from where he's from who have the same anti-FBA mindset. He just says the loud part out that they're not supposed to say. And that's why nobody really checks him, because deep down, there's a lot of people who are immigrants like him who agrees with him. And that's a problem. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah,
all right, that's all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Yeah, man, y'all got to start checking these fools. Y'all don't check them, because when we get them,
right,
then all of a sudden, everybody's catching strays. That's what happens. People gonna catch some strays.
Okay, all right. So let's get out of that. Let's look at some Larry Elder talking points. Oh, 25 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna watch that in my own time. That's way too long.
Good news, I've been selected by President Trump to be a member of a commission called the Social Status of Black Men and Boys. I'm really looking forward to seeing what I can do about what I consider to be the number one problem in America, and the number one problem facing Black America in particular, and that is the large number of kids growing up without fathers. I mentioned this on the Lou Dobbs show when he congratulated me on my appointment, and my appearance prompted a very interesting letter from an OBGYN. First,
Okay, so I believe I can actually cook him, just by his stance, because listen, conservative states, they produce more fatherless homes, or let me say this, they are responsible for more fatherless homes than liberal states. So just that off the back, I'll cook them on that. So it's like, hey, man, like, you're so against fatherless homes, and that's the number one problem to Black, society. Then why do you guys have policies that promote or allow more fatherless homes than the liberal states?
My appearance in the letter.
I want to congratulate you on your presidential appointment to the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys. Congratulations, and tell us what the Commission hopes to accomplish.
Well, thank you very much for it, Lou. Well, we just now set it up, so we're just now getting started about our agenda. I know what I hope to accomplish. I hope to raise the issue that the number one issue facing Black America is not systemic racism, although that's what people are in the street fighting about right now. The number one issue facing Black America is a large number of Black kids who are raised without fathers. I quoted to you before Obama, who said,
which stems from systemic racism. Like, so that's the part that him and Myron try to ignore, and that's the part I'm going to connect. I'm gonna plug that into the fatherless homes, and we're gonna cook from there.
a kid raised without
And by the way, that's what I've been researching in the background. Most of my extensive research been cooking on fatherless homes and how systemic racism plays the ultimate part in that. So I would love to speak to these guys and plug that in there and see how they could disconnect that from fatherless homes.
one issue facing Black America is a large number of Black kids who are raised without fathers. I've quoted to you before Obama, who said a kid raised without a dad is 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Now, the question is, why are 70% of Black kids today raised without fathers? I argue that there's a connection between that and the welfare state. I believe that our welfare state has incentivized women to marry the government and
Oh, so this is where Focus got his. Hey, man, if y'all look at my welfare debate or birth control debate with Focus, I told y'all, chat, they borrow these arguments, and that's why I cooked them so bad. That's why I said, hey, let's debate welfare. First of all, we're not on welfare, right? Like the way they would like us to lie. Welfare, and part of my systemic racism, that's probably like the longest research, the longest argument I probably have is not what you guys been hearing. The longest argument I have will be the fatherless homes and systemic racism is very long. Okay, because it's a lot of research, there's a lot of branches connected to that tree. All right, so I try to tackle all the branches. But okay, so that's where Focus, because Focus said the exact same thing. So now, do you guys believe Focus came up with that idea, or this guy did? Did he watch Focus, or Focus watch him? All right, so let me go back. Wow. And that's when I know these guys can't beat me in debates, because they can't research better than me. Right? It's so easy to find their source. Their source is never research. Their sources are people. But they'll tell you that we regurgitate Tariq Nasheed and Yvette, when these guys literally regurgitate Larry Elder and Candace Owens and Myron Gaines and Andrew Tate and people like that.
Incentivizing men to abandon their financial welfare state has incentivized others. I argue that there's a connection between that and the welfare state. I believe that our welfare state has incentivized women to marry the government and is incentivizing men to abandon their financial.
Okay, so now, okay. So the welfare state and their incentives. My brother, that's called systemic racism. The welfare state did not do that at first. The welfare state comes from the New Deal, 1930, was it 4, 33, 34? With the Social 34 or 35 actually, with the Social Security Act. So welfare is part of the New Deal, and so is the Social Security Act. They all come from the New Deal. So the New Deal introduced the ADC, which is welfare for white women only. Okay, and then it morphed to the AFDC, where it's no longer about the woman or the child. It was no longer about the child. It was about the family. The F in the ADC stands for family, and we were locked out of that welfare. Okay, then we got welfare that morphed out of the ADFC or ADFC, right? And that involved us, but we couldn't get it. We didn't meet the requirements. And for those who snuck in, they created the man in the house rule. So it's like, dude, that's called systemic racism, dumbass. It was systematic. So like this is an easy argument for these guys. It's like, okay, your government, right, came up with welfare, right or wrong. Like they had to just, I mean, like again, they're just being delusional and in denial. This is just too easy to debunk. Like, dude, you guys came up with, your government came up with the man in the house rule, where it incentivized, no, not even incentivized. They physically came to the homes of Black women and checked to see if men lived there. If they did, their benefits were suspended, and most times just completely terminated. All right, so yeah, so far the argument is weak, it's selective, it's cherry pick research. He's not looking at the full data on purpose. He's not looking at the role that systemic racism played, which I just said. Welfare comes from the government, and the government put out the man in the house rule. Okay, so let's look at that. Let's do a quick Google search on the man in the house rule. So y'all know I'm biased. Don't research like Kwame or American Dream or Focus or IBM. Okay. The man in the house rule was a former welfare policy to families. If an adult male resided in the household, okay, let me stretch it out. I can't stand Google. Okay. The man in the house rule was a former welfare policy that denied benefits to families if an adult male raised in the household, even if he wasn't providing financial support, which was struck down by the Supreme Court in 1968. Okay, so let's get a more detailed explanation. What is it? In the 1960s, some states, I wonder which states, and jurisdictions implemented man in the house rules as part of their welfare programs, particularly to aid to families with dependent. You see, that's the AFDC I just talked about. That was first called the ADC. See, AFDC. Particularly the aid to families with dependent children, AFDC program. I might have said ADFC, AFDC. These rules stipulated that families, especially those headed by women, would be ineligible for benefits if an adult male was present in the same household. Okay. Rationale and flaws. The rationale behind these rules was that the presence of an adult male meant the family did not require assistance as the man was expected to provide for the family. By the way, we were highly unemployed. And also the employment we had did not count because the Social Security Act, all these places, welfare, you had domestic and agricultural work did not count. Like, so they really just disregarded what we did for work. They said did not count for eligibility, right? That's literally what they did. All right. So the assumption disregarded the reality of many families, including those where the male partner was unemployed or unable to work, which is Jim Crow. Like you would think, like, why would you expect us to be working when job discrimination was like legal as hell? Okay, enforcement. These rules were enforced through intrusive inspections, sometimes even unannounced home visits to determine if a man was present. Okay, impact. The man in the house rule had a significant impact on families, particularly those headed by women, and was seen as a discriminatory policy that unfairly targeted certain demographics. My boy, the National Low Income Housing Coalition notes that the rules were enforced through highly invasive inspections. Okay. Anyway, we know who that was for. Okay, that was for us. That was for those discriminatory practices were reserved for FBA families. Because under the ADC, a man could be living in a home and still get welfare, still get housing. He just couldn't be the breadwinner.
And moral responsibility. And it's about time we have a conversation about that. And this administration is determined to do just that.
Good. Well, good for you, good for the president, and we wish you great success with the commission and achieving great things. Let me turn to now the NBA. Ratings down, game 2, 68%.
Institutional racism, systemic racism, structural racism, pernicious racism. Former AG Eric Holder says America is bedeviled by what he calls pernicious racism, something that America, he claims, is reluctant to address.
Though this nation has proudly thought of itself as a ethnic melting pot, in things racial, we have always been, and we, I believe, continue to be, in too many ways, essentially a nation of cowards.
In a speech, Mr. Holder cited 3 examples of pernicious racism. Example 1, the push for voter ID. Rather than addressing a supposedly widespread problem of voter fraud, these policies disproportionately disenfranchise African Americans, Hispanics, and other communities of color, and vulnerable populations such as the elderly. But interfering with or depriving a person of the right to vote should never be a political aim. It is a moral failing. End of quote. Really?
Republican State Senate leader Phil Berger denies that. He voted for a bill that passed on party lines.
Your state elections board said that they've only had 1 documented case of voter impersonation fraud in 2012. You say
the important thing is enhancing confidence in elections. This is something that is about making sure that when people show up to vote, they are who they say they are.
So blacks are too confused, too stupid, too ill-equipped to get voter ID?
Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think we don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so like, we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. Like, that's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this, some type of trick candy cameras?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
What does that say to you?
I know it's that. It's on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is around you?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Would you have a problem getting there if you had to get there?
No.
I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
Now, guess who supports voter ID? Blacks. Though many of the arguments for early voting and against voter ID frequently cite minorities voting access, non-whites' views of these policies don't differ markedly from those of whites. 77% of non-whites favor both policies, end of quote. The next example of pernicious racism given to us by Eric Holder is the disparate expulsion rates of black students.
There was a new report that shows African American students are nearly 4 times more likely to be suspended from school than their white classmates, and that trend begins in preschool.
Eric Holder claims the reason for the disparate rates has to do with racism. Codified segregation of public schools has been barred since Brown, but in too many of our school districts, significant divisions persist and segregation has reoccurred, including zero-tolerance school discipline practices that, while well-intentioned and aimed at promoting school safety, affect black males at a rate 3 times higher than their white peers, end of quote. Here's the problem. Jesse Jackson sued the Decatur, Illinois School Board, claiming that they were engaged in institutional racism. The school board expelled several students after a football game for fighting, and Jesse Jackson sued them, claiming that they were expelled because they were black. The Decatur School Board defended itself by pointing out all around the country, no matter the race of the teacher, no matter the race of the principal, no matter the race of the school board, black boys were disproportionately kicked out of school for bad behavior. The district judge threw out the lawsuit. Moral to the story, maybe, just maybe, it was the behavior of these black kids. Are you really prepared to accuse teachers? The teachers.
All right. So you gotta be careful. Chat, you gotta be careful. So what he's saying is true. All right. But he's ignoring what the definition of school to prison pipeline actually is. And so was IBM dumbass when he was on this podcast. Okay. So yes, when kids are suspended, right, according to the school to prison pipeline stats, they are being disruptive. They are suspended worthy of an offense, right? The offense is suspended worthy, right? All what he's saying is true. But what he so far, matter of fact, let me let him finish. Let me let him land his plane before I assume. Let me keep going.
Union on whom the Democratic Party depends, Are you willing to accuse these teachers of engaging in systemic institutional racism against the very students that they signed up to teach? Really? Now, disparate sentencing. In our criminal justice.
Okay, just like I knew he would ignore the rest of the story. Okay, so this is what's happening. Okay, so white kids who commit the same white students who commit the same violations worthy of suspension in school are not getting suspended. So those teachers, see, what he did was something foul. Those teachers and the school staff who decide to suspend those black people, they're not wrong because they got suspended for something worthy of suspension. What the real argument is, schools that are separate from those schools, right? White schools, majority white, populated, attended, enrolled, they are not suspending their kids for the same violations. They're being given, and different ways to handle that offense. Maybe a teacher parent conference, maybe put them on timeout or in school suspension, but they're being handled differently. They're not being sent home. Now, here's the thing: the school to prison pipeline. This is something else we can tackle. The prison pipeline starts when you send the kid home. What is there to do at home? There's a lot of grown people at home and other bad kids who are not in school. You see, so that's where the prison pipeline come in at. You're sending them home to like a poor community where nothing but bad influences there. They're, like he said earlier, they most likely grew up in a single parent home. So that means their parent is at work. Okay, so they're home to fend for themselves. They're home, they're home with their own devices, right? So now he can go walk to the liquor store, not liquor store. He could walk to the bodega, and he's going to see the bad kids out there, the ones that actually got kicked out for good or dropped out, right? Or he's going to see, the dope dealer, right? The big U type of guy out there recruiting. So that's how the prison pipeline is connected to the school thing, is when they're out of school, is when they're influenced with these negative influences, potentially. This is why truancy is a horrible thing. And it was being addressed, and that's like what Kamala Harris is known for, like, her DA career. She's known for tackling truancy because truancy is the same as, school suspension, because both of them don't have the kid. Both of them deals with kids not in school. So truancy, the kid is not suspended. They're just not going to school. Out of school suspension, the kid is out of school. So they're both out of school. And they're in poor communities where there's a lot of violence, a lot of negativity, a lot of negative influences. So that's the part he's missing. The part he did not include is that white kids commit the same offenses, violations, and they are not suspended. They are not sent home, nowhere near at the same level, or the same ratio, the same rate. So you see how they leave stuff, they give some truth and then leave the rest out. And he's team white supremacy. And if he's FBA, he's a coon. So we got a word for them too. They're coons. We got a word for tethers. We got a word for coons. And we got a word for white supremacists. There's a word for everybody who's on code with each other, right? So he misrepresented what the argument really was with the school to prison pipeline and Black students being suspended. They got to mix up truth with falsehood, or they'll give you some of the truth and won't give you all of the truth.
Justice system, systemic, unwarranted racial disparities remain disturbingly common. Disparate outcomes are not only shameful and unacceptable, they impede our ability to see that justice is done. A criminal justice system that treats groups of people differently and punishes them unequally has a much more negative impact than misguided words that we can reject out of hand, end of quote.
There is a history of racial disparities in the application of our
19.5% longer than a criminal defendant.
disparities in the application of our criminal laws.
It is true that a black criminal defendant will get a sentence 19.5% longer than a white criminal defendant who commits the same crime. What's also true is that the U.S. Sentencing Commission says this disparity can be explained away by legitimate factors. Judges make sentencing decisions based on many legitimate considerations that are not or cannot be measured, end of quote. Now, another frequently cited example of the institutional racism that supposedly exists in America is the fact that would-be borrowers are turned down at a higher rate for mortgage applications.
According to a new report, Black people in Baltimore received.
Okay, chat. Because I studied this stuff in advance thoroughly, I can already know what argument he's going to make, and he's being disingenuous, right? He's not going through the legacy. He's going to say the people that's being denied for loans have a low credit score, or their job history is not up to par, or I'm telling you, or their assets don't meet the requirement needed for these loans. I guarantee you where he's going, right? Wow. People like him are easy.
Less than half as many mortgages as their white neighbors. Black people make up the majority of the city's population. White Baltimoreans looking to buy homes were approved for mortgages 75% of the time, compared to 61% for black applicants.
True. Would-be black borrowers are turned down at a higher rate than would-be white borrowers, who in fact are turned down at a higher rate than would-be Asian borrowers. Now, are the banks discriminating against white people in favor of Asians? And by the way, black-owned community banks turn down would-be black applicants at least the same rate as do the majority white banks. Now, when Barack Obama was a private citizen, he filed a class action lawsuit on behalf of 186 clients against Citibank who claimed that they were not getting mortgages because they were black. The good news.
Hey, so when y'all say he ain't do nothing, it looked like he been active in the background. Obama, that is.
News is that he got a settlement. The bad news is he got a settlement. Obama had 186 African Americans in his landmark 1995 mortgage discrimination lawsuit against Citibank. Half of them have gone bankrupt or received foreclosure notices. As few as 19 of these 186 clients still own homes with clean credit ratings. In fact, one of Obama's then clients said, if you see some people don't make enough money to afford the mortgage, why would you give them a loan? There should be some type of regulation against giving people loans they cannot afford.
You see, so that goes into the Fannie Mae and the Freddie Mac or Fannie, that goes back to that, right? The predatory lending. So it is I'm telling you, like, these guys are slick. And if you don't know, if you have not done research on this stuff in advance, they can trip you up in the conversation. Okay. So they'll say, hey, why would a bank give somebody a loan with a high interest rate that they can't pay back according to their income they bring in, their annual income, which is true. So they'll be denied the home loan, right? And then the counter argument is, okay, but when they're given the home loan in spite of not being able to afford it, they foreclose within a year or two or sometime soon. So then you'll say that's predatory lending. So they'll say, hey, see, black folks, no matter how we do it, you're going to blame us. If we give you the loan, you say that's predatory lending. If we don't give you the loan, we're discriminating. Okay, so now this is the part where Tone and them come in at with the numbers. For one, it doesn't start there, right? So that's not the main argument now. Okay, there was a systemic receipt, right? There's systemic receipts showing how we were always denied for home loans and home ownership. And this can date back where you could talk about the zoning laws in the early 1900s. And it trickled down all the way to where we are now. So there's a reason why this person don't even have money, but they're struggling to get homes in the, so like this, they want to talk about the end of the race, right? They don't want to talk where it started from and how you got in that position where you can't afford a home in the first place, where you have a high chance of foreclosing. So he's not going to talk about the instances where Black people who make the same amount of money and had the same credit, credit score as a white person still didn't get these home loans. Same income, same credit scores, everything's similar, but were denied consistently, and the whites were approved. He's not going to talk about during the 1930s when the HLLC and all these things were passed, FHA, when Black people were making a lot of money. Like we had our Black Wall Streets, right? We made some money, and we were still being denied these same homes, or these same home loans when we made enough. There are loopholes that we did to get around the loopholes, because why, if we're making money, why would we want to be subjected to a floating slum, right? We want to get out. And because there's no such thing as a white society, that's something white folks made up in their mind, and they try to enforce laws, and they did enforce laws behind it. But if a home is available for, purchase, a buyer, and we got the funds, and it's in America, the land of equality, then we have all the right to purchase the home under those premises. But if you deny us the home, right, purchase, or the loan, then there's a problem, because under the Constitution, that violates your constitutional rights. And that happened a lot. But some of us went around the loopholes that they set to make us to that provided the obstacles, the roadblocks, we can't buy the home. But we went around those loopholes, and we bought the home. And you know what they did? They either burned the home down, or they terrorized you enough to leave the neighborhood, basically. But you didn't enjoy that home after you went around the loopholes and bought the home in a nicer area. It's not white. There's no such thing as a white area. There's no such thing as a Black area. Like I said, white supremacy creates these areas because they funnel each other, which is called zoning laws or redlining. They funnel people into a certain location. A lot of white folks could not afford homes at that time in 1933. This is why they were given the HOLC, right? That was fundings, that was low interest rates. So they were given this gift where these broke, filthy white folks can now afford homes. This is right after the Great Depression. I'm talking about 1933. The Great Depression just happened in 1929. So their broke asses couldn't afford homes. So they were given these loans and low interest rates and everything else to buy homes. So that HOLC in 1933, coupled with the 1934 FHA, coupled with the New Deal in 1935, that is how these welfare assistance, right, packages given to filthy poor whites had alone created the middle class you see today. And these wealthy whites who are able to go buy the homes that he's saying, Larry Elder's saying, they have actually done. Gifted money while we were being locked out of money. You had roads, highways ran through our cities, undermining our wealth. You had people who just outright looted and burnt down your cities, Rosewood and Black Wall Street. And in other cases, they just ran you out the city. Okay, so he's mixing truth with falsehood, and in some cases, he's just saying some of the truth in spots and ain't telling the whole story like I just did. So it sounds like it's right. And then the focuses and the IBMs and other clown American Dreams and Kwame's come behind him and say, repeat this verbatim. And then they come on the FBA Defensive Unit channel and get cooked. They get some straightening.
End of quote. Now, another frequently given example of institutional racism is the alleged failure of the police to diversify its police force.
Okay, so I'm gonna time you out for 30 minutes, Pablo. It's not about FBA, non-FBA, and for some reason, like you Latino rats just can't understand that. It's not about like you guys act like you get it. It's not about FBA. I already tackled that. You came in late. Not about the FBA. You got FBA people. You got Germans who were. I mean, so you got Jewish people who were involved in the Holocaust. You got some Japanese people who were involved in the internment camps. What does that mean? Like, you're not saying nothing. Like, you have Chinese people in this country snitching on like the Chinese government, and you got spies in America telling on America. Like, that's, I mean, you're not saying anything. Nobody's saying he, uh, these Latino rats can't get it. So I'm gonna give you some straightening. I'm gonna waste some time. We're Latino rat. Listen, we call them out. That's the bottom line. Calling them out. So you're timed out for 30 minutes to watch the show without any more distractions, my boy.
To look like the community.
All right, now I'm not going to tackle this cop stuff. Let's go on if he talks about something else. But anyway, I've seen enough to know that he's a joke. You can borrow his talking points and come over here and get cooked because you don't know more about what he's talking about than me. I put a lot of research behind that. And that's why I make people like Focus look dumb when they come over here. IBM look dumb, borrowing these goofy, one-sided talking points. Not the whole truth. But okay, so I finally heard what he had to say. Nothing. Well, I'm glad I did watch it because now I get to see exactly. I get to hear his exact talking points, and I can pinpoint people. To me, it's important to pinpoint the source of your argument. So now when Focus show his Sherm head back over here, I can let him know who his daddy is. IBM as well. All right. Let me. Okay, so I said I did some research in the background about Tuskegee Institute and Booker T. Washington, like the real agenda. Did they really pull one over an American government? So I just want to know for myself before I go around saying that. Okay, let's get into it. All right. Okay, so which search engine did I use? Give me a second just to pull this up. Okay, so that's some separate research. All right. Okay, I did that. Okay, so I think this is going to something. Okay, that's going to something else. Where's my original search engine? It's over here. Okay. Yes. You eat all your food? Yay. Okay, good. We're gonna go out and ride your bike in a second. All right, let me just. All right, so let us pop our collar real fast. Right. So we heard all the hatred about us. So here's the Tuskegee. Let's see if there's any truth to what we heard earlier. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here. Yeah, thank you. I'm the best. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Go back in there. I gotta wash your face and everything. You got food all over yourself. All right, so let's go into any truth about the Tuskegee thing. All right. It's all about the absolute truth. Even when it comes to us, we don't want to add any extras on it. All right? Okay. Here, we're ready.
The Tuskegee Institute now Tuskegee University, is one of the most historically significant educational institutions for African Americans in the United States. Its founding, funding, mission, and long-term impact are deeply tied to the post-Reconstruction era and the philosophies of its most famous leader, Booker T. Washington.
Yes, Sugar. Yes, 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 yes.
1. What was the purpose behind the Tuskegee Institute? Stated purpose. Founded in 1881.
Okay. I hate when it does that. Sometimes the mouth. I hate when it does. Then you got to start all the way over. Let me do the woman's voice. I hate this version, but whatever. I'm forced to do this. Sorry.
Founded in 1881, Tuskegee was established to provide vocational, industrial, and teacher education to newly freed African Americans in the South. Its goal was to equip Black Americans with practical skills, farming, carpentry, blacksmithing, masonry, sewing, etc., that would allow them to become economically self-reliant in a hostile post-slavery world.
So this is important because you get to see the difference between the aims, goals, and purposes of Booker T, Washington, and Marcus Garvey, and other Pan-Africanists. All right. So you can see that our goal collectively, like 98, 99% of FBA leadership was working to build our societies greater in this country. So some of us was doing stuff like this, and other of us were fighting for rights, civil rights in this country, fighting for respect. Okay, as you can see, Booker T. Washington was not interested in setting something up in Africa, all right, to flee to Africa. It was about this country in the South, freed Americans in the South, not to flee in Africa somewhere. So for Marcus Garvey to say he was inspired by Booker T. Washington, I find that hypocritical, disrespectful. I don't believe that's the case because nothing about him, nothing what Booker T. Washington did, Marcus Garvey did. He did the opposite. All right.
Washington believed economic independence through labor and skill building was the most realistic path to racial uplift. He promoted a philosophy of accommodationism. Rather than immediately demand civil rights, he encouraged Black people to cast down their buckets, where they were, focus on economic strength, and gradually earn the respect of whites.
Okay, so he was more into working hard than civil rights, but so far I don't see Garvey in nothing. Okay, so now we're gonna go over this. Yes. Oh no. Oh no, come.
A. Alabama State Legislature. The school was originally a normal school, teacher training institute, funded by the state of Alabama. B. Northern white philanthropists. Washington's personal charm and messaging secured millions of dollars in donations from major white donors, including.
Okay, so that's the part that Marcus Garvey got from Booker T. He wanted those donations, all right? He wanted those donations. So Washington's personal charm and messaging secured millions of dollars in donations from major white donors, including. Okay, but look who he went after. He went after white donors. Who did Sloppy Garvey go after? Okay, so library funding. All right, let me just hope this. Let me see if it's gonna read. Hopefully it reads right. Yes.
Donor. Contribution. Andrew Carnegie. Library funding and endowments. John D. Rockefeller. Financial support and promotion. Julius Rosenwald. Gave money for schools and buildings. Collis P. Huntington. Paid for equipment and industrial tools. George Foster Peabody. Consistent funder and board member. Washington was one of the few Black men of his time who had access to the white elite due to his moderate, non-confrontational views on race.
Go back in there. All right, so we're gonna unpack that. All right, give me a second to unpack that. Okay, up, up, up. All right, let's look at that. So, library funding and endowments, financial support and promotion, gave money for schools and buildings. Okay, so some white folks were stocking it to his pockets for the best interests of FBAs. Paid for equipment and industrial tools, consistent funder and board member. Okay. Washington was one of the few black men of his time who had access to the white elite due to his moderate, non-confrontational views on race. Oh, okay. He did. Again, everything about him was the opposite of Garvey. So he had to pander. Okay. He pandered. Get more. I mean, okay. So let's go on. So I just want to know how long. These are all my questions that they asked. I was just curious if it took as long as Dr. Umar school project.
The physical campus was built by the students themselves, brick by brick, starting in 1881. Students made their own bricks, constructed dorms, classrooms, and barns, turning labor into a learning opportunity.
Keep going, lady.
By 1906, Tuskegee had over 100 buildings, most of them built by students, with a full campus including workshops, a farm, and a chapel.
Wow.
White heavy checkmark this process embodied Washington's belief in learning by doing and self-help.
So these guys actually built the school.
Yes, there is debate about Washington's dual purpose for Tuskegee.
Okay, so what, 25 years? But they had 25 years and they had over 100 buildings. No wonder Umar doesn't call it the
Ding workshops.
Booker T anything.
G opportunity.
All right.
By 19.
Lady, stop.
A chapel. Performing arts. Yes, there is debate about Washington's dual purpose for Tuskegee.
Okay. All right. Okay, so it looks like it might be some truth to this slickness. Let's see.
On the surface, he pitched it as a school for vocational training, avoiding political controversy. Behind the scenes, Washington used Tuskegee as a launchpad for a broader agenda of Black self-determination, institution building, and leadership training. He secretly funded legal challenges to segregation and supported civil rights work through his connections.
He did.
All while maintaining a public image of moderation.
Okay, so he was a rider.
Tuskegee also served as a hub for Black excellence and intellectual development, going far beyond manual labor training. In this way, Washington was strategically pragmatic. He told white funders he was building a vocational school, but he was also building Black leadership and resistance from within.
Okay, hold on. So why are these pseudo pan-Africanists against him? Like that make you scratch your head because we always heard, oh, they were Uncle Toms and traitors, and then when we look into them, we see they were thorough as hell. See, they didn't support that pan-Africanist bullshit. So as a result, everybody is just no good. Because they want to hang their hat on a true pan-Africanist, and they can't do it with scamming Garvey. So they gotta say, damn, there's nobody else. And so now they gotta tear down oh man, these guys were no good. They were traitors. They were Uncle Tom, man. They you know they pandered to white supremacy. All these excuses because they put in the real work. Okay, now key contributions. It's important. You have to know how to ask AI the right questions.
Trained thousands of Black teachers, farmers, craftsmen, and business people. Created a network of rural schools across the South with help from Julius Rosenwald. Promoted Black economic independence and racial pride. Influenced Pan-African and civil rights movements, with graduates spreading Tuskegee's influence globally.
Yeah, Pan-Africanists took that somewhere else. You know what? We could now repatriate to Africa. So what is this global influence?
Tuskegee grads went to Africa and the Caribbean to teach industrial education. George Washington Carver, one of the most famous Black scientists, was a Tuskegee professor and agricultural innovator.
You see? So it's always us going somewhere else to level them up. There's never them coming over here. And when they come over here, they're a scammer. They're not legit. But they don't bring some real skills, some real money. They come here with zero and they have us fund their egotistical ideologies and projects. Okay, so the government, Tuskegee Institute housed the Tuskegee Airmen Training Program during the World War II, the first Black military aviators. Okay, so let's get that.
Tuskegee Institute housed the Tuskegee Airmen Training Program during World War II, the first Black military aviators in the U.S. Army Air Corps. The federal government also used Tuskegee to promote agricultural and public health outreach to rural Black communities.
Okay. So now I want to know what happened, right? Why it's not there today, or it is today. I'm saying like why it's not still doing what it was supposed to do now as it did back then. Let's see.
A. Overemphasis on vocational training. Critics like W.E.B. Du Bois argued Tuskegee didn't emphasize liberal arts and higher academic learning enough. Du Bois felt Washington's model encouraged submission and didn't challenge racism directly.
Yeah, again, because he wasn't aware of the underlying plot that we just read. No problem.
B. Dependent on white funding. Washington walked a tightrope. He had to appease wealthy, white donors to keep Tuskegee afloat.
Which is bad.
Some say this limited the school's radical potential and made it too cautious politically. C. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study, 1932 to 1972.
Oh.
Conducted decades after Washington's death, this government-run experiment used Tuskegee as a base to study untreated syphilis in Black men without their informed consent.
Oh, so they sabotaged it, the white supremacists. I got it.
Though not run by the Institute itself, the association damaged Tuskegee's legacy and highlighted the exploitation of Black bodies by U.S. institutions.
All right, so that they undermine and sabotage and ruin, then they did what white supremacists do. I got it. I got it. Okay. So I just want to know about Palm Beach County in Florida. So I just want to know what it's looking like demographically. How many of the Caribbean people are there? That's all. So foreign-born Black residents, roughly 30 to 35% of the population, estimated around 100,000 to 120,000 people. top countries of origin: Haiti, the largest group by far; Jamaica, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago; other African countries: Nigeria, Ghana, etc., though a smaller percentage. Again, I just be inquisitive. I just want to know stuff. Palm Beach County has one of the largest Haitian populations in the U.S., particularly in areas like Delray Beach, Bonyanton Beach, and West Palm Beach. Okay, I just be having that. That's why I know so much. I just be wanting to just know, just what is up. Okay. Okay. So I just want to know the demographic compared to us over there. Okay, so it just U.S. born Black Americans, 230,000 to 250,000, 70% of the population of West, was that Palm Beach County, or Palm Beach County foreign Black population, 100,000, 120,000, 35%. Now, I don't believe, I think this is talking about first to second generation. I don't believe there's a possible way to separate foreign Blacks that's like second, third, fourth generation from this stat. There's no way to do that. So a lot of times if something is read by US born Black Americans, that's a third generation, fourth generation immigrant, Black immigrant also. Okay, let's see. No, thank you. I'm just interested in that. But okay, thank you. Yeah, so I was just interested for just my own personal knowledge, 'cause I felt like this is going to be a talking point later on in the future. As a chess teacher, I like to anticipate my opponent's next move. So I'll research in advance and be prepared for a talking point, an argument that I believe could come up. Because as you can see from the Tether Kwame, like he's willing to go anywhere. Oh, thank you. Who did that? Oh, you did that? Okay, I fixed it. Let me clean it. You did it? You think? No, the dog did it? No, you did it. Mm-hmm. Come, let me clean. Get out the mess. Let me clean the mess. Oh, you made a big mess. Mm-hmm. 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 Sorry. All right. Yeah. So I looked up that because I see that as a talking point, and you guys probably like, what can they say about that? Well, I am guessing what they're gonna say, and I'm prepared to give the, excuse me, let go. I'm prepared to give the real stats about, there's a reason why, let me just say this. There's a reason why I want to look at that county in Florida above others. Let's just say that. And maybe somebody from around the area could guess why I chose that county above others. Mm. All right. Let me clean this mess real fast. Anybody with the phone numbers, let me know. Mm. Yeah, let me clean. I'm going to clean it, okay? Got to clean it. You made a big mess. Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I cleaned both. Yeah, that's his hair over there. He made a mess too, both of you. Let me just sweep this up real fast. Mm. Oh, that's funny. I need like a little small. Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, all right, all right. All right. All right, so I got some interesting other stuff to share. Okay. The anti-tether pan-Africanist or the anti-tether pan-African God is watching. All right. Yeah, so a lot of, oh my God. So a lot of tether talking points, as you can see, is borrowed by people like Larry Elder, but people like Larry Elder, he's borrowing talking points too. So he's team white supremacy. Candace Owens is team white supremacy. Nick Fuentes is team white supremacy. They're borrowing all of their talking points from a think tank. And that think tank is like Fox News. As I showed you guys on the video like 20 years ago, if not earlier, matter of fact, longer. They were first white supremacy, right? Was what they were first were comparing our populace to the Latino populace. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the Asian populace, not Latino, because they're similar to us. They're not far from us. So, and negativity, I'm saying, or success. So, what they would do is they would exclusively just compare the Black American populace to this Asian elitist class, but they won't do the same with the Hispanics. They won't show because there's a lot of them too in this country, but they won't show their educational rates there, this and that, tech or all everything they do with us. They won't show the Latino comparison to the small elitist Asian class, but they would show us in comparison to this small, tiny, elitist Asian class that come from China. They're elites. They're most educated, most skilled. All right. So when I got tiring, that's when they start to bring a lot of black immigrants over, the new black, and which I call the new blacks, right? They started to bring the new blacks over, and they start to compare a small Nigerian elitist class, right, to the populace of us, to undermine us. Hey, so at one point it was the Asians, and then they start to show, hey, look at and they're dark, they're black. As a matter of fact, they're darker than black people. So it can't be racism because racism is based on color. Remember, it's based on color. But look how dark they are. They are more colored and black than FBA. So what's the excuse now? Because look how dark they are, and they're being enrolled, admitted into these prestigious schools. They're becoming doctors and lawyers and this and that, and racism is still here, right? So why are they thriving? So that was white supremacist argument back then. And I'm saying that that was the think tank argument, and the people like Larry Elders, the Nick Fuentes, the Candace Owens, they start to borrow that from the think tank. So there's a Associated Press out there. In other words, what I'm trying to say, there's the Associated Press for white supremacy, and what people do is they just pick articles out and argue against FBAs on that. That is what I'm saying. Okay. Neither could be trusted. All right. So I had some other research I want to run past you real quick. Okay. So the reason why I busted Kwame on I busted him up so badly because I set them up. Again, I know their talking points. So I kind of like forced them there. So I Googled just now, y'all see me Google the stats, right? The populace, the foreign-born black populace in Palm Beach County. Because later I'm going to watch what I'm telling you guys. Later, I'm a debate a fool and I'm going to force them there. And they're going to go there. Like, I know what I'm doing. So anyway, so I was talking to Kwame. He was talking how great pan-Africanism is, and it influenced Ghana, it influenced Patrice Lumumba, all this stuff. So I was like, yeah, but bragging about a third world country to do nothing but third world shit ain't popping your collar type shit. Like, talk to me when they become a first world country, a superpower like Japan. And Japan did it in only 40 years. You guys been in existence for hundreds of years. It ain't remotely come close to what Japan accomplished. So I'm just going to do a reminder and just share with you what Japan accomplished in a worse condition than, in my mind, worse conditions than these African countries coming out of colonialism, right? So watch this. Look at this. So the question is, oh, you can't see it. So the question is, what did Japan do to westernize? Because they weren't even westernized. So all these African countries that were colonized, including the island, the Caribbean, they were all westernized. Okay. So Japan nobody cared for them. Nobody cared for the resources and colonization. So these guys were left out. Right. So what did they do to westernize? Let's see.
Key period, the Meiji Restoration, 1868 to 1912. This was a political revolution that ended 265 years of Tokugawa shogunate rule and restored the emperor to power under Emperor Meiji. It triggered full-scale modernization and westernization.
Okay.
Japan selectively borrowed from Western countries.
All right, well, hold on right there, ma'am. So as you can see, so Japan they didn't do anything different. They did exactly what these countries of Africa did. These island, folks did. They had an internal fight. They had tribalism. So again, there is no excuse. But look what their tribalism led to. Their tribalism did not lead to this tribe taking over that tribe, the Hutus and the Tutsis, the Ogoni people and the Yorubas and the Igbos, Fulanis. Nah, that wasn't what they were doing over there. They had an internal fight to end all tribalism. Do you hear me, chat? So what you just read was the Japanese fighting each other to end tribalisms. Okay? So, and they had a conclusion. They said, hey, we're going to end this tribal stuff because it's holding us back from modernizing and being attached to the world that's doing all these trades and stuff. We're left out to just eat ourselves, basically, eat cats and eat mud cakes. So they said, hey, man, enough of this. Look what's going on in the world. Everybody's becoming westernized. We're going to get ourselves in this westernized and this westernization. Okay. So this is what they gain from westernizing or from westernization. So, and this is all who helped out. So they had to go get it. It came to us in the worst way, but they had to go get it. Watch this. Oh, just press play.
How Haiti really.
Oh, no. That's why I can't stand dealing with this thing, man. Let me go back up. That's why I don't like to let me go back up. Japan. Okay, here we go. I'm back. I'm back like I never left. This is why I don't like the thing. Read it aloud. Here we go.
Western models adopted.
So here are the Western models that were adopted. Can we read it? Thank you.
Military. Prussia/Germany, military discipline, conscription. Education.
Thank you, 3M.
US and France, universal public education, science and tech. Industry. Britain and Germany, factories, railroads, mining, banking. Legal system. Germany and France, civil law system. Government. Germany, constitutional monarchy with a strong emperor. Navy. British Royal Navy as a model. Medicine and science. German and Dutch traditions.
So for you guys like Marcus Garvey, the pan-Africanists, I want you guys to see right here. So you had these wild radicals like the Kwame Tourés and all these folks who felt like they can reinvent the wheel. They can start from ground zero and become this respectful nation without being westernized. They are, and still is, and they were the laughing joke of the world. See, Japan ain't do that self-resilience. We're gonna do it on our own. We're gonna tie our own bootstrap and we're gonna figure this out. Nah. Mm-mm, mm-mm. There's already something moving right now, and that motion we weren't part of. That motion is called westernization. Now all these weirdos like these pan-Africanists, oh, we're gonna go to Liberia and we're gonna get it popping. Ain't doing nothing. See, the Japanese were not dumb. Booker T. Washington wasn't dumb. They all knew where this momentum was going, right? This motion, because we knew because we were tied to it. This motion was pretty much built off our backs. Like we were the first snowballs to get it rolling before it grew big, right? So we started the motion basically. So Booker T. Washington wasn't dumb, and none of our leaders weren't dumb. We knew, hey man, we gotta finesse Whitey for some money. It's our money anyway. You dig? So yeah, we're gonna finesse Whitey for some money, and we're gonna get things popping right here. But Japan was that smart to see that westernization. Now you can't say westernization without saying FBA because we were part of some of the westernization that popped off, right? So anyway, westernization. Japan seen that, and Japan wasn't foolish like these Pan-Africanists. They knew, hey, to get it popping, we need to tap in. We need to tap in, okay? And what they do, they tapped in, and let's see how it worked for them. So let's see. So now other folks tapped out. Japan tapped in, Pan-Africanists tapped out. And let's compare and contrast the success and failures between Japan tapping in and these Pan-Africanists tapping out. All right. Look at this right here.
Japan invited foreign advisors, Oyatoy Gaikakujin, such as engineers, military instructors, economists, and legal scholars to help build modern institutions.
Kind of like Tuskegee, right? uh, Booker T. Washington, right? But he was just on a small, low level. All right, so watch this. This is important. So I had to ask this question. This is very
How did the
important.
Japanese view Westerners before modernization?
Okay, so before they got it popping, before they tapped in, how did they look
Before-
at, hold on, how did they look at, no, let's cut that off.
Bef-
How did they look at Europeans? Like what biases, what prejudices did they have of the Europeans across the world? Listen to this.
Japan was isolated under the Tokugawa shogunate's policy of Sakoku, closed country, from
Isolated.
1639 to 1853.
Okay.
Only limited contact with Dutch and Chinese traders was allowed. Whites were seen as outsiders, strange, and often barbaric due to Christian missionary violence and colonial exploits elsewhere.
Okay.
Many Japanese elites feared the West because they saw what happened to China during the Opium Wars, British dominance, and the carving up of Chinese territory.
So, chat, I want you to see that they did not admire white people. They were not impressed about their morality, their ethnics, their mores. They were not impressed. Okay? They looked at white people as savages. They looked at white people as racist bigots and everything else exactly the way Booker T. Washington, A. Philip Randolph, Frederick Douglass, and a lot of our early leaders did as well. Okay? Dr. King, Malcolm X, they view white people globally the same way we did internally. So I want to point that out. And in spite of their early justified prejudices, in spite of their early justified biases, remember, this is before modernization, before they hooked up and reached out to these white supremacists, they had already viewed them as savages, beasts, barbarians, okay? But outside of that, they were able to put that reality to a side because they had something that they needed and they were going to deal with it. Like, all right, listen, man, yeah, they are all these bad things that black folks say they are, that FBA say they are, but they have it. They got the motion. We're going to tap in, extract what we want and cast them aside. The same thing they do with African countries. What they do, they come to African countries, they extract what they want, and then they cast the country aside when they're done. So the Japanese said, we'll do the same thing. That's what Booker T. Washington said. That's what A. Philip Randolph said. That's what Frederick Douglass said. Nobody really viewed white people collectively as a friend or an ally. They said, hey, that's what the Chinese say today. That's what Iran and everybody else say. Let's get them for what we can get them for. But ain't no love lost. You know, we ain't tripping. So nobody really views them as legitimate allies collectively. They look at them as potential to get your thing popping, and you can be independent of them. And if it needs to be, we can squabble. You dig? So that's how they looked at white people. That's how the most successful people in this world look at white people. They look at them as a stimulus package. Okay. Now, I mentioned that because the pan-Africanists do not. That tether Marcus Garvey said, "Now to screw with them. We don't want nothing from them. Let's leave." Dr. Umar right now, oh, we don't want nothing. Just black, and he's failing. The rest of the world that's popping, they knew that white folks stole what they had, so it's not even theirs. So we're going to extract some of their intellectual properties and get it popping for ourselves. They tapped in. A lot of our leaders tapped in, and everybody who tapped out, they're all failing right now. They failed then, and they're failing now. You're going to reinvent the wheel. These guys started with 250, 300 years free labor, free forced labor, around the clock labor, 23 hours labor. You dig? 20 hours labor. But you're going to come behind them and do it the fair way. Everybody 8-hour shifts, take a lunch, 2 breaks. But somehow you're going to catch up to a people who force labor, force free labor, forced cheap labor, no days off, or maybe one or nothing, but around the clock work. Yeah, good luck. Okay, and that's why they ain't amount to shit today. So that's what I'm pointing out to you. Japan knew the deal. They tapped in like we tapped in, the smart ones of us. They got it popping. Okay, so now here we go. This is the question right here.
What countries reached out to Japan?
Okay, so let's read about the countries who reached out to Japan to get this motion going.
The U.S. forced Japan to open its ports through
Forced them.
gunboat diplomacy. Treaty of Kanagawa, 1854.
Forcing is not a good thing, right? Nobody believes that, right? Okay. So they didn't come to Japan with open arms, smiling, like, hey, yo, what's up? They came in with their guns, like, yo, lay down. All right. That's how they came.
This was the shock that convinced many Japanese leaders Japan must modernize or be colonized.
Right.
Britain, Russia, France, and the Netherlands all signed unequal treaties with Japan after the U.S., similar to the ones imposed on China.
Okay, so they like, oh, here we go. This is what they did to the Chinese. You dig? And this is what they were. This is why they viewed, the Americans as, or not just white people, period, as barbaric, because they seen what they did to the Chinese.
What countries did Japan visit to learn from? In 1871, Japan sent the Iwakura Mission, a high-ranking delegation of government officials, to Europe and the U.S. to study education systems, industrial practices, legal systems, military organization, government structures. They visited Britain, France, Germany, Russia, United States. They came back with reports that heavily influenced Japan's transformation.
Okay. So right now, I can't see the screen. I'm over here trying to get my eat on real quick. You dig? So my daily activities, the way I eat and do things, I wake up in the morning, I typically do a cup of coffee, and that's it. Like a large cup. I make it myself, mainly. I make it myself, okay? That usually hold me down for a couple hours. So when you guys see me active online, I'm probably drinking coffee or already did. And so let's say if I get up at 8, let's say if I get up at like today, I got up at like 8 a.m. So what I would do is I'll drink coffee around 10, 9:30, 10, and that'll hold me down to about now. So right now it's 2:20. Okay. So you guys want to stay in shape for most of your life and look good. Like me, this is the blueprint. This is one of the blueprints. People got other stuff. This is one of mine. Okay, so as you can see, no food, just a beverage. Hot coffee, large cup of coffee, and I usually do more black than cream. So black cup of coffee, drunk it up. It held me down for how many hours is that? 4 or 5 hours. It held me down. So, but I am hungry now. The thing is, when it goes away, you better have something to eat because when that coffee dies down and that real appetite start to manifest, you're going to be hungry as hell, like one of these countries we're reading about. Okay, so I'm making something quick because it snuck up on me because I'm live. So if I wasn't live, if I wasn't interacting with you guys, I would have been 8. But because I'm live and I'm doing daddy something cleaning in the background, I didn't get a chance to. I forgot. So now when the hunger kicked in, it kicked in full blast. So I'm making something real quick. Now this real quick something ain't even my food. I'm eating my son's food. So I got some waffles I'm putting together. All right, because I gotta eat. Ain't no time to prepare something. So most of my food I cook. I would say a good 85 to 90% the time I actually eat would be for something I cook from my own kitchen. I'm not bougie, not like that. I just feel like I get more money for my buck when I do it like that. And I also feel like sometimes I cook better than what I would go eat. Yeah. And I'm not a good cooker like that, but I really believe I know what my taste buds demand, and I'm able to cook it a way where I can add salt, take away salt, add this, take away that, and get it to where this is the way I like it. I like my steaks better than steaks in the restaurant. I like mine better. I like mine better, you know? So there you go. So and now I do have a coupon, like a gift card somebody gave me for the Waffle House. The Waffle House is pretty good. But again, the Waffle House, um, like is like people over exaggerate. The Waffle House it's not like they making like fresh batter every day. Like that's not their pitch. So sometimes I eat waffles and I got the bubble guts, for the whole day because and I suspect it's the batter is old batter. You dig? So I will go there sometimes, but I really don't like to because I experienced the bubble guts too many times. 2 out of 10 is enough, too much. You dig? So I don't like that. But just bear with your brother, and let me just get these waffles going, and I'll be right at you. Be right at you. You dig? Just bear with your brother, and I will be right at you. Even preparing my waffles, like I like to melt my butter in a pan. I don't use a microwave at all, and nothing I cook for myself. I haven't used a microwave in no cap like over 20 years. I don't microwave anything. It's not good or bad. Again, I just like the pan. I like the. I think it's hotter. Well, I think the heat lasts longer, not hotter, because the microwave hot as hell. I think the heat lasts longer when I do it the more natural way. When I heat up things the more natural way. So, by the way I make my coffee is boiled water. So, yes, and of course, my coffee lasts longer than you guys that do it from a coffee maker. Because for me, it's everything about natural heat. So I boil my water for my coffee. All of my coffee that I make on my own is all from boiled water, all of it. So I get that scalding hot coffee. You dig? All right, hold on. Yes, I get that scalding coffee. I like my coffee scalding hot when I eat it. Not eat it, but drink it. You get what I'm saying? Mm-mm. I want scalding hot coffee. Okay, so I got my waffles done. I like to melt the butter in a pan. You dig? And then I go with that. I go with that expensive syrup. I'm sorry. I gotta be bougie when it comes to the syrup. I go with that glass, not that ancient mom. I'm talking that real deal syrup. It's about like $20. Yes, I do. And all my sugar is sugar in the raw. Yes, and when it comes to food, I could be a little bougie. When it comes to food, I could be a little bougie. Yes. What more? What more oatmeal? Okay. And my coworker, for some reason, my coworker, I don't know why they be so intimidated, man. When your coworkers he eating good and you spend a little money on quality, my history of coworkers, they be jealous. Oh, why you just can't do this? Why? They just peer like, yo, why are you intimidated by what I do? Why don't you make the food the way your fat ass normally make it and enjoy it? Go, go. I get you. Go, go, go. Yeah. Now, if you really want to know why I don't do it like you're trying to set me up on a job. But if you really want to know why I eat what I eat and I don't eat what you eat, because I don't want to be fat like you. Okay? If you must know. But my experience, my coworkers always been like curious what I don't eat and what I do eat. Like some of them could eat pure lard. I wouldn't even care. Like, why are you into what I eat and don't eat? You insecure ass. Mm. Okay. American Dream. Let me time you out for a half an hour. You dig? Now, by the way, I did get your dig from Tariq, but your dig extends longer than Tariq. But chat, I'm the type of person that is easy for me to borrow something from you. If I hang around you and you do something like a pattern or behavior you do often, like look, I got right from Brother Reggie. So American Dream, now what? When Brother Reggie be talking, he'll be like, right, okay, and like he'll during his presentation he'll say the word right a lot. Okay, so now what? I got the word. So when I'm talking, I'll say, right? I got that from Brother Reggie. Now what? Now what? Now what? Yeah. Goofball. Tariq says you dig a lot. So when I hang around people or I hear something often, sometimes I use it because it's often. How about your herd? I got your herd from Jay-Z. You want to keep going? Had to time you out for half an hour. I mean, like these guys just make up stuff to just say because they have no quality. There's a bunch of things I say from other people, and you do too, Tether. A lot of your talking points are FBA. None of your stuff come from the island. All your swag, if you got any, all of your sense of fashion, your entire existence is influenced by us. Yeah, what you worry about? What you? All right, so here we go. So let's talk about. So let's continue. The Japan Civil War, right? The war to end all tribalism, something your homelands won't do.
Japan's Civil War, the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869. Summary: a conflict between supporters of the Tokugawa shogunate and reformers who wanted to restore imperial rule. The reformers won and began the Meiji Restoration. Why it mattered. It was short about 1 year and resulted in a mostly unified agreement to move Japan toward a modern, centralized imperial nation-state. The samurai class lost power and feudal domains were abolished. Rather than fragment, Japan centralized quickly and embraced reform collectively.
Okay. So here's the question that you guys should be asking yourselves. Okay. Talking about people who are not originally from this country and who can't trace their lineage back to slavery in this country. What you should have did was, hey, no, go back over there. Yeah, okay, go back and eat. So what you should have did was this. You should have asked yourself, what did Japan do to level up and become a superpower rather than do the bullshit pan-Africanist self-determination, say, stop, self-reliance, Kuji, Chili, or Chocolata, what that bullshit y'all be saying. You should want to know, what did they do to level up? But you didn't. You believed Garvey. You guys thought you can do without westernization, all of the intellect, military, all that stuff, technology, science, everything the FBA helped them get. You thought you could be basically when you try to not be westernized, you really trying to just disregard FBA influence, really. So you thought you could be without FBA influence and make it big. So you went over there to the Congos with these pan-Africanist ideas to Ghana, and nothing popped off. They all became nothing burgers from that time all the way till now. Japan in 40 years became a superpower, doing it the way where they were influenced by FBAs. There you go. Fucking thing. Where did my thing go, man? Give me back my search. Oh shit. All right, give me a second. Let me find my search again. Let me get my search back. There we go. So this is how you. This is what you said. So I wanted to know, what did Japan do that the African countries should have done to become a superpower and a global force? All right, let me just find my search thing. And I can get with you. Let me eat a little bit first. Let me get my food getting cold. Hold on. Oh, so you got to hear me eating. Give me a second.
Okay, so now, why was a sexual assault seriously addressed in 2011 in Jamaica, and not before then?
I don't know, brother. I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't know
Right. No
what's
problem.
going on
No problem.
in
Look,
Jamaica as far as politics
brother.
and law.
No problem. But guess what you did for us? See now, Black Manosphere. He asked you about Africa, and you're not a citizen. So, brother, we could speak on different places about being citizens. You ask about Ghana and all type of shit, and we're not citizens. I just asked you, I just asked you, how do you feel about a country who finally seriously addressed sexual assault in 2011? So that means before then, they ignored all the claims and allegations. So Black Manosphere, Jamaica finally addressed women claims, and they took it serious for the first time, of sexual assault in 2011, brother. So that means all the claims from 2010 to their independence, bro, were being ignored.
Yeah, that's messed up. I mean, finally, but it's crazy.
Okay. Now, their sex registry is private. Ours in America is public. So when they finally addressed it, bro, they protected the offenders, and they left open the victims. So the victims, when they made a claim, everybody knew who made the claim. So she was like the bad guy. But the offender who actually is accused of it, his business was made private. You had to have special permissions to find out what men is on that registry. So that means that this dude could be the pastor of a church. He can be your barber. He can be your best man. He can be watching over your daughter while she's doing gymnastics. And nobody knows. They protected the offender, and they left the victim vulnerable to scrutiny.
I was gonna say Jamaica's corrupt.
Right. So when I say it's a piece of shit, I'm just literally being honest. And that's why he's not there. Now, what I told him before was this, and he even said just now, he's proud to be American. And I'm saying, bro, that's the problem.
I never said I was proud to be American.
Okay, but you're over here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem. If you're over here, a Black Manosphere, this is common sense. But if you have a house, right? You got a house. You got a, let's say, let's not use your personal life. So let's be make believe. Let's say you have a house, right? You have a woman. You have 2 kids. You have a son and a daughter, right? They're 9 and 10. Okay. So now the house, right? The kids are kind of like not doing well in school. You know, they come home with attitudes. Your wife is starting to be restless, right, with you because, you know, just common regular stuff, life just happening. But she's like kind of like huffing and puffing with you. Okay, bro. You decide to leave your home and live with me. Okay, so he left. So you decide to leave your home. They always do that. So you decide to leave your home in Chicago and live with me, right in my basement. Okay, it's so hypothetical. I ain't even got a basement, but hypothetical in my basement because it's thoroughly furnished, right? So now you're in my basement and you're living a comfortable life. How is that helping your household back in Chicago?
It isn't. I just removed myself.
Right.
I'm not.
So now, is your household probably doing better or worse? The fact your income, your influence, and everything you brought is missing.
It's probably doing worse.
Right. Okay, so that's the picture of Jamaica. Everybody, bro, there's more Jamaicans okay, brother, listen to me clear. There are more Jamaicans in America than there is in Jamaica. Did you know that?
Yeah, you talked about that.
Right, brother. Listen, that type of action, you basically just abandoned your homeland. Said, fuck it.
Everything I hear about Jamaica is corrupt.
But listen, bro. Listen, it's worse than that. When you leave your homeland and you go to other countries to never to return, brother, you just said F it. Whoever wanted can have it, right or wrong.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that's the thing we have with them. It's like, bro, listen, Jamaica could be better if you just take your ass back. Listen, I explained about Japan, right? How they became a first world power. Japan, they sent their best, their elites, to the Western countries to learn. This is how they got Mitsubishi. They were spying on America, car manufacturers, bro. That's a fact. And like they got this intel that's able to produce their own cars. They copy.
All right. My bad. I had to eat. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so I'm pressing pause. Can it pause? There we go. I got the pause. Okay. Here we are. Okay, so here we are. Come on. Damn thing, man. All right. I just ate waffles, syrup, and now I'm thirsty as hell. Probably make some more coffee too. All right. So as I was saying, a lot of my day, normally I would just drink coffee in the morning, and I typically won't be hungry until at least lunchtime. Like, so right now I just ate something solid for the first time, and it took this long mainly because I was online, okay, and I was distracted online, messing with you guys, right? But if I was not online, not distracted, apart from drinking coffee about 8 to 9 a.m., I would have been probably hungry exactly around where most people take lunch, like 12 o'clock. Okay. Now, I will have a bunch of choices from there typically. So at 12 o'clock, I can eat a large, meal or half of something. So this is what I would sometimes do. I won't eat a large something. I will probably have something to eat that's not a lot. A sandwich, something like that, something small. Or I would have some snacks. I'm talking about like healthy snacks, not nothing stupid. Okay, so but most likely something from home, like maybe I like to eat like a lot of rice, brown rice, by the way. Yeah, I don't make white rice, brown rice. I'll make some brown rice. I'd hook it up with some little bit of oil inside of it. I love onions. I probably chop up a bunch of onions and mix it in there and just eat a bowl of rice. Like I'm in like the damn Shaolin days, you dig? Shaw Brothers, a big bowl. And like that's what I would probably do to get myself through a work day. Okay. And if I come home, I would eat something like a real meaningful dish, probably about 6 o'clock, 6, 7, 8 o'clock p.m. Okay. So that's one way. Or sometimes I'll thug it out. I would eat I'll drink the coffee early in the morning. And I ate some waffles. But instead of eating waffles, this one I eat my real meal right now, like 2, 3 o'clock. I'll prepare that big meal, whatever it is. If it's tacos, if it's gonna be cheeseburgers, whatever I'm gonna make. Big thing is spaghetti. I'll eat it right now and I'm done for the entire day. So I basically only eat one large meal a day. Okay, that's it. That's been my routine for like I 20, 30 years. It's been my routine. That's why yeah, go. That's why, I'm in shape, thin, but got the tone. I can ball with the youth. You dig? At 47, if I get a haircut, shape up, I'm gonna look like Denzel Washington in his prime. You dig? So, but I feel like the way I diet is the key. And I'm consistent. I've been consistent. Like I said, 20, 30 years I've been doing this. And it's natural. I don't even think about it. In the morning, I rarely, once in the, maybe 5 times of a year, I would eat food in the morning. But it's normally going to be coffee. So I thought I would add that inspiration real quick before I share my screen and read this right here. So yeah, so I inspire you folks, especially anybody with weight issues. You want to definitely run. And of course, you're going to have trouble running at first. You won't run far. That all counts. Like for example, I haven't done pull-ups in several years. So I know if I go back to the pull-up bar, I'm probably gonna do one or two. Right. So now I don't mind because I know if I keep doing them, very, in a month or two, I'll be doing 5 and then 10 and then 20. You dig? So the same thing with you. If you're not used to running, but you are mindful of your weight, like you don't like your weight, I would suggest running. Not on a treadmill, run around a track or do it the way white folks do, like through a park. Now, it depends on your psyche. Like somebody like me, I like to see different things. So I can jog and run for a long period of time as long as the scenery is changing. The track, you gotta be super focused at a track, right? Because the same scenery, you go around in circles that could be boring and it could discourage you, make you want to stop. And then you'll find all the excuses to stop too. But when you're running around somewhere, you can't just stop because you're far as hell from your destination. So hey, look, that alone, leave it. Stop doing that. So you pretty much got to accomplish what you set out to do. And you could run it out or walk it out, but you still doing one or the other. You dig? So just a little inspiration. But I would say run. Don't care if it's just 3 houses, you know what I mean? Just do it. And then do it again later on that day, and do it again the next day. And I guarantee you'll be jogging up the block. And that block would turn to a couple blocks, and now you're jogging around the entire community. You dig? But that's how it always starts for everybody. Everybody starts off small, and then eventually, you'll be part of the runners that run around. Okay. Anyway, let me share my screen. So I'm talking about, what am I talking about? I'm talking about Japan becoming a superpower in 40 years, and what possibly could the African nations learn from Japan and even the Caribbean nations. Now, it's easy for me to say that, right? But now I'm gonna ask, it's easy because I'm a guy. I'm just a guy, right? So now I'm gonna go to Chat GPT and ask, was the opportunities there for African nations to level up as fast as Japan? So, because I'm unbiased, I'm a fair researcher. I'm gonna research the right way. It's easy to say something, but is it true? I could be totally wrong. I could be missing something. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT, what do you think? Did African nations have the same opportunities as Japan to become a superpower? Keep in mind, Japan became a superpower in 40 to 50 years. African nations never came remotely close. All right. If you're interested, I can dive into specific African attempts at modernization that were crushed, like Ethiopia's resistance or regenerative, or what post-independence African leaders. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Do that for us. Let's do thorough research. Again, peace, same day. Again, like the chat donations, you make this possible because the $2, $3, $4 you guys actually send, that goes towards these bills. And then that keep my research going as extensive as I need it to be, because I could do this for free, but it won't be as extensive, and I won't have. You got limits on how often you can use ChatGPT. If you don't believe me, go do it yourself. And it'll tell you, like, you know what I mean? Like you'll go ahead and ask a couple questions, and then it'll say, sorry, you have no more questions until 10 p.m. So you see what time it is right now? They'll tell me my next time I can search is 10 p.m. for free. All right, so let me just press play and start with the first question. Where is the button? I hate when I can't find the button to press play. All right, so let's just wait for the second search to stop. Okay. Look. Oh, okay. Well, you know I'm gonna do that. Okay, so let me now go to the last one. Here we are.
Great question.
I
And it
know.
gets to the heart of why some nations industrialized and rose to power in the 19th century while others did not. Japan's rapid transformation into a global power in the late 1800s, especially after the Meiji Restoration in 1868, contrasts sharply with the experience of African nations, which remained largely under colonial domination during the same period. Here's a breakdown of what Japan did differently and why African countries were unable to follow the same path. 1. Political sovereignty versus colonization. Japan maintained its independence and sovereignty throughout the 19th century. Although pressured by the West, like the U.S. in 1853 with Commodore Perry, Japan avoided colonization by adapting quickly. The Meiji leaders centralized power, abolished the feudal system, and created a modern state. Africa. Most of Africa was colonized by European powers during the Scramble for Africa, 1880s to 1914. European colonial powers dismantled traditional political systems, imposed artificial borders, and ruled through indirect or direct control. Colonized African territories lacked autonomy to direct their own development or resist exploitation. 2. Embracing modernization versus exploitation. Japan actively sought out Western technology, science, education, and military models, sent students abroad, hired foreign experts, and reformed its military, economy, and education system.
Sounds like proactive to me.
The government invested heavily in infrastructure, industry, and national
And
pride.
African countries did not.
Africa. Colonizers extracted resources from Africa rather than building infrastructure for local benefit. Little investment was made in education, healthcare, or industry for Africans themselves. Africans were often denied access to modern technology, governance, and military training. 3. National unity versus divide and rule. Japan was relatively ethnically and linguistically homogeneous, which helped foster national unity. The emperor was used as a symbol to rally the people behind modernization and resistance to Western domination.
That's called pan-Japanism.
African territories contained diverse ethnic groups with different languages, cultures, and religions. European powers exploited these divisions through divide and rule tactics, sowing conflict and fragmentation.
See, Japan had that
Nationalist movements only emerged later and often struggled to unify disparate groups post-independence. 4. Controlled reform versus foreign imposition. Japan, the Meiji reforms were led by Japanese leaders who had a clear vision of catching up with the West. Reform was top-down but homegrown, with a focus on strengthening Japan's economy, military, and institutions. Africa. Change was often imposed by outsiders, and reforms were shaped around colonial interests. Post-independence reforms in the mid-20th century came too late to allow African nations to industrialize on the same timeline as Japan. Path 5. Strong military versus disarmed populations. Japan built a strong, modern army and navy, winning wars against China, 1895, and Russia, 1905, shocking the world. Military power helped Japan assert itself as a superpower and build an empire in Asia. Africa. African militaries were either destroyed or co-opted by colonizers. European powers deliberately disarmed African societies, preventing resistance and ensuring subjugation. Summary: why Japan succeeded and Africa didn't. Factor Japan, success, African nations, challenges. Political status: independent, colonized. Leadership and vision: centralized, reform-minded, fragmented, under foreign control. Industrialization: proactive and state-led, blocked or exploited by colonizers. Access to education: rapid modernization, Western learning, limited access, discouraged by colonizers. Military development: strong and independent, suppressed by European powers. National unity: homogeneous and unified, diverse, divided by colonial borders. If you're interested, I can also dive into specific African attempts at modernization that were crushed, like Ethiopia's resistance or Egypt's brief modernization under Muhammad Ali, or what post-independence African leaders tried to do differently.
I don't want to know about Ethiopia. I don't want to know about Egypt. I want to know about the Zulu. Okay. So, so what I did was I gave a comparison. At the same time Japan became a superpower, what was Africa going through, and were they able to take advantage of the same opportunities as Japan at the same time, right? So now the same time was around the late, 1800s, the early 1900s, where Nigeria was just becoming colonized by the British. Okay, and that's a long time ago. Okay, they got some excuses, right? Because they were directly being colonized, African countries. Okay, 1950, 1960. 1950. So now I'm going to find out after independence why. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask a couple questions today. So I want to know about after independence, why they couldn't get right, and some other things. Hold on. Watch this. After independence. After. All right. So here's a new question. Now, so I did pre-independence, right? Because you could say, well, Japan, like they said, they weren't colonized. They were independent, while most African and Caribbean islands were not. Okay, so now let's go post independence, and no longer a comparison like that, but just why they could never get right to this day, pretty much, is what I'm gonna ask. Shit.
The hell out of
I can't. Okay, that is the new question. Ricardo Flott said, first of all, Japan is a monolithic country. It's easy to get everything on board and is nowhere near the size of Africa. Now, brother, no. Africa is not a monolith either. Okay, I'm not talking about Africa as a whole, so you got to slow down. I'm talking about independent African nations. Ghana, Ethiopia, Libya, Egypt. No, I'm doing countries for countries. Okay. And I'm also including now, I'm extending the search to the Caribbean. So I'm doing countries for countries. And Japan had an internal fight. They had tribalisms as well. You just read about the Meiji Empire. They sent a coup, and they all spoke different languages. They had different religions as well. they got on cold and they knew they had to centralize. They had to kill each other off because other folks were stuck in feudalism. So the younger idea, the younger Japanese, or the Japanese with the more modern idea, they had to literally kill off the older ones who were stuck on feudalism. So they had some civil wars and tribalisms and different beliefs. And don't forget, they had a viewpoint on white people that was similar to a lot of pan-Africanists, and the Japanese had to check other Japanese with those ideologies because they said, nah, we're not doing nothing with those folks. They're barbarians, they this, they that, and they said, the hell with you. Pow! Goodbye. We need to link up with them. So Chat GPT said, you can't really compare at that time because Japan was independent and a lot of those African countries were being colonized, so they were being undermined continuously. Okay, so now I'm asking about independence and now.
That's a deep and important question, and it gets to the heart of post-colonial struggles. After African countries and Caribbean islands gained independence, mostly between the 1950s and 1980s, they faced very different.
Oh, I hate when it does that, man. I ain't trying to play that lady. I hate when it does
That's
that.
a deep and important question, and it gets to the heart of post-colonial struggles. After African countries and Caribbean islands gained
I wish you could
independence,
pause it.
mostly between the 1950s and 1980s, they faced very different circumstances from Japan in the late 1800s. While Japan had full control over its destiny when it chose to modernize, newly independent African and Caribbean nations were already at a severe disadvantage.
See, I'm not doing what a tether does. I'm not doing what a coon would do, like Larry Elder. I'm not doing what a white supremacist would do, like Jared Taylor. I'm asking for a fair comparison, and I'm living with the results. Right. So I'm very transparent. I'm not directing the research to make Africa look like they could have done it, but they were just inferior. No. ChatGPT, I'm asking it in an unbiased way where ChatGPT, you can see, is clearly explaining how African countries were not in the same position to do what Japan did. So I'm asking fair questions because if you don't ask fair questions, then you will be wrong like a tether. Okay, so right now I'm just trying to see why it's not reading. Okay, anyway, so I gotta do it this way. It doesn't want to read. I hate when it does that, man.
One starting point: colonial legacies versus sovereign reform.
At least I could pause her.
Japan started modernization as a sovereign nation with full control over its economy, land, and laws. Japan's leaders in the Meiji era built institutions from scratch on their own terms. Africa and Caribbean inherited colonial economies built for extraction, not development, e.g., plantations, mines, cash crops.
But you see, I'm asking ChatGPT real questions. Why couldn't African countries, do what Japan did, right? So they're explaining, the barriers that African countries face. So I'm not going to lie to myself in research. I want to know the truth. Because I might have to debate a white supremacist who might make the Japanese, you dig, and African comparison, and I got to cook them, and I'm going to use these same points, you dig? That's why when I play chess, I'm good at black or white. Matter of fact, I'm going to show a proof in a second.
Crops. Borders were artificial, grouping together rival ethnic groups and creating weak national identities. Education systems were designed to produce clerks and intermediaries, not engineers, scientists, or industrial leaders. Post-colonial reality. Head goods.
No. Stop. No. We're not going to jump. That's why I hate doing this way, because it's like you're like, you can't just press. It's an advantage because you can pause it, but the disadvantage that you can't play the whole thing. You got to keep selecting. Oh boy.
Economic dependence and debt traps. Post-colonial reality. Most countries gained political independence, but not economic independence. They were locked into export economies, selling raw materials or sugar/bananas at low prices and importing expensive finished goods. To modernize, many took loans from the IMF and World Bank, leading to debt crises in the 1980s, 90s. Structural adjustment programs, SAPs, forced them to cut education, health, and public investment, the opposite of what Japan did. Lack of industrial base and infrastructure. Japan built domestic industries from the 1870s onward: textiles, railroads, steel, military. Had state-led investment and protection for its infant industries, the developmental state model. Colonial rulers did not allow local industries to develop. Infrastructure was designed to move goods to the coast for export. After independence, countries lacked manufacturing expertise, capital, technical institutions, stable energy sources.
Because I know what I want to ask, but I don't want to lead the research. Because I know if I ask what I want to ask, I'm going to lead the research and I'm going to be misguided.
Political instability and interference. Japan. After the Meiji Restoration, Japan had centralized authority and relative political stability. Even during growing pains, it avoided foreign military interference after the 1860s. Many new governments faced military coups, civil wars, and assassinations. Cold War powers, US and USSR, intervened in African and Caribbean politics, backing coups, dictators, or rebels, e.g., Congo, Ghana, Angola, Grenada. Corruption and elite capture often replaced colonial rulers without changing the system. +50 countries, many with small populations and weak economies, no single dominant power. Regional cooperation was difficult, making large-scale economic or military unity hard. Very small island states with limited land, population, and resources. Dependent on tourism and foreign aid, vulnerable to hurricanes, rising seas, and external market shocks. Japan fostered a strong nationalist ethos, encouraging sacrifice for the nation, education, and discipline. Post-colonial states were often divided by language, religion, ethnicity, and had to build national unity from scratch. Colonialism damaged confidence, social trust, and institutions, making it hard to pursue a unified national project.
No. This is talking about. I gotta be talking about Africa or the Caribbean. Okay. All right. Okay. Peace, Tiger.
African and Caribbean nations didn't fail. They were handed a rigged system at independence. Becoming a superpower like Japan requires long-term planning, political unity, economic control, strategic protection of domestic industries.
Hmm? Yeah, go that way.
Japan had the space to do that in the 19th century. Most post-colonial nations were trying to build a house while it was on fire. If you want, I can also show examples of leaders who tried to change this, like Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, or Eric Williams, and what blocked them.
Okay. All right. So we're seeing some of the barriers and what other people didn't have. That's why they were able to flourish. Okay, so now, all right, so that's out the way. Okay, so that won't be a fair comparison, Japan and African nations. Okay, so now going forward. So now what we need to know what should be done, right? Because there's a lot of time went by. Like, are they just perpetual just failures? Like, can they ever get out of their condition? So now I'm gonna ask Chat GPT, what can the African nations do? I'm gonna start with them first, then I'm gonna go to the Caribbean. What can they do to get out of their, just perpetual L, basically? Okay, so before I do that, let me do this real fast. I'm trying to show you guys I can play white and black. Well, I'm about to put it right here. Now, this person just moving fast. They're not really trying to win.
Here. This is the
Stop. Hey, move on, move on. Whoa, out, get out. Messing me up. Go that way. Okay, go that way. God damn, I ain't got no time. Damn, man. Kids and dog. I ain't like that. Let's bounce back like Tiger. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. You're next. That's what I thought. Will you stop? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy, he got me. Fuck. Thank you. I won for one. I lost one, I won one. I gotta go up. I gotta go up. I want to be black, man. I don't want to keep being white. Same game. This person from Britain. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yep. I need that. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah. This game's over. Ah, I messed that up. Oh, I messed that up. Don't take back with that. Ah, he did. Yeah, thank you. Oh, the queen. Oh, he almost caught me slipping. I messed that up. I messed that combination up. He might let me back in it. He trying to go for a cheap checkmate over here. But he wasting too much time. Excuse me. Say excuse me. Ah, I lost the queen. Ah, he seen it. Ah, what can I do? Oh yeah, checkmate right here. He missed it. Give me the. Why I can't take it? Got him. Ah, yeah, I messed this up. I messed that up. I messed that up bad. I messed that up bad. Hey, he beat me in 7/10 of a second. Bye bye. Are you serious? Get him up out of there, man. I don't know damn game review. I tell you, I play 1 minute games. If anybody gonna play me, you gonna sign up to this 1 minute game. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean that's not my move. That queen move is not my move, yeah. That was wild. That is not my move. That queen move is not my move. That was not my move. That queen move was not my move. That was some bull. That's probably gonna cost me the game. That queen move, that's not my move right there. That's a move I would not do. Mm, mm. Yeah, I fucked this one. It's checkmate right here. Now I messed that up with that queen move. That queen move was not my move. So I'm not gonna own that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna own that. Queen move was not my move. Like that was. But I'm playing with a mouse. But when I play chess, I don't play with a computer. I play my iPad. So I'm not gonna hold that L. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I'll try. I try to take it. Yeah, it wouldn't let me take it. All right. This is why you don't play with a mouse on 1 minute chess. Yeah, you dumbass. You big dummy. You big dummy. Bye bye. You big dummy. Last one. Shit. Okay, so this time don't mess me up with the queen. See, the bishop go here, not the queen. So it messed me up that last move. I ain't like that. Bye-bye. Nah, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that trade. My boy, go ahead, let's go. That's what I thought. That is what I thought. Let me reset. Bye-bye. I'm coming back. That was dumb. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he's out of here. Thank you. Yeah, goodbye. All right, let's get back to the research. I had to look at my time, 14 seconds, 0. Had to redeem myself. All right, so where was I on the research? Okay, yeah. So now I want to know what can Africa do? What has it? What has called? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Outside of European influences, what are other reasons why Africa hasn't be more than a third world country? Because I want to know if it's every last thing is the white man's fault, or is there something that they are doing or not doing? Because we're gonna get to the bottom of it. We're gonna find out what is contributing to Africa underdevelopment. You dig? All right. So I won't be able to follow the screen this one, but I will play. I will press the play button because I want to know what is going on here. Yes. Because I guarantee you, now we're gonna get into some things that they are doing themselves where they're not on code. I know everything can't be the white man.
Powerful question, and one that deserves a nuanced, honest answer. European colonialism left deep scars, but it's not the only reason Africa hasn't become a major global
Okay,
power.
talk to me.
Let's go beyond colonialism and break down internal and structural factors that have also played a role in Africa's challenges. 1. Weak institutions and governance. Even after independence, many African countries struggle to build strong, transparent, and stable institutions.
There we go. It just won't read. I don't know what is going on with today, but sometimes this happens. Sometimes it won't read it, and I gotta figure out why that happens. A lot of times, this is not, an anomaly. It just happens sometimes. It just won't read it. All right, so let's read it ourselves. Cut that off. Close it and cut it off. So let's read it ourselves then. It's a lot to read though. I see that. Let me see. See, I don't know if it's me. What if I switch? What if I do that? It'll probably change the whole research. That's why I don't want to do that. All right. So let me do this. Okay, so while we wait on that, let me play something in the background so we're not just getting dead air as I figure this out. Let me play something in the background so it ain't just dead air.
Are you familiar with Japan's history?
I think just a little bit.
Okay.
What you know.
Yeah, so brother.
And I move, get my way.
You're bragging about goofy shit and nothing's being done. Japan became a super world power in 40 years. Okay, right. so they went from a nothing burger to a superpower, and they defeated China. So their feats was this: they defeated China, they defeated Russia, all in that span, that 40-year span. And bro, they're also responsible for Mitsubishi and some other Japanese companies that we know today. That's what I mean by what are you producing? So they have produced an economy for Japanese people to work and be successful and have some money. So Mitsubishi came out of that 40-year span of them tapping into the world's wave at that time. That's what I mean. So you're mentioning, so that they became a first world country around 40 years. You're mentioning Ghana, who's been in existence for 1 million years, and they still about to be something, right? We don't want to hear about the about to be stuff. We want to know, where are they now? Japan was not about to become country. 40 years, bro. They just worked hard, stuck together, and they got on code, and they produced a superpower country where white folks respected them and even aligned with them. So like they joined, hey brothers, the chat, they joined Great Britain in World War I, and they joined Hitler in World War II. So like they joined one country, World War I. They joined the op in World War II. You did, so like they were that respected for what they had accomplished. So they're light years far from any country you're talking about. You're talking about third world countries who are just saying, hey, we're a country, but they're not being respected because they had no real goods, import, export. They don't contribute to the world at all. That's right. What I'm saying. So I want to know, like, what? So now Japan is known for Mitsubishi in that 40-year span, right? They're known for a large army that defeated China, that defeated Russia. They're known for their imports and their trade. What are these third world countries you're bragging about known for in comparison to Japan in that 40-year span? And these guys had light years to beat that.
Okay, you were talking about economics, right?
Brother, economics, warfare, industrialization. I said they produce Mitsubishi, a car company. They got Honda. They got a whole bunch of shit over there. Okay, in 40 years. So I just want to know, in 1,000 years, what have these African countries produced that you're bragging about?
Okay, the African Continental Free Trade Area is a free trade area encompassing most of Africa. It was established in 2018 by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which has 43 parties and another 11 signatories, making it the largest free trade area by number of member states after the World Trade Organization. And it's the largest population and geographic size, spanning 1.3 billion people across the world's second largest continent. Hold on. On January 13th, 2022, AFCFTA take a major step forward in its objective with the establishment of pan-African payment and settlement system, which allows payment among companies operating in Africa to be done in any local currency.
Okay, brother. And in my mind, you said absolutely nothing. I want to know what has they manufactured, what jobs they produce, what army they have that's respectable, and what type of real independence they have. And they're still already a first.
Wait. You went from asking me what's tangible. I gave you countries. I gave you different scholars that.
But that didn't respond. I got it. But that didn't respond.
And then you asked me about economics. I just gave you.
Listen. I said Japan produced Mitsubishi. Okay,
right.
This is one country. You're naming 1,000, right? You're naming 1,000 countries, and you're in the between them, brother.
But you said Africa. You said Africa and pan-Africanism. So you asked me what has pan-Africanism did influence.
I need you to do this. Give me one country out of the million that's in that Pan-African bullshit. Give me one country that produced something like Mitsubishi, equivalent to Mitsubishi today. Give us one thing, one company that's equivalent to Mitsubishi. Go ahead.
Okay. Burkina Faso just started producing their own cars in Africa.
All right, so chat, I set them up for that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a chess player. So I set them up to lie. That's why I said, give me one thing that was produced, Mitsubishi. I know there's an African lie. At that time, I knew there was an African lie on TikTok about these damn inventions. Not just cars, just inventions, period. There's a bunch of, listen, they've been saying this for like 5-6 years ago. I had Asiatic black man who called himself Asiatic Lion, something else now. And he did that before. He said the same thing. They produced this electric car better than Tesla. It uses like the rays from the sun, no electricity. Like you don't got to charge it up. Like just a whole bunch of just lies. Why when somebody talk about the greatness in Africa and what they're doing, why does it always got to compete with the white man and be 10 times better? Why they just can't do something that's good and they're working on it to be greater? Everything they say, it got to be 10 times better than the white man. Okay. So as y'all know, if y'all watch that show, I'll play the rest of it in a second. But I want to read over Africa's problem, right? How can Africa be fixed, basically? Okay, so where were we? Okay, here we go. So, so weak institutions and governance. Even after independence, many African countries struggle to build strong, transparent, and stable institutions. These include independent courts, accountable police forces, transparent civil service, fair tax system. So this is all on them. This is not the white man. Why does this matter? Weak institutions can't enforce laws or protect property rights. That's why they have all these coups and all type of gangs going on in Haiti. Without rule of law, when you get corruption, nepotism, and political instability. Okay, so without rule of law, you get corruption, nepotism, and political instability, which we see happens in a lot of these nations, including and more so Nigeria. Investors, local or foreign, don't want to risk building businesses in an unstable or unpredictable environment like Nigeria. This is the word I said earlier to one of my brothers about Marcus Garvey and Dr. Umar's authoritarianism, coups, and dictatorships. Many post-independent leaders became dictators or military rulers, suppressing dissent and free speech. Over 200 military coups have occurred in Africa since independence. Examples: Idi Amin in Uganda, Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire, now in DRC, Sani Abacha in Nigeria, and we know about Charles Taylor in, what was that, Liberia? I forgot. Why this matters. Dictators often divert national wealth to themselves or cronies. Dig at that crony. Oh, they had a crony there. Oh, no. Opposition is crushed, so no space for innovation or reform. Political fear and violence destroy trust and civic agreement. Now you see why America advertises the open market, okay, rather than crush opposition. America supposedly encourages opposition. Tribalism. Oh, here we go. Number three, tribalism and ethnic tensions. Many Africans, many African countries were created by colonial borders, lumping different ethnic groups together. That's called unifying tribes. So you can blame the white man for unifying these different ethnic groups, okay? Because without the white man, they will never know each other. They'll be apart and they wouldn't have got anything done. So the white man is responsible of lumping up these guys and coming together. After independence, competition for power often broke along ethnic lines. Why the power thing? Why we just can't all get along? Why they just can't talk about pan-Africanism at this time? Right after independence, where is the pan-African influence? Pan-Africanists? If the pan-Africanists from Garvey was so influential, why didn't it reach the countries that matter the most? All right, politicians have exploited these divisions to gain support, leading to civil wars, e.g., Nigeria's Biafra War, genocide, Rwanda, 1994, discrimination and favoritism in hiring, contracts, or funding. Why this matters? Divides people, making national unity and long-term planning harder, creates cycles of revenge, politics, and distrust. Okay. Resource curse, paradox of plenty. Okay. Africa is rich in oil, gold, diamonds, cobalt, etc. Right? Okay, got it. But many resource rich countries are also underdeveloped and unstable, e.g., Nigeria, Angola, DCR. So why they brag about how they don't want to be black and they're so great? Why? Resources create easy money. Governments don't invest in education, industry, or agriculture. Are y'all seeing it? So y'all talking about this Pan-Africanist shit. Won't y'all first get a handle on government, convince them to be Pan-Africanist, and redistribute the wealth? Right? That's what we want. We want you guys to lead by example. We want you guys to go help one of these African nations establish a government that invests back in their people, okay? And they invest in the land. That's what we want you guys to do. Don't tell us to unite with a bunch of hooligans and cronies who can't even put the money back in the people, in the education. Okay, so now this creates incentives for corruption, smuggling, and foreign manipulation. Control over resources often fuels conflict and warlordism. God damn, look at the names they're using for these African countries. Warlordism. One second. What else? Underinvestment in education and innovation. So when I asked the question, where are your inventors? Where are your innovators? Now we see why there are none. Okay, many African countries spend little on education, especially science, tech, and vocational training. Brain drain. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This sounds familiar. So, American Dream said, Bias says you dig. Where you get that from? Well, where all y'all get brain drain? Where all y'all get brain drain from? Where's my influence on the community? Hmm? Where do we get brain drain from that we so often read all of a sudden? I haven't read the word brain drain or brain gain so much in my life. after I introduced it to the community. What you doing? Stay over here. Don't go up there. Stay over here. And what are you doing? You being good? Okay, being okay. Give me huggy. Come no, don't go down. Give me a huggy there. Give me a huggy. You being good? You being good? Hmm? Okay, give me. No. Go back over there and lay down. And you come over. Go. Lay down. Man, that Larry Elder dude pissed me off with those weak talking points. I wish a Tether would come over here with those weak talking points. The Larry Elder and Candace Owens. Okay. So brain drain. Educated Africans often leave for better opportunities abroad. Research and development is minimal. Innovation ecosystems are weak. Okay, this is number 5. This is the underinvestment in education and innovation. Part of that is the educated ones leaving Africa, coming over here and bragging about how much better they're doing in FBAs. Dude, you need to go back to your homeland because you are the number 5 reason why your country is failing. The ones over here wagging their finger at us. Dude, you in the top 10 reasons why your country is failing, you being over here is number 5. Y'all got to think about that. They're wagging their fingers at us. And in the top 10 reasons why their homeland's a failure, number 5 is them talking to me today. Like, dude, you need to go back, all right, and stop being the number 5 reason why your homeland failing. All right. Yo, I gotta read this later on. I go live again. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Why this matters. A nation can't compete globally without a skilled, innovative workforce. Hey, we gotta use this on these damn tethers. Japan, South Korea, and Singapore made education the foundation of their rise. You see, back to Japan. They made education the foundation of their rise. Wait a minute, that's a bar. Hey, message to the wise. They made education the foundation of their rise. Here's a quick message for the wise. They made education the foundation of their rise. That's a bar. Here's a message to the wise. Here's a reminder of the wise. They made education the foundation of their rise. That's a bar. Fragmentation, too many small markets. Africa has 54 countries with many with small populations and weak economies. So look, this is the reason why they got to unite. They don't need us though. Here, chat. They don't need us. Stop including us. You guys got to do it amongst yourselves. Y'all got too many small populations and weak economies. These small populations need to practice this pan-Africanist bullshit and go ahead and come together as one strong, nation and build your economy. But they're not going to trade. They're not going to trust each other like the West Indies Federation. Trade between African nations is low due to tariffs, bad rules, and bureaucracy. Okay, so I got to write some stuff down. So when a tether call in, I just cook them bullet by bullet by bullet. Each country has its own laws, currencies, and systems, not business friendly. Not what does that mean? Not business friendly. I ain't never heard that. Not business friendly. That's like some old Jim Crow business in the South. Predominantly white area for us. They weren't business friendly. So what does this mean? What is get out or head up and buy? Like what do they mean not business friendly? Head up and buy. We don't serve you around here. why this matters. Hard to attract investors or scale industries. Compare that to the EU or US, which have large unified markets. So here we are. They're giving you the blueprint. Efforts like the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFC, FTA, are trying to fix this, but it's slow going. I wonder why. We're going to figure out why that is the reason. Public health challenges, high rates of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and poor healthcare infrastructure have taken a toll. Well, they don't want the Bill Gates Foundation over there helping them fight these diseases. Well, they do, but some of y'all weirdos. Disease reduces, no, yeah, Disease reduces the productive workforce, increases government costs, and lower life expectancy. Recent example, COVID-19 show high fragile healthcare systems are in many countries. We're back to the brain. So Donnie put the brain first and they're copying you. Cultural and psychological barriers, sometimes overlooked. Talk about it. Centuries of colonial rule and exploitation created deep psychological scars, inferior complexes. Really? Can we get an example of this? Can we get an example of the psychological barriers that's overlooked, like inferiority complexes? Oh, now we're getting to, so now this is either truth or false. If it's true, now you see why they come over here with those ideas. All right, hold on. Is there any truth to this? Hold on. Is there any truth to this? Yeah, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out what that means.
Smackdown on the Brit.
Don't worry. I'm getting to that next. What that means. So hold on. But first, let's tackle this inferiority complex that they got. Hold on. Because some of y'all missed this earlier. I gotta play it again because y'all gotta see an example of this inferiority complex that they say that we have that they don't have. But damn, that's the research says y'all got it. And it's a number 8 reason why y'all failing. Y'all gotta understand, we're reading the reasons why they're failing. And the top 10, one of the top 10 reasons is that they have an inferiority complex that they say we got. That's not in our top 10 reasoning as failing, okay? So now let's see what it means to have this thing going on in Africa.
I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black.
Cultural and psychological barriers, sometimes overlooked. Centuries of colonial rule and exploitation created deep psychological scars. Number 1, or bullet point number 1, inferiority complexes. Say it again, sis.
Okay. I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black. Okay? Hear me out.
No, we read it out. We ain't got to hear you out. We're reading it out. Okay? And over reliance on foreign aid, bleachers, lack of confidence in African solutions. Oh my God. Lack of confidence in African solutions. They don't even believe in the the pan-Africanist bullshit is a so-called solution, but they got lack of confidence in it. And this is why we've seen it as a one-way thing. But show us the lack of confidence against this.
I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black. Okay? Hear me out.
No, we're going to read it out. All right. Some cultures may resist modernization or associate success with westernization. And a key point for that, she ain't black. Black, that's a westernized term for dark people from African descent. But people who don't want to modernize or be westernized, they'll say they're not black. When they're black as midnight, when they take all that cake off. Corruption and get rich quick mindsets can encourage long-term investment or hard work. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Corruption. That's why I paused. Like, that don't make sense. Corruption and get rich quick mindsets can discourage long-term investment or hard work. Wait a minute. I thought all they did was hard work. So now it turns out they don't do hard work. They got this get rich quick mindset where they just join pyramid schemes or lead the pyramid schemes. Okay, so anyway, let's get to what I read earlier. What does that mean? That's slow progress. Here we go. Efforts like so I want to know why it's going slow. That's what I want to know. What you guys want to know? What else can I type about Africa while they failing? Because I'm trying to come up with some ideas where they can get it popping. All right, so let me copy and paste that because I'm gonna leave them to explain why this can't gain any steam, any legs. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn these problems into how they can be turned around. First, you know what? Let me see what tribalism. See, look, I'm asking good questions that's based on that are solution based. Okay, so let me read the comment. What does it mean exactly? This is off topic. Yeah, I gotta go download Gemini Basic AI Personnel Assistant. It's a big help. It's easier to mobilize it educated people than a bunch of ignorant people. Yeah, that's why are Africans and our Caribbean cousins so fascinated with cake, soap, and bleaching cream? Yeah, yeah, man. And these guys act like, well, you see it right here. Here's some of the reasons.
Let me say that again.
Here's some of the reason why they love that cake.
I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black. Okay? Hear me out.
No, I'd rather read it out. Okay, you are the furthest thing from attraction. Okay. Let's see. Dang. Anything else I need to fit in here, chat? We're gonna help Africa become great. Okay. We're gonna help Africa build some more modern pyramids with some solutions, all right? Some stuff they don't want to.
This is so cute.
Okay, well, you're cute, he's cute, but y'all bring your cute selves back in there. Okay. Go, 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 go. Almost done. And we're gonna go get the bikes. We're gonna ride the bikes. I'm gonna get you tired. You're gonna ride that bike with some damn. Yeah, you're gonna ride that bike. You're gonna be tired. You're gonna go to sleep. By the time you come back in here. Okay.
Daddy went away.
Where he go? He did. No, he right here.
Daddy went away. Daddy went away.
He right here. He run away.
He went away.
No, he right here. You did? Did you go get him? When he run away, did you go find him? Okay. Yes.
I'm stuck.
He's stuck. Oh no. We gotta help you. You can't be stuck. All right, here we are. Let's read some of the solutions. You're asking the right questions, the kind that cut through slogans and dig into what's real, what's working, and what needs to change. Let's take it step by step. Yeah, they always give me credit for the way I ask the questions. Yes. Good, you free now. Okay. So why is AFCFTA moving so slowly? The African the African continental free trade area. Now you notice that none of these Pan-Africanists that come on this podcast, they ever talk about real stuff like this. They talk about stuff that does not matter, that's impractical and not even on the table, like Pan-Africanism. Okay. The African continental free trade area is a bold idea. Create a single market of 1.4 billion people across 54 countries, but it's dragging because of what? Structural challenges. So again, these folks are getting together. Look, they are getting together, but it's moving so slow. Go, 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 go in there. Okay. So they are trying to get together, but look what happens. It's moving so slow. I don't want to move slow. I like to move it, move it. Okay, so let's look into what's causing some of this stuff. Poor infrastructure, roads, rail, ports, and customs systems are underdeveloped. You see how why they hate us so much and so much jealous of us, because we actually built the things that they lacking today. In 2025, we built those things in the 1800s. Okay, non-tariff barriers. Even if tariffs are reduced, countries will still delay trade with complex paperwork, corruption, this is internal, or protectionist policies. What the hell is that? Weak manufacturing. Many African countries produce the same things. Oh my God. Raw materials, so trade is limited. They produced it. So much for the innovators. Okay, so political challenges. Sovereignty fears. Some leaders are hesitant to give up control or open their borders to neighbors they distrust. Look at this, man. Look at this. This is the same thing that happened why the West Indies Federation failed. Distrust amongst themselves, bro. What can you do about this? What can you do about them hating each other? So if they can't trust their neighbors, why would they come 1,000 miles overseas to our homeland and trust us? Oh, diaspora war. Yeah, it is one-sided. Competing regional blocks, ECOWAS, EAC, SADC, overlapping economic zones sometimes conflict rather than cooperate. Wow. So they just undermine each other all day long. Economic barriers, economic imbalances, bigger economies like Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt fear being swamped by smaller ones. Small economies fear being dominated or losing revenue from tariffs. This is exactly what the pan-Caribbean was going through, why they couldn't get it popping. They just couldn't trust each other, bro. They just felt like one person was going to pull a white man colonial trick. How can African countries get away from tribalism? Tribalism is just not about ethnicity, it's about trust. Oh, wow. Power and access in fragile systems. What can be done? See, I'm asking for solutions. I'm not always ragging on y'all, but they don't want to know our solutions. They just want to rag on us. Inclusive governance. Power sharing systems that rotate leadership or decentralized power, like in Kenya, can reduce ethnic tensions. Well, they tried that in the pan Caribbean and they felt like, no, sir. Civic education. Promote national identity over ethnic identity. Again, that was already tried in the West Indies Federation. They rejected it, right? They said, hey, let's be called West Indian over Jamaican, Trinidadian. You got it. Somebody from the Barbados, etc. They couldn't do it. Okay. Civic education, promote nationality. I already said that. Okay, let's do it again. So civic education, promote national identity over ethnic identity, especially in schools and media. Now they get mad when you know, it's crazy. Now we're seeing the bigger picture. And I'm gonna read this again later. Every solution that they supposed to do, we are doing over here, and they are mad at us. Hey, Jay, Golden, Nat, Donnie, listen, same day if you're still there. Listen what I'm reading. Our national term is FBA. Because in between that, you got Israelites, you got Muslims, Moors, all type of people in between that. Bloods, Crips, this person, African, that person, booty scratcher. There's a lot of terms underneath that. But we are coming together with a national term. ADOS, American Freedmen, and Foundational Black Americans. These were all they were all introduced as national terms, not local, statewide, national. So if you look at what they got to do to get along, we already doing it, and they hate us for it. Go in there. What you working at? What are you bad kids ain't out here yet? Good. good. Get out of there. Get out of there. Over there. All right. Go that way. Why you following me? You want to go outside? Come. Yeah, these bees look. Yeah, these. I never see bees with legs. These hornets, wasps, whatever the hell they are. That just look crazy. Like long back legs, whatever they got. I got a spray can, but I only use it when it's important. Because why would I spray one? There's like thousands of them somewhere. What is spraying one going to do or two? I'd rather find where they congregate the most and get them over there. Go. And then I'll get them. Yeah. Okay. Civic education. Promote national identity over ethnic identity, especially in schools and media. All those goddamn individual flags. I'm Ghana. I'm, Zimbabwean. I'm Nigerian. That's causing the division. All that Jamaican, Trinidad, that's causing the division amongst yourselves. You keep trying to up one. All right. What's next? Equitable development. Ensure infrastructure and services reach all regions, not just favored ethnic groups or capitals. Oh yeah. I'm going to cook a Pan-Africanist. I can't wait. Oh yeah. Strong institutions when courts, police, and elections are neutral, people stop relying on tribal loyalty for protection. Wow. Rwanda, for example, banned ethnic labels after the genocide and focused on unity through a shared national identity, controversial but somewhat effective. Wow, okay. Shout out to it. Okay, no wonder they got it popping afterwards. All right. So, all right, I want to know what that's about, why it's controversial. Okay, see, they got a national identity. Is pan-Africanism real or just a diaspora dream? Mixed answer. In the diaspora, Caribbean, US, UK, that's where it's only at, by the way. And that's why, okay. Pan-Africanism is often romanticized as Black unity and resistance to white supremacy. For many, Africa is symbolic motherland, even if there's little direct connection. In Africa, Pan-Africanism is more pragmatic and political. Leaders invoke it, but national interests and eternal divisions often override continental unity. The dream of one Africa remains inspirational, but in practice, few joint military efforts, limited shared currencies, weak regional enforcement of laws of human rights. That said, institutions like the African Union, AF, back to this, CFTA, and continental infrastructure projects show that some Pan-African ideals are moving forward slowly. They're moving faster in the diaspora, by the way. What practical things can African countries do to progress rapidly? So why is it called Pan-Africanism? Like we need to change that word. If there's if there's any movement in this at all, drop the word African because you got the Caribbean, you got America, and you got Africa. If there's any unity, we're not going under the African banner, neither the Caribbean banner. So it'll be a new word. You dig? It won't be African. I can guarantee that. All right. Anyway, realistic and high impact strategies. So let me help my that's a wasp. Okay. So let's all the groups you named, they couldn't include themselves in it. They are upset they can't infiltrate VA. Right. And last. So look, I'm asking how can they get it done? So I'm not just always when they say I'm, USBAs, you hate, you do this. No, I'm asking how can your problem be resolved? I'm reading it before the world. And while I'm reading it, you see somebody from the continent saying she's not black. Okay, so realistic and high impact strategies, fix infrastructure, prioritize transport, energy, and digital access. Public-private partnerships can speed up delivery, e.g. Rwanda's broadband rollout. Invest in skills and tech. Focus on vocational training, STEM, education, and digital skills. Partner with the hubs like Lagos, Nairobi, Kigali to foster innovation ecosystems. Fight corruption with tech. Use blockchain for land records, digital IDs for public services, and mobile banking for transparency. Okay, Kanye's e-government is a good start. They're giving them the blueprint. Create regional value chains instead of all the countries trying to do everything. They can specialize, e.g., one focus on processing and another on assembly. AFCFTA could enable this if properly executed. Leverage the diaspora, bring in skilled Africans abroad for investment, mentoring, and leadership. We are their leaders and leadership. They want to act like it's even Steven. No, they got to bring us in over there and not just remittances, right? Empower women and youth. Fast growing economies invest in their entire population in girls' education, women in business, youth entrepreneurship, long term growth. Which African countries are more advanced and why? See, I want to know all the answers. Rwanda, strong governance, clean cities, tech focus, low corruption, low corruption, low corruption, low corruption, clean, 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 no slum, no water slums. Botswana, stable democracy, low corruption, low corruption, low corruption, sound resource management diamonds. This one, Mauritius, diversify economy, tourism, finance, tech, good governance. Kenya, dynamic tech sector, silicon, savannah, agriculture export. South Africa, industrial-based mining infrastructure, but struggling politically. Ghana, politically stability, growing middle class, pan-African culture, leadership. Morocco, infrastructure, renewable energy, growing auto and aerospace industries. Common setbacks, even in advanced countries, unemployment and inequality, even in success stories, many people are still poor. Urban-rural divide, cities thrive while villages lag. Debt dependence, countries like Ghana and Kenya have rising debt burdens from big projects. So all that bragging about these folks, you remember who they owe. Youth bulge, fast population growth creates stress on schools, jobs, and services. Less advanced, but with potential. DR Congo, rich in minerals, but plagued by conflict, weak governance. Chad, Niger, landlocked, poor infrastructure, fragile security. South Sudan, new state, civil war, oil dependence. Central African Republic, rebellion, low literacy, foreign influence, foreign interference. Somalia, long instability, piracy, lack of control, authority. Final takeaway, Africa's future isn't hopeless, but it's not automatic either. The ones who will move fast are those that build strong, inclusive institutions, invest in people and technology, collaborate regionally, break free from dependency and corruption. Want a deep dive into a specific country strategy like how Rwanda modernized past genocide and why Ghana is seen as West Africa's beacon, or how African American and Caribbean folks could play a real role in the Ghana one seems interesting. Maybe later. I did a lot of reading. All right, so we found some solutions. We found some things. We're gonna head out. I'm gonna get them tired, and I'm gonna make a video and all this stuff right here. So when we get a African booty scratching Pan-Africanist on a panel, we can ask them about all these things. Because it seems like this is nothing we can do other than, like they said, invite us for mentoring and leadership. There's nothing we can do for them. They got to do it themselves. So that, again, that pan-Africanist idea is just goofy.
The United States called.
Oh, you know what? You know what I didn't do? Do you know what I didn't do? Which just since I'm a solutionist, what needs to be done to hold on. I got something. What you do? Okay, you sorry. Okay, what you do? Hmm? Would you be bad? You hit dash? Okay, you don't hit him. Come over here. You can't do that. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna come back later because I gotta read all this stuff over. Right now I'm just freestyling. And I hate freestyling, but when I come back live, I'm gonna have it more organized. Look, the plan is to come back on live. Okay, and that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna organize all this information better because I know I'm just freestyling. I'm all over the place. You hear me in the background typing.
But there's fluid. Fluid.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there.
One, two.
It's where there's a fluid. It's where there's a fluid.
Yeah, got it.
The white. They did the white, Daddy. The white. I did the white, Daddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something that nobody ever done. Watch this.
Aku, Daddy. That is everywhere.
Cassie, no, you can't touch that. Okay, watch this. I got something. This is gonna be a treat for y'all. Yeah, since I'm over here solving problems. All right. Oh my God. This is gonna be beautiful. I'm gonna press play. Hopefully this play. I don't feel like reading all this. Hopefully this plays. I'm still typing. Okay, all right, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. All right. I got a treat for y'all. For y'all who stayed, y'all gonna appreciate this one. Y'all who stayed. All right, the rest gotta get it later. Right. Everybody who stood tall and everybody who stood tall and stayed with me for this long, y'all gonna get a hell of a treat. Because as I'm solving issues, right, with Chat GPT, with I had got a light bulb. Okay. I said, you know what? Let me try to solve this other problem that we're looking at. Hopefully, hopefully, the entire audio plays out. I'm gonna be hot. I'm gonna be hot if the entire audio doesn't play out. I ain't gonna sit here, uh, copying, highlighting and clicking, read aloud. It's gonna take way too long. Now, something like that would make me not go live later. Because if I'm forced to do that, then I'll be too tied up. And I got to do it all while he's taking his nap. That's assuming. Now he's gonna take a nap. I'm gonna have him reading. I'm gonna have him riding his bike everywhere. So yesterday, I was like, you know what? Let him ride the bike. So I walked to McDonald's, got a little French fries, whatever. I said, you know what? Let him ride that bike. See, because now he knows where he's going. He's not gonna think about how long he's riding, and it actually worked. He came back tired as hell. So I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna talk about things that he wants as he rides the bike to throw him off. But we're gonna do some more. We're gonna go to Family Dollar. I gotta pick up some stuff. And this is what parents gotta learn. Your kids don't work out enough because you guys don't want to work out. You guys don't want to leave the house. So you got to be creative. So instead of driving them to the store, either have them walk like you, because you could exercise as well, or you could walk and they could ride their bike, but they're actually pedaling. I don't agree with toys that they drive. That they drive. I don't rock with nothing like that. I believe that's encouraging of child obesity. I like the old school, big wheel bicycle where you got to pedal to get where you got to go. Yeah, I don't like anything where a kid is pressing a button and he's traveling. I want them to be exercising. Child obesity is a huge problem in Black America, and that's amongst all Black people. Okay. Wow, yo, this got a lot. Yo, listen, what I'm gonna give y'all right now. And hopefully, hopefully it plays. So I ain't gotta, highlight and press open, read out loud. But I believe you guys are gonna appreciate this. Okay. Oh my God. And yo, some people might take this and steal from this idea. Yeah, I might have set a trend after this one. And I ain't got to tell you what I'm doing. Once I press play, you guys are going to know what I'm doing and know who I'm referring to. That's how genius this is what I just did. And this is innovation. Okay. This is what researchers or all of us who claim to be researchers, we have to have some type of innovation in us that separate us from different people. My research that separate me from different folks is I'm able to get the research and then debate it and win and destroy people. Not every researcher, not every great researcher is a great debater. Some researchers are good at bringing their research to real tangible projects. Like they could bring it to a school, they could bring it to a, library or park or, job and get things cracking. All right. So, okay. So, oh, wow. Oh, yes. Okay, get down, get down. You're gonna fall. Get down, get down. Cause you like climbing over, then you fall into your head. Good go. And then child CPS is gonna be over here. All right. Hold on. Because when you're done searching, you get done. I'm ready to press play, but then it gives you. They say, okay. Um. They say, okay. Do you also want this? And normally for me, it's always no. But they are providing some great ideas. I'm like, yeah. All right. Listen. I know it's taking long, but it's worth it. And I won't play all of it. I'm gonna play the first portion. And depending on how fast that go, if it reads it all the way through, I might play the second part. Why? Put that back. My chessboard. I'm ruining it. All right. So here we are. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. All right. Are y'all ready? Donnie, are you ready for this one? Okay. Something said, while I'm on solutions, why not solve this problem? Okay. Hopefully it plays all the way out. If not, if it doesn't play all the way out, I'm out.
Starting a private school from scratch, especially by purchasing an abandoned building and refusing government funding, is a bold and powerful vision, but it's also full of hidden traps. The dream is possible, but many entrepreneurs and visionaries fail because they underestimate how much time, money, legal preparation, and relationship building it takes to get it right.
Dr. Umar
Let's
Johnson.
break this down step by step.
It's almost impossible.
Starting with the most critical mistakes and moving into practical,
let's see if Umar faced these critical mistakes
for building a school that's sustainable, respected, and long-lasting.
It said this project's almost
Common
impossible.
mistakes that can derail the vision early. 1. Mistakes when purchasing the building. Ignoring zoning laws. Not all properties can legally be used as a school. Zoning must allow for educational use. Skipping environmental structural assessments. Old schools may have asbestos, mold, lead paint, structural damage, or plumbing electrical systems that need total replacement. These can destroy budgets. Buying without title clarity. If the title isn't clean or there are liens or ownership disputes, it can lead to years of legal issues. Not verifying building codes. You might need ADA compliance, fire safety upgrades, sprinkler systems, elevators, etc. These are often non-negotiable and very expensive. Mistakes in renovation phase. Underestimating renovation costs. Gutting and rebuilding a school is often more expensive than building new. Hidden costs. HVAC, IT infrastructure, roof replacement, security systems. Hiring unqualified contractors. Cheap contractors often lead to shoddy work, lawsuits, or incomplete jobs. Failing safety inspections. Renovations that don't meet fire codes or health department standards can delay or block opening. 3. Mistakes in funding strategy. Relying solely on donations. Donations are unpredictable. You may have a passionate launch year and then hit a dry spell. It's hard to pay teachers, maintenance, insurance, or utilities when funding isn't stable. No financial cushion. What happens if enrollment drops? What if donations slow down? Many visionary projects collapse because of cash flow problems, not lack of vision. 4. Mistakes in operational planning. No clear educational model. What kind of school is this? Academic, arts-based, Afrocentric, STEM-focused. Lack of clarity fuses parents and staff. Hiring the wrong staff. If you rush hiring or underpay because of limited funds, you get underqualified or uncommitted people. No teacher development. Good teachers need training, support, and leadership. Otherwise, burnout and turnover become major issues. Ignoring compliance. Even private schools must meet state or accreditor regulations for health, safety, curriculum, and reporting. What must be done to build a successful private school? No gov funding. 1. Before purchase. Do deep due diligence. Hire a real estate attorney. Pay for environmental, structural, and zoning assessments. Get estimates from licensed, school experience contractors. Confirm the property is legally convertible to a private school. 2. Form a legal entity and governance structure. Register a nonprofit or private corporation, depending on tax, legal goals. Create a board of directors with diverse expertise, law, finance, education, fundraising. File for 501c3 if you want tax-deductible donations. 3. Create a realistic business plan, 5-year minimum. This is critical to attract high-level donors, staff, or even loan support. Clear mission and educational philosophy. Revenue model, tuition, fundraising, potential side projects. Detailed budget, construction, staff salaries, insurance, tech, food, transportation, enrollment targets and growth projections, marketing plan. 4. Secure multiple funding streams, combined, tuition, even partial, grants from foundations, major donors, philanthropists, community leaders, fundraisers, events, merch, licensing or facility rentals, gym, auditorium, etc. Relying only on small online donations is not sustainable long term. 5. Recruit passionate, qualified staff and treat them well. Offer clear contracts, fair salaries, and professional development. Build a culture of purpose and excellence, not charity or burnout. Incentivize long-term commitment through recognition, career growth, and community ownership. 6. Start small, then scale. Begin with 1 grade or a small student body. Pilot model. Focus on quality over scale. Use early success to build your reputation and fundraising momentum. 7. Stay transparent and accountable. Publish annual reports, budgets, enrollment stats. Invite community involvement and parental participation. Use transparency to build trust, a key to recurring donations and long-term success. Bonus, ways to make the school stand out. Afrocentric or culturally affirming curriculum. Trauma-informed teaching. Language immersion, Swahili, Arabic, Yoruba, French. Nature-based or Montessori elements. Entrepreneurship programs. Community-based mentorship from local professionals. Hanar. Summary. What kills the dream versus what makes it work? Kills the dream, makes it work. Buying a bad building, full due diligence and professional inspections, relying only on donations, diversified income streams, no clear educational model, strong mission and identity, hiring anyone available, intentional, mission-driven staff recruitment, poor project management, experienced advisors and project phasing, lack of community engagement, parent, alumni, and local business involvement, no sustainability plan, 5-year financial and enrollment plan. Would you like a sample timeline of how this could play out from purchase to student enrollment, or a sample budget or staffing chart? I can sketch one out for you.
Chat, based off that, if you had any glimpse of hope, which one of you now still believe that Umar, you see what's necessary, what's needed? Which one of you, and I'm not pressuring you. You could be optimistic all day long. I'm just saying. So don't let me pressure you. This is your opinion, right? Your opinion. Which one of you are confident that he got those boxes checked? Huh? All right. So this right here is talking about okay, yeah. So there's some other stuff I gotta play. Okay. So now we're assuming it said get workers. Don't hire whoever's available. You see what he's doing is shoveling and painting. Hey, who want to come down and paint? Bad ideas. You see? It said hire the right people. I've been saying that from day one.
Perfect. Here's a starter roadmap broken into phases with a sample timeline, rough budget estimates, and a basic staffing chart. Let's assume you're launching a K-5 private school from an abandoned building and plan to start with 2 grades, K and first, with about 50 students total in the first year.
He wants thousands of students.
Phase by phase timeline, from purchase to opening. Phase 1, due diligence and purchase, 3 to 6 months. Task, property inspection.
Did even give him a timeline.
Zoning, structural, asbestos,
it takes 3 to 6 months.
Plumbing, electrical, legal work.
He's
hire real estate.
He's still
lawyer,
doing this.
Clear
10
title,
years later.
Negotiate
14
purchase,
years later.
Community outreach.
This is a 3 to 6 month project.
With local leaders, parents, churches, etc.
Go.
Preliminary fundraising. Start a quiet campaign to secure major donors, grants.
I got it.
Time 3 to 6 months. Cost $75,000, $50,000. Legal, inspections, consulting,
Where that
down
money
payment.
at?
Phase 2, renovation and program design, 6 to 12 months. Task description, renovation. ADA compliance, fire safety, bathrooms, HVAC, flooring, roofing, tech in classrooms,
could have been done.
Smart boards, computers, books, furniture. Curriculum planning, choose educational model and create syllabus. Licensing and insurance, register school, get inspection approvals, Recruit head of school. Hire principal or founding director. Time, 6
Yeah,
to
it
12
said
months.
under a year. He's on
Cost,
his 14th
$300,
year.
$800. Varies widely depending on condition and region.
Yo,
Phase 3,
he's
staffing
14
and
years
student
late.
recruitment. 3 to 6 months. Overlaps. Task, description. Hire core staff, teachers, admin, security, janitor, part-time nurse.
Yo, look how much money you
Launch school
need.
brand, website, social media, flyers, community events. Host open houses,
When you want
tour
to
the
do it
space, build
from the
buzz,
grassroots. This
collect
was an
enrollment
idiotic
forms.
idea, which I
Time,
knew
3
for
to
do
6
it.
months. Cost, $100,000, $200,000. Payroll, marketing, admin costs before opening. Phase 4, opening day and year 1 operations. Taskscription, welcome students. Focus on quality education and strong parent communication. Monitor and adjust. Gather feedback from staff,
Oh, he got the
students, and
shovel.
parents. Fundraising and tuition collection. Ensure consistent revenue
He
flow.
kept the rest of the money.
Prepare for
He
year
just
2
bought a
expansion.
shovel.
Begin hiring for next grade level. Time, ongoing. Annual operating
Look at all this
budget.
money, yo.
Year 1, $400,000 to $600,000,
God damn.
depending on salary,
You need
size,
about $10
and whether
million,
you're paying a
man.
mortgage or lease.
And this is probably a small school.
Sample year
He said a
1 staffing
university.
chart, K first grade, 50 students. Role, whether you're paying a mortgage or lease. 1, strong leadership is key early on, teachers. 4, 2 teachers per grade, small classes. Teacher assistant, 2, helpful for classroom management. Admin assistant, 1, front office, parent comms. Custodian, 1, may share with part-time maintenance. Security doorkeeper, 1, can double as gross counselor. 1, share with nearby clinic school. Volunteers, interns, from community or college partnerships. Total full-time staff, 8 to 10. Payroll range, $300,000
God,
to
look at all this
$450,000, depending on
money.
region and salaries.
JJ.
Sample monthly operating costs. Category, estimated monthly. Staff
Okay,
salaries,
go garbage.
$35,000,
Go, go.
$45. Utilities, electric, water, heat, $2,400. Maintenance and cleaning, $1,500. $2,000. Internet and tech support, $500 to $1,000.
Well, this money.
School supplies and curriculum, $1,000, $2,000. Insurance, property liability, $1,000, $500. Food lunch program, if offered, optional. Marketing outreach, $500 to $1,000. Estimated total, $40,000 to $55,000 per month. Annual budget, $500,000, $650,000 for first year. Realistic options to supplement donations. Charge partial tuition with full scholarships for those in need.
Careful.
Launch membership or alumni circles with monthly giving, e.g. $25 to $100 a month. Apply for foundation and corporate grants. Rent out facilities for events, after-school programs, or summer camps. Partner with local businesses for sponsorships or in-kind donations, food, supplies, laptops. If you want, I can build out a detailed year 1 budget spreadsheet, a sample pitch deck for donors, or a starter curriculum framework for an Afrocentric or STEM-focused model. Just say the word.
All right. I got one more question. Okay. So here we are. Here, I think this should be the last thing, right? Donations. All right. Here's the last one I'm gonna do. Okay. Yo, based upon what we read, God, I mean, like, we should be preparing for him just to like give up or make up an excuse, get locked up. You know, something's gonna happen for him to get wiggle his way out of this one. He might end up like Brother Polite or something similar. Who knows? He might be crashing out, getting people whacked like King, like Little Dirk allegedly. You dig? Something's not right. But hey, let's get to it.
Excellent question,
I
and
know.
one that needs to be asked loudly and early,
Yes,
especially when large sums of donor money and community trust are on the line.
I know.
Turning an abandoned building into a functional school run on donations is not impossible, but it requires extraordinary competence, accountability, and clear
Accountability.
execution. So if someone is aiming for that, we need to ask, are they truly qualified?
No,
Do they have a real plan?
of course not.
Or are they well-meaning but in over their head? Or worse, using the dream as a cover to scam? Let's break it down. Signs someone may be in over their head or headed for failure.
Uh-oh.
1. No written business plan or budget. If they can't produce a detailed plan showing construction renovation phases, hiring strategy, year-by-year budget, student enrollment targets, they're running on emotion, not structure. I just want to help the kids is noble.
Black
but
boys.
Vague plans produce vague results.
Black boys. Hey,
2.
Go, you hit your ear. Go.
No
with it.
experience in
keep
education,
doing that.
operations, or project management. Do they have any background in teaching or school administration, managing a team or organization, working with children
He's
in
always
any
lying,
official
so we don't
capacity?
know.
A visionary with zero operational or leadership background is likely to crumble under pressure. HAR 3, unclear or shifting goals. Today it's a school, tomorrow a youth center,
University.
next week a trade
Oh my
hub.
God.
If the mission keeps changing, it suggests lack of focus, chasing trends to attract donations, no long-term plan.
He's been
4,
consistent with this is school.
over-promising with no timeline.
But the size of the school and where it's going to be at.
We're going to
he's
renovate the
inconsistent.
whole school this year with $2,000 in donations and no contractor hired.
Hey,
Realistic
that's close.
timelines, milestones, and transparency are key. Lack of project milestones equals poor planning or worse,
He has
deception.
none of that.
Number 5, no professional team or advisors.
He definitely does not
If
have
it's just
that.
one person making all decisions with no board, no consultants, no partners, huge red flag. Large projects require lawyers, accountants, architects, educators, community leaders.
No.
A dream hoarded instead of shared is often a sign of ego, not leadership.
That's what his daughter
Number
said.
6, no transparency in fundraising or spending. Are there receipts, budgets, or updates for donations
Of course
received?
not.
Is the organization a registered nonprofit?
No, sir. He's
501c3?
getting cash apps.
If not, where's the money going?
To his cash app.
Trust me, God got me is not a financial plan.
God got me.
Donors deserve accountability.
AI is funny as hell.
7, always asking, never showing. If it's 90% fundraising videos and 0% progress documentation, that's a red flag. A serious project will show before-after pictures, contractor reports, community meetings, receipts or work-in-progress photos. Signs someone may be scamming or lying. These aren't just signs of being unprepared. These hint at possible intentional deception. Behavior. Red flag, photos of random abandoned schools online.
Oh,
not
shit.
the actual site being renovated. Crowdfunding with no legal entity. Money is going to a personal account.
Wow. Cash app.
Lack of business registration or IRS status. Can't prove legitimacy. Name-dropping donors or fake partners. Trying to build
NBA
credibility
player.
without substance. Aggressive emotional manipulation. Guilt-tripping donors or calling skeptics haters.
Oh.
Signs of
Wow.
someone
Yeah, this
legit
is
and qualified.
crazy how accurate this is.
Indicator. Why it matters. Has a formal business plan and financial projections. Shows they're serious and have done their homework. Is registered as a nonprofit or LLC with clear accounting. You can track money in and out. Builds a team of experts, not just friends or fans. Understands it's
the
bigger
fans
than one
coming
person.
through.
Publishes updates, photos, and receipts. Transparency builds
No
trust.
transparency on his
Seeks
part.
mentorship or partners. Humility and wisdom go a long way. Start small and prove success. Real builders scale after they prove quality.
Wow.
Final thought. Dreamers are vital, but structure is sacred. If someone is handling donor money, community trust, and children's futures, they need to be held to the highest standards. So if you or someone else is evaluating a project like this, ask the hard questions.
What if they're not available?
Request documentation. Watch their actions, not just their words. And if you're planning to build something like this yourself, we can make sure you're building it brick by brick the right way.
Like Booker T?
Want a checklist to vet school projects or school founders, or tips on building donor trust early on?
All right. All right, man. That's it until later. I'm tempted, but I'm not gonna do anything else. That's it until if I go live later. Yo, AI knows Umar person. Cash that Zelle Venmo. Yo, listen, man. People stop that. Move, go move. So people keep giving that crazy ninja money is what amazes me. Yeah, but they're crazy. Like they're crazy people flock together. Crazy minds think alike. Stop. Yeah, crazy mind thinks a lot. Yeah, man, this thing know him front to bottom. That's crazy, yeah. And I'm gonna think of some things. I think that's enough, really. But I'm trying to get more detail because I have to watch some of his videos of him lying. Like, um, hold it. One more question. Yeah, I feel sorry for those folks who came to that black party in front of school and were dancing and having that black party of a guy who potentially don't even own the school. Like, how scam are they gonna feel? Because they are on video. Uh, some of these women are marrying this guy on a lie. Hmm. Yeah, leave the dog alone. Yeah, I had to. You gotta leave the dog alone. Yeah, cash that. Yeah, that's why some of us believe that he's like literally just pocketing the money. Hmm. Uh, one last question. All right, here's the last question. I just had to pin it. I had to pin it more to him, right? Where, okay, so here's the last question. Here's the last question. I'm sorry for being on long this long. I'm sorry for being online, being live this long. I know some of y'all like, man, miss me. I got some stuff going on. I apologize. I apologize. But this should be the last question. Hopefully, this is a lie. This knows him. Damn. All right, last one. Last one. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, this is hilarious. Okay, here we are. Let's go. This is it right here. Okay, I'm ready. Let me share my screen one more time. This time I'm done for sure. Okay.
You're asking very real grounded questions, the kind that protect not just your wallet, but your community's trust and energy. Let's unpack what you described, because there are serious red flags here, and you're right to be skeptical. Quick answer: yes, those are red flags. No, a school project should not take 4+ years to get HVAC,
14.
zoning, and inspections handled. Yes, asking donors to do manual labor like painting or shoveling can be a red flag, especially when it's been years with no measurable progress. Let's break it down. 1. Is it normal to ask donors to paint, shovel, or attend block parties? Occasionally, yes, in community-led projects or barn-raising moments, but only when there's a clear plan and permits in place, the building is already legally secured, you're nearing launch or in the final stages.
Oh, damn.
The labor is supplemental, not
hate when I do
substituting
this.
for real contractors. If donors are doing hard labor for a non-operational, unsafe, or unlicensed school, that's not empowerment. That's exploitation or mismanagement. 2. HVAC inspections and zoning infractions still unresolved after 14 years? That is a massive red flag. Why? HVAC alone does not take 14 years to resolve, nor do basic inspections. If after a decade and a half, they are still stuck on permits, compliance, or zoning, the issue is not the city. It's either incompetence, lack of funding strategy, or dishonesty. These things are solvable with professionals and a real plan. Asking for donations for 14 years with no open school, this is one of the clearest signs something's wrong. A typical private school project, even with challenges, can launch within 2 to 5 years. If they've been asking for money nonstop for 14 years, but there's still no students, no licensed facility, no operating staff, no programs, no timeline, then it's highly likely this is either a mismanaged passion project or a scam, intentional or not. What does professionalism look like in a real school startup? Professional project, red flag project. Has a business plan, permits,
This is wild,
contractors. Constantly
I was able
improvising,
to pinpoint
no
him
legal
perfectly
filings,
for
opens in 2 to 5 years
AI.
max, still not open after 10+ years. Shows transparent financial updates, says we'll update soon but never does. Builds trust with parents, educators, uses emotional guilt or vague promises, runs on schedule with clear phases, We'll get there when God allows it. No timeline. Final word, time doesn't equal legitimacy. Just because someone's been fundraising for a long time doesn't mean they're closer to success. In fact, sometimes it means the opposite. They're stuck in a loop of hype, dysfunction, or deception. If this person has collected donations for 10 plus years, still can't open a classroom, has unresolved safety code issues, can't provide a clean, audited budget, leans on spectacle, block parties' emotional videos rather than substance, then yes, this may be a failed or fraudulent venture, and you should be cautious. Would you like help building a donor vetting checklist? Something you or others can use to assess the credibility of grassroots or nonprofit projects like this.
Their answer is yes. So I got one more. This is it right here. Yeah, this is crazy, yo. And people fell for this. This is crazy.
Great. Here's a donor vetting checklist you can use to evaluate whether a school project or any community nonprofit effort is credible, sustainable, and worth supporting. You can use this for yourself or share with others to protect the community from scams, bad investments, or good intentions gone wrong. Donor vetting checklist for private school or nonprofit projects. 1. Basic legitimacy check. Question red flag. If, is the project legally registered? 401c3? No registration using personal Cash App or GoFundMe. Is there a business address, not just a P.O. box? Only using personal or vague mailing address. Can they show nonprofit status from IRS? No EIN, no legal filings, or avoiding the question. Is there a board of directors or advisory team? One person running everything, no oversight. Project transparency. Question. Red flag if. Is there a written business plan or proposal? No plan or says it's coming soon forever. Do they have a timeline with project milestones? 10 plus
It's
years
coming soon
and
forever.
still preparing to launch. Can they show a real budget, income plus expenses? Vague responses, no documentation. Are receipts, updates, and financial reports available to donors? They avoid or delay showing spending details. Task 3, renovation and compliance. Question, red flag, if. Is the building zoned and legally approved for school use? Still fighting zoning or inspections after many years. Are licensed contractors involved in renovation? Volunteers painting unsafe buildings without permits? Has the school passed health, fire, and safety inspections? Still waiting on basic inspections a decade later. Is HVAC, plumbing, and electricity fully functional? These basics are still in the works, indefinitely. 4. Staffing, curriculum, and readiness. Red flag. Is there a plan to hire certified teachers or administrators? No staff, no hiring plan,
In your resume,
just
family.
vibes. Is there a curriculum framework or educational model? No mention of what students will learn or how. Have they recruited parents or students yet? No enrollment pipeline, no interest list. Do they provide education experience or mentorships for staff? No training system, no focus on school quality. 5. Community engagement. Red flag. If. Are they working with local leaders, educators, or institutions? Totally isolated, only online presence. Are there local testimonials from trusted individuals, only anonymous or vague support? Do they host events that provide value, not just emotion? All hype, block parties, speeches, no results. Do they welcome hard questions and respond with details?
This is sad.
Defensive, evasive, or guilt-tripping skeptics.
Uh-oh.
Bonus red flags. Watch for these. What it could mean. Constant fundraising, no progress. Mismanaged or scammy. Uses emotion to manipulate donations, help the kids. Deflection tactic. Talks a lot, builds little.
Ooh.
Charisma masking dysfunction. Only uses personal accounts for donations. No accountability. Claims critics are jealous or haters.
Uh-oh.
Ego over transparency. What to do if you're unsure? Ask for a one-on-one conversation and bring
picture
your
that.
questions. Request business plan, budget and financials, renovation timeline, license or inspection reports. Google the founder, check their history, past projects, and public reviews.
Oh.
Talk to local stakeholders, parents, teachers, pastors, community leaders. If they check most boxes, consider donating. request periodic updates, offer help beyond money, connections, volunteers, marketing, etc. Hash if they fail most boxes. Trust your instincts. Spread awareness without hate. Support more credible efforts. The cause is still valid, even if the person isn't. Would you like this checklist in PDF or printable format so you can share it or save it for future use?
For his donors, I don't think they care. I think he already emotionally won them over. Yeah, that's too late. He already emotionally won his donors over. They don't give a damn about that checklist. Like they didn't donate so much money. Well, allegedly. But they donated, money that they believe means something to themselves, right? So they ain't really trying to let go of the dream. Can't really blame them, but that's the problem. That's kind of happened with the Jake Morrison real estate, Tulsa, Oklahoma real estate fund. People donated significant amounts of money and just wouldn't let the dream go. Now they keep donating more because he's acting like it's going to fail anytime soon without more donation. They just keep donating because they don't want it to be a failure. They don't want to take the L. So like, hell no, let me donate some more. Hopefully, I get what was promised to me. Because I can't hold this L. All right, so if they failed, you see it for yourself. If they failed most boxes, trust your instincts, spread awareness without hate, which I'm doing. I'm not hating. I've been trying to be honest as possible. So Nehru said, I encourage people to go look at the racial classification of America. All of these labels like African American and Black American are government subsidiary trademark. Hey, yo, put the link in the chat. So Nero, that's some good research. Put that link in the chat. They are similar to the East Indian Company of India and Africa used to buy and sell goods. Put the link in the chat of the research you found. And also, call in one day to explain. God's time is diabolical. Massive is mildly, yeah. Mildly accusatory. Massive is mildly accusatory. Chill AI. Yeah. Most immigrants in America are nothing more than green card, aka dual citizens. Citizen status, especially in the Black diasporas who use the Black American for Caribbeans and African American for Africans to trade. I'm still irked by the YT Michael Jackson he had at the. Oh, the Michael Jackson. Oh my God, yo. Oh my God. Yo, that Michael Jackson looked crazy. Dude, he's like, yo, why you do Michael like that? All right. Okay, so he's ready to go outside. I'm ready to go outside. You hear him get up for those bad kids come over here. Okay. Most of these channels are used to re-educate Americans into some form of Afrocentric slave mind, colorist nonsense, or to keep them docile. It's not working anymore. Facts. But put that link in the chat real quick of the names you said. You said you encourage us to go look at some of these classifications of American, all these black labels like black. You know what? All right, so Neuro, you got me doing more research because you just gave me an idea. I said, you know what? Matter of fact, good question. I just researched it. There's a good answer. I'm gonna come back to that, brother. But there's a good answer. I got the research for it. So now these guys again, like these tethers, man. These tethers, man. That's why I invite them more and they run. Hey, the watcher. I be in a lot of Facebook groups, bro. That's why I got the one Pan-Africanist to debate me, Greg Phillips on Marcus Garvey. But I had to act like I ain't know about Marcus Garvey to even get him more, to make him feel confident and secure. But listen, bro, I'm in their spaces. I'm on their YouTubes, bro. Almost every Marcus Garvey video, I didn't say something. Most of these Pan-Africanist videos, I commented, trying to get the author of the channel attention. I got most of their attention. They all declined, bro. They all declined to speak about the crazy claims that these guys have contributed to Black America in a positive way and how we should be Pan-Africanists, bro. I can't tell you, man. I did my job. All that could be done now is you guys is free. All you guys got to do is go to these same channels, do something yourself, and say, hey, FBA Defensive, a channel named FBA Defensive Unit want to talk to you, want to have this conversation with you about your video. You did. It could be Marcus Garvey. It could be John Henry Clark. Just name any other Baba James Small. Just name any Pan-Africanist. You guys got to start plugging my name now because I'm doing it myself. I'm plugging my name. Y'all see me. If there's 500 comments, I'll respond to all 500 comments. Okay, and nobody's replying like that. Nobody's accepting. So now we need the members to. We need the supporters, the members of the channel, to start putting pressure on these folks. All right. So with that being said, because I'm looking for content. I'm a content creator, and I would love to make my content on these Pan-Africanists or these tethers first and foremost. And I would love some white supremacists over here too. I would love a white supremacist. So y'all gotta, if y'all in these spaces, if y'all listen to the clubhouse things, I'm never on there like that. But man, start asking them, hey, come check the channel out, man. It's a guy who believes you're wrong, and he's open to having a civil conversation. He doesn't scream, talk over you. He's civil. You dig?